Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is seeming like a fucking special episode of fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 810. Holy cow, Mr. Fumidoro. You want to tell us how you're doing and
How's it going?
where they can find you, my friend?
Doing all right. A little bit nervous, I have to be honest, but doing all right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I usually say to my show. You guys can find me, of course, on fumidoro.com. That's where you can find my breeding lines. Basically, I'm trying to call them these days instead of strains. And of course, my channel is normally Fumidor and the Flavors. I just got off my strike, I think yesterday or last night. So actually, that channel's still viable again. So check us out tomorrow, Fumidor and the Flavors. And I think for the time being, I'm going to stick with our kind of lifeboat channel that we were on for a week, or that I was on for a week, I guess. On Wednesday, we're going to do high noon safety meeting with Gage Green. Sorry, getting texts. High noon safety meeting with Gage Green at noon on Fumidoro. So not Fumidoro and the Flavors, but Fumidoro. That was actually also an old channel. I've had that channel for like 12 years or something, but I never used it. I used it under a different name, but I changed it to Fumidoro. Thanks to getting strikes. I don't know how many strikes you've gotten, Eagle, but boy, oh boy, people like to give me strikes. So I just got off the last strike. That was a real bitter pill. So it made me wonder if the person that gave me the strike this time was the same person that gave me the strike last time. Super douchey if it was, because I literally had just fallen off the last strike, got a new strike. Anyway, so Fumidoro and the Flavors. That's about it.
And I don't even like to talk about that. It seems
I'd
like the
rather talk about
one,
strikes in bowling, not in fucking YouTube. It's ridiculous. Pardon me for
yeah.
swearing. I know the show is fucking talking about shit, but I
Oh fuck
kind of
yeah!
swear
It
too much
feels.
sometimes.
Oh no, throw it in there. I've always said to me, man, I at one point in my life, I've actually calmed down. I actually, when you would think it would go backwards, usually as you get older, you tend to be like more loose with the swear words and shit like that. But
They
for
say your
me,
basket of fucks runs out. Is that what it is?
yeah, in this case, I guess it has because it used to be like every word in every sentence, but over the years, I've kind of cleaned up a little bit somehow. I don't know how, but
I'm trying to open up the chat. I'm out of practice here, so I'm trying to open up the chat. Although Eagle did, in fairness, Eagle did say, hey, we should totally do this without chat. So I'm going to try, if possible, to ignore the chat. But hello. Hello, folks. Hello, Southern VT. Hello, American One. What's up, everybody?
I know that all them guys 100% have been looking forward to this episode. So
Well,
cheers
man.
to you
Cheers.
guys.
Cheers, guys. Well, we're at it. I guess I'm going to roll a joint like I normally do.
Please do. I'm trying to drop all your links here in chat
Well,
real
thank you.
quick before we get going.
It's weird not to have to go through the whole disclaimers. These days I have to do like honest to shit, like 15 minutes of disclaimers. I should probably have Chat GPT do it for me. And it's just like literally like I have to tell people no, that there's no violence, there's no drug use, because I keep getting reported for random stuff. The first strike that I got was for violence, so that was something really insulting. I was like, violence on this channel? That's delightful. And this last strike was for apparently selling drugs. So I was like, yeah, fuck that guy very much. That's reporting me. But anyway, yeah.
Well,
To be
it's
fair,
like,
to be clear, I do not sell drugs on my channel, so that Eagle's channel does not get fucked with. I do not sell anything illegal under any circumstances. Can't even
why?
for $1
I
billion.
mean, doesn't YouTube like you would think they would scan the
YouTube doesn't
video
care,
and
man.
go,
YouTube's got. Did you hear that Mr. Beast got his 150 millionth subscriber or whatever? YouTube cares about those guys. They don't care about us. It's kind of it is what it is. Basically, YouTube exists for those big channels, and then we get to use YouTube, I guess, as a byproduct, kind of. You know, when you think about it that way, it makes more sense. Because honestly, YouTube makes no money off of us small weed channels. So pretty much, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things we have to deal with.
will always be small as long as they suppress us from
I
it.
guess. Yeah. I don't know. Cheers,
Because
Major General. Cheers, everybody.
I really believe that our channels would be, and all these channels would be much, much bigger if they would, help us along and push us in the algorithm there.
I agree.
I don't know, in a slight way. In a slight way, I enjoy the smallness. That's right from the beginning. I thought things would unfold as naturally and as progressively as they should. You know what I mean? So I didn't
Mm.
necessarily, and I like kind of being, you know what I mean? If you think about it, we're like a nice little best kept secret. You know what I mean? Something like people enjoy that. If you're in the know, you know what I mean?
I
It's
do
like
actually. I
sweet
know what you
little
mean
treat
because
if you're in the know.
most of my guests don't know who I am. A lot, I mean, they do after they meet me. Obviously, it's not like I'm a ghost or something. But Gage Green and stuff, they hadn't really met me until I basically reached out to them, and they hadn't heard one word from me. I guess either good or bad. That's a good thing. But basically, they come on the show, and it's always, I mean, pretty much always a really nice surprise, and that's been kind of a fun thing where people are like, well, fuck yeah, like Romulan. I'd never met Romulan, but I basically had heard all these wonderful things about Romulan. I don't know, few months ago, basically, I was like, "Hey, Romulan, want to come on the show?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure, that sounds fun." And literally, we hit it off. Cool guy. So he comes on the show all the time now. He's been on the show probably 4 or 5 times. Seems to be like we're friends. Like, but it was like a pleasant surprise for him. He was like, "This show is actually awesome." It's just like I know what you mean. It's kind of a fun because if we were like, what's that show, First Smoke of the Day or something, like everybody knows about that show now, right? But we're tiny little shows, YouTube never suggests us in the algorithm and stuff, so there's always like a surprise. So that's kind of fun. Anyway, we're babbling already. I'm gonna get high.
Well, it's your time, my friend. You
That's true.
babble all you want.
I was telling Eagle before the show, I'm not used to being interviewed, so if I say a number of stupid things or just kind of look down here and chop up my joint aimlessly, my apologies, because I'm not used to it. I'm used to just sitting back and saying, "So Romulan, tell me some esoteric things about breeding. What do you do?" Anyway,
What
like
are
I
you
have to resist
smoking? What
my
are you
intention now. I
chopping?
have to resist my intention to ask you, like, "Oh, so Eagle, what tell me about yourself?" I'm smoking some Durban Poison. I wish I grew this, but I will be growing it at some point in the future because I actually got a bag seed. Can you believe it? It's been a long time since I got a good bag seed, and I got a good. I don't know if you can see it, but anyway, it's a nice looking seed. So we'll see. I have no earthly idea what it was pollinated with or if it was a self. It's actually the only seed that I pulled out of an entire half ounce. I think a half ounce that I bought at a dispensary. Anyway, I'm excited because I actually really like bag seeds. A lot of times it's from, good cuts, right? Because it's from like a good production cut a lot of times. I mean, in fairness, I don't really like the production cuts as much as I like sometimes the cuts you get at like some, from breeders and dispensaries, because the production cuts a lot of times are just the meat ones, the super weight phenotypes, but sometimes they're the real killers too. Anyway, you can pull out some fun stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun. I always like to pop new seeds. I think Eagle knows what I'm talking about. Like, it's just fun to pop new shit, Anyway.
It is. To me, it's like I've never liked the hype shit. I really don't like, and I think that's
I have
one of the
started
other
to like
reasons
some of
why I
it.
kind
I
of
have
like.
started to like some of it. I wanted to tell you that, a couple years ago, I probably would have told you, "Oh yeah, you fuck that shit, fuck the ice cream cake and whatever." But you know what? Ice cream cake's actually really good. And White Runts is actually really fucking good. Like, I've been talking about it recently because White Runts on paper should be garbage. Like, in my opinion, it should be trash because it's I thought the cut that I got was the white cross to it doesn't matter what I thought it was, but it's basically gelato to runts. And I would have told you a couple of years ago, I probably did tell people that gelato and runts were basically both, overhyped garbage boof. But wouldn't you know it? That's not true. First of all, because I have runts. I have gelato, or at least I've smoked gelato. I'm not sure if I have. No, I don't have gelato, but I've smoked gelato. Gelato is actually wonderful, at least a few of the cuts. And wouldn't you know it, the white runts is fucking spectacular. So, yeah. Eagle was talking about he has to do the drops. That's new information to me. I don't know if you guys knew it, but I was like, oh fuck, the stuff that people have to deal with in their lives. Like, you never know what people are dealing with in their fucking lives. You might think to yourself, oh, that guy has it so good, and then you realize, fuck, I don't know, they have to use eye drops or something. I don't know, whatever. That's a stupid story, but I think people understand.
Thank you for understanding.
We could yell at you. Would you prefer we yell at you? Fucking Eagle. I'm gonna finish rolling this joint.
Yeah, I was gonna do a dab, you know what I mean? And I actually this already hit my mind a little bit pre-show because and then again it relates to kind of like taking the chat out of it. You know what I mean? This is one interview that I hate to even call it an interview. It's gonna, I think this is more a long overdue chat. And so like versus the I've been dabbing mainly because the eye thing. I got a fan in the room tonight, so I'm not necessarily worried about the excess smoke. That's why during this issue, I've tried to like alleviate the be in a room full of smoke type thing.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But tonight with you, it seems more like I should roll that joint. You know what I mean? It should almost be a
Do what you
fine
got to do. I don't
cigar.
want
You
you
know what I
to.
mean? You know what I mean? Kind of
If
to
I make you tear up,
encapsulate the
Eagle, I want
moment
to be from a
correctly.
poignant story, not from eye irritation. That's a good joke there. Are you crying? No, it's just allergies.
No, it's not a good story.
Sorry, I keep getting texts from people. I hope it's nothing important. I don't think it's. They're wishing me good luck, actually. So it's actually very nice people. Sorry for kind of rasping. I know that sounds gross, but I've had like bronchitis for a couple of weeks, and it kind of isn't going away. But anyway, it's sort of going away. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how long it takes for it to go away.
I can relate. No worries. Hell yeah! I'm just glad we were able to make this happen. Like I said, it's long overdue.
Yeah, man. And there's nothing wrong with dabbing. I always say on my show, and I like to kind of remind people that there's no sense in gatekeeping with cannabis. However people enjoy their cannabis, if it's 2 milligram edibles, like it always makes me smile when I hear people say they get absolutely fucking lit off of 2 milligram edibles because they're a cheap date. You know what I mean? Like they all they have to do is spend $5 or $10 at the dispensary and they're good for a month. Right? Like how awesome is that? Like seriously, can you imagine if you could basically have a night out for 35 cents or something, right? That's incredible. So like, yeah, I never insult people that can get high off of like 2 or 3 milligrams. I cannot get high off a 2 milligram edible. I can't even feel a 2 milligram edible. I can't feel like a 20. I remember at cannabis shows for like cannabis people, they would give out 20 milligram gummies because 20 milligrams is like the threshold that basically they were like, oh yeah, we can totally give those out all day and no one's going to feel those. Because it's like weed people, right? But if it was, I don't know, I guess what in mafia terms they would call it civilians, like 20 milligram gummies would wreck people. It's kind of hilarious.
I had one of those experiences, man. High Times been in Michigan several times, but there was one year they came and they had a different layout. It's always been Auto City that they've came to the racetrack there, and but different layouts. So they decided for some reason they were going to make the center of the track like an edible village. And as you went into the fucking edible village, there was literally like it must have been like part of the booth rules that you give out so many edibles because every step you took there was a vendor. Want to try these? Want to try this? Want to try that? And so of course, you know, me with my mindset, oh yeah, I fucking eat all the fucking edibles. Yeah, da, 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 da. I'm literally like just consuming my way through the edible village. And then upon like later
About
in the
2.5
day,
hours later, you hear the sound.
no, it wasn't
Like
quite
THX.
that, but it was more along the lines of later in the day before, because it was like during the day, it was like, oh, let's get some of these. And we're like, yeah, well, then we'll carry them around all day. We're going to be here all day. We'll just wait until later. All right. So later comes around and we head back to Edible Village there. And it was literally by that time almost like a fucking hallucinate fucking clown thing where everybody's now like woo, 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 and fucking, you know what I mean? Couldn't find the places that we like the edibles we were like gonna go back and get. Yeah, couldn't wandered in like edible town forever, like eat more edibles and shit. Never found the places that we said we were gonna go back to and get. Fucking go back the next day and literally it's all like, oh, right there. And there, oh, I don't know how we missed this. I don't know. This place seemed so big yesterday.
It's amazing how when you're tired or stoned, how difficult it is to find stuff. Like the other day, I was staying in a hotel and I hadn't ever been there. And it was, in fairness, a confusing place because it had like two buildings that both had like 3 or 4 floors or whatever. So you could be like 204 or 205, whatever, but in like different buildings, right? So I'm like carrying, I don't know, my luggage and I don't know, a bag of beer or whatever else. And I'm walking around. I wouldn't you know, I went to the wrong fucking building and I go to the other building. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm never gonna fucking find this place. And sure enough, I had just basically not turned right. Like, I don't know. My point is basically like, I don't know, when you're tired or when you're stoned, you're just like, Jesus fucking Christ, stop. Anyway, keep shaking the computer. So I don't know if that story made any sense. I'm nervous if that if I didn't make that clear earlier. I'm not used to being interviewed. If people are tuning in, although I do, in fairness, recognize all these names. Cheers, everybody.
Oh yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people have wanted to see this because we do share a lot of the same friends there in chat. You know what I mean? They've been wanting to see this little happen for quite some time. And I think at one point there was the misconception that there might have even been a feud along the way.
We should have totally milked that, because I realize now that most of the time the feuds are like really good for business. For some reason, people really love like argumentation. Like, you know, think about the Real Housewives and stuff. It's basically because those women basically yell all the time that everyone likes them. So we totally should have made up a fake feud. Like, I've been thinking about, I mean, obviously this is a spoiler, so it's probably not going to happen because I'm actually saying it. But I was thinking about making up a feud with Romulan and like pretending we hate each other. And then we would have a whole thing like, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. And, you know, we could like pretend we're super angry at each other.
Like a fucking WWF fight.
Now I realize I'm gonna have to make it somebody else because obviously I just basically spilled the secret. But wouldn't that be? Yeah, I think it would be good for business. Honestly, people love controversy. It seems like they don't like substance; they like controversy. But
you love the controversy.
And also autoflowers. I see Major General in the chat. I know he loves autoflowers. I know that that's something he loves.
I've actually heard when he wants to be put to rest in a field of autoflowers.
That's touching. Yeah, that's a beautiful thought. Yeah, I can imagine that someday a great Canadian poet will write a ballad of maybe a whole series of love songs about maybe not love songs because he's dead, but
I think he just decided to fucking change it, you know, because they weren't hip back then. It was like lay me down in a bed of autos, but it didn't really fly for the Young Gun setting and all that, so they had to change it to the Roses.
Basically every song that's ever been written that had sunflowers in it, we should replace it with autoflowers. Here's everybody. What's up, Flora? Cheers, buddy. You're saying dabs.
I've got mine rolled up and ready to go. So I guess I'm ready to kick this off if you are. So as let's
do it.
Got to start this somewhere. Might as well start it from the beginning. When was the first time? When did you ever see cannabis or try cannabis? When was that first time? Tell us about
it. I think I probably smoked cannabis first time in high school. But I have to be honest, I wasn't super into it. The first time that I interacted with cannabis in a weird way was kind of a bad story when I think about it. I wish I had a better answer for this. Maybe if I think about it long enough, there will be a better answer. But basically, I've told people on my show, my parents' house got raided. I guess my house got raided falsely for cannabis. We had just moved in. We had literally maybe 4 or 5 months before that, maybe not even quite 4 or 5 months before that, moved in, and it was still basically springtime. The way my ex-stepfather had built the house, it was a stupid idea, but it was his idea. It was to passively heat the house through, because, you know, heat rises was his thought, to basically have a wood burning pellet stove in the basement. And they were new at the time, actually. They've been around for a super long time now, but, you know, we're kind of old, right? So like basically at the time they were kind of new. And what was I going to say? The pellet stove was in the basement, and, you know, I guess to help with the heat rising, he kind of blocked off the windows with styrofoam or whatever. And I don't know how we found this out, but the cops actually, first of all, they raided my house like with full-on SWAT team with guns and shit, and my room was in the kind of the basement, but it was like the ground floor basically, and my stepfather was too cheap to give me curtains, so the SWAT team basically knocked on my fucking window with like shotguns, and I didn't know what kind of guns. I was 14 years old, right? 13 turning to 14, I think. Anyway, and I remember they were fucking mean. Like, I had to stand there in my tidy whities for like 2.5 hours, and the guys were just fucking all douche. Like, not even, I mean, seriously, not even just cracking a joke or anything. I remember they were super pissed off because I guess they thought they were going to get some massive score or something, right? And it was literally like just some dude's house that has pellet stove. Like, there was no weed in the house in any form. But yeah, so kind of as a result of that, I kind of was like, I don't know that. And I just culturally, like, my family was super conservative with kind of drugs and stuff. So I was like never really into weed, honestly. Maybe a little bit in college too, honestly. I didn't get that into weed. It's really kind of funny to think about it, how into weed I am now. But honestly, most of my life, I didn't really, like, my friends and I would smoke or something in college, and it was fine. It's not like I didn't get high or something. Like, I'd get high. I remember I'd get super fascinated with math. Like, for some reason, I would just get absolutely just everything. It'd be like Rain Man, like everything in the room, like, oh, there's 156 matches over there. Oh, tell me about how many miles it took you to get here. Just absolutely fucking fascinated. Weirdly enough, that doesn't happen now, but maybe it was the strains that I smoked back then. But I would get super fascinated with math in college. But yeah, I don't know. I never really, I don't know. I didn't give a shit. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't give a shit about weed, honestly. Um, I've said this before on my show, that maybe in my head, because back in the days with the dare and all that dumb shit, right? We learned so much stupid shit in college, in high school, just so much stupid garbage. What was I going to say? That I don't know, just weed was kind of tied in, because they called it a gateway drug, right? A fucking gateway to happiness, not to more drugs, but they called it a gateway. And in my mind, I assumed that it was probably very similar to alcohol. And my whole life, I've been a little bit paranoid about alcoholism because my dad was actually an alcoholic pretty much his whole life. And he actually died, I could say, from the consequences, not from alcoholism itself, but basically from the health consequences of alcoholism. Died way too young. So, you can imagine kind of in the back of my head, he didn't die 40 years ago, but he died, how do I say it? It was always in my head, basically, like, oh, don't become an alcoholic, don't become, a pothead or whatever else, right? And so that kind of colored my perception for a long, 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 long time. And actually, I guess I don't want to say who, but somebody whatever, somebody basically told me years ago, after yeah, I think it was, I had a spine injury basically a number of years ago, and someone basically said, actually a couple of years later, I still struggle with some pain issues, and I had just perpetual sleep issues that were basically even before the spine injury, the pain and stuff. I also have some neck problems. Like, I constantly, like, right now, my neck's fucking sore a little bit from getting hit by a car, all these fucking things that add up. And so somebody basically told me, like, why don't you just try some weed? And I was like, fuck, I don't have an excuse. I didn't have an excuse. I realized at that point, I was like, it's basically legal. Like, I can totally just go to the store and buy some if I want to, because I 2014 or something. And I was like, and I think it was either still medical, or either I was in California and it was legal to go, like, whatever, regardless, I could basically walk into a dispensary. So I had no excuse. And I was like, all right, fine. Okay, fine. And I'm walking into the dispensary, and I was like, I'd like a weed, please. Yeah, I basically had no fucking idea, right? And they're like, well, what would you prefer, right? And nowadays, of course, we know that many of the bud tenders at best are kind of trying, right? I mean, I don't mean to be an asshole, but they're trying. But still, some of the bud tenders, it's kind of hilarious. First couple of years that I went to dispensaries, I always thought they were experts, right? I was like, what would you recommend, Jeeves? But I was like, oh, I don't know, I have problems sleeping. So like, well, you probably want a heavy indica, da da da. And I probably, one of the first times that I smoked weed was honestly probably, well, actually, one of the first times I remember was Chernobyl, or actually a mislabeled Chernobyl, because I vividly remember it tasted like orange. So it probably wasn't Chernobyl, but I bought it as Chernobyl. Anyway, but Hindu Kush. And ever since then, I've smoked Hindu Kush and really loved it. Ironically, I don't have it in my stable. I haven't grown it. I need to. It's one of those white whales for me. I need to find a good cut of Hindu Kush. But I started to smoke Hindu Kush, and wouldn't you know it, like a fucking light switch went off. I no longer had problems sleeping. Like, I guess I can't say no problem sleeping, because nobody that has problems sleeping has no problem sleeping. But basically, instead of tossing and turning for 5 hours, and then basically just giving up and getting up for the day, and being exhausted, I could fall asleep pretty much like that. And I guess I'm kind of jumping ahead of the story, but for a while, I smoked as the heaviest indica they could give me, basically. And of course, I always took their word for it. But then, little by little by little, I think the bud tenders, actually, to their credit, because some bud tenders are really on point. Every time we kind of insult bud tenders, we have to remember some of them are there not for the pay, because they don't get paid shit, even with tips. And by the way, almost nobody tips them. But they're basically there sometimes just for the love of cannabis, right? And I don't know, bless those people basically for honestly putting up with all the bullshit. But anyway, one of those bud tenders, I think, probably recommended over at I think they're still there. The fuck is that place called? Dean's Greens. Over at Dean's Greens, one of these guys was like, "Well, man, you should try some sativas or some hybrids, bro. You can't just try indica all the time. Like, you should branch out a little bit, try something new." And I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was Chernobyl, maybe something else. I was like, "All right, blah blah blah." And finally, wouldn't you know it, I probably ran out and smoked a joint of whatever I had, and it was probably some sativa, and still was able to fall asleep. And I was like, the lights basically changed and the bells, went off and everything else for me, because honestly, that's kind of my preferred high, is honestly like an uplifting, cheery, happy high. So from then on, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm a sativa guy. But I guess I jumped ahead a little bit. But at some point then, by the way, I started growing. I should have mentioned, but I did honestly smoke for a couple of years. I was fine, honestly, smoking, or what was I going to say? Fine shopping at dispensaries. Now I kind of hate it because I smoke so much that, a couple $100 worth of weed goes in just a couple days, right? But back in the day, like, honestly, when I first started smoking weed, this joint would probably last me 5 days. I would smoke like 2 or 3 puffs, get lit, give up, put it away, light it the next day, like a noob. But anyway.
I'm diving in with them heavy indicas. I can see that. Yeah, kind of makes a little bit of sense when you're diving.
It helped a lot with sleep, man.
Helped a ton with sleep. See what you can say about the bud tenders too. I know there are a few great ones out there, and I've met a few over the years. But these days, even more so now, it's sadder because I kind of talk about how medical cannabis is being lost with the push of recreational cannabis. I have lots of theories on why and all that good shit.
It's money. It basically comes down to money, in my opinion.
They don't want you to know it's a medicine as well as your party drug, because it hinders too many markets. But anyways, what it's done is that today you go to these dispos, now it's a recreational experience. And like you said, the people that were once knowledgeable about the product and what they would do and yada 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 aren't there anymore because them jobs don't pay. Shit, I'm looking through the daily feed that I get of jobs and shit.
Most weed jobs pay like garbage. Yeah, most of maybe some of the executive jobs and stuff, but yeah, bud tenders, growers, all that stuff basically pays like trash. Yeah. They really abuse people's desire to be around weed. And it's really sad to see that.
I believe that to be true, my friend. So it does surprise me a little bit that cannabis came a little bit later for you. But, I'm glad you got on board nonetheless. So, and immediately kind of like realizing the medical aspect of it versus coming back for I'm sure you was pushed to you in college more. It's like a party favor,
pretty much. I mean? Yeah, and we just remembering the kind of highs and stuff, it was mostly like heady highs. Like most of my friends weren't super into, I mean, it's not to say we weren't into video games or stuff, but I mean, like most of my friends and I were just like, I don't know, we did shit. We'd go out and do stuff. We'd go hiking or whatever. We just do fun stuff or go do weird photography stuff, like, so for us, like melting into the couch wasn't the kind of thing. I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's like, it just didn't appeal to me at the time. I don't know how to explain it. It is weird when you think about it, because if I'd told myself at, like 18 or something, oh, you're gonna be a big old fucking stoner, many years from now, I've been like, all right, sure. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't think they'd call it a stoner, but I'm surprised, as a college student, it didn't like strike you as like, this might be a good study aid.
Honestly, no, because I had to. I fucking worked probably a little bit too hard in college, maybe burning the candle at too many different ends and stuff. Never really had time. I mean, honestly, I know what we're talking about. How do I say this? Backing up. yeah, knowing what I know now, you're actually right. Because, relaxing for the evening, I guess I didn't really have problems sleeping because I was, just going all day long pretty much. So I had a like an espresso, kind of a shitty espresso machine, but I could, like a Mr. Coffee espresso machine basically, but I could brew up a whole like mini pot of espresso, drink it, 20 minutes later be snoring in my book, because I was, doing shit all day long, and I've been doing shit, all day long. So I didn't really need sleeping help, but it would have been fun to just kind of relax and just kind of, yeah, I don't know, goof off. And we talk about this all the time, or we should talk about this all the time, that weed is medicinal, but it's also medicinal in the terms of it just makes life better a little bit for a few minutes or a few hours, whatever your tolerance is. Like, how do I say it? Uh, I don't know. It takes your mind off of what ails you, takes your mind off of what worries you, maybe just makes the colors a little bit brighter, makes the food you're eating a little bit better, makes your friends a little bit funnier. Like that itself is kind of a medicine, honestly, that we don't appreciate nearly enough. And we use that kind of medicine frequently, but we never really talk about it. We talk about it like it's a vice. And I guess what I'm talking about is like we basically use booze in that kind of way. And arguably booze is and this is someone from actually like alcohol, but booze is kind of an inferior substitute for that as to weed, because booze actually like depresses people. It also makes some people really angry and aggro and just not happy, not vibing. Whereas with weed, you rarely find that. Sometimes people get paranoid, but other than that, if they're like with friends and stuff like that, even that paranoia will soothe away. People don't talk about that enough, that the paranoia oftentimes is a problem because you're smoking alone. But if you smoke with trusted friends that hey, you're good, the black chopper's not coming after you, whatever you're paranoid about, the paranoia kind of melts away, and then people actually have like a blissful, happy experience, right? Like we don't talk about that kind of stuff enough, that social kind of whatever, I don't know, it's not social glue, what is it? Social fucking social medicine. Social medicine is a medicine. I guess I'll finish the sentence. Hopefully that made sense. Oh, are you muted or am I muted?
It's me.
Oh,
Yeah, it does provide to be like a glue in, situations. And I guess being with friends does increase that. It can increase or ruin the high. I've definitely smoked a joint
depends
with
on the
some
friends.
shitty people. Like, damn.
If you have some friends that make terrible decisions, don't smoke any paranoia inducing weed. That'll be a problem. Yeah. What are you going to do with a tractor? 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, come on. No, you twisted that. Yeah. What are you going to do with like, I want to see you do that with the tractor.
Now we're talking.
I've got a
The
fresh
budtender would say
joint. Come on.
now,
Here you
sir, you'd
go.
like an indica hybrid, I think, or a sativa indica hybrid, perhaps, so that we can properly watch them do shenanigans with a tractor.
I have definitely encouraged a few shenanigans while smoking a joint. That's for sure. Why not? Yeah.
I mean, if no one gets hurt, why not? As you get older, we were talking about earlier how your basket of fucks runs out, and it really is true. Like the amount of things that you just give a fuck about, just it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you realize in many cases, like most shit just doesn't fucking matter, honestly. And as long as you're not really causing anyone any problems, just who gives a fuck? This is not legal advice, by the way.
Could be though. It's good advice. To me, as like I get older, I've the genuine things I want to waste my time on. You know what I mean? Is slim down a lot. What's
Mm.
actually important, and what the shit that I don't focus on anymore, like the bullshit, like hatred, like that can come along with whatever, the negativity. If you let that shit in, it fucking seeds. So I don't even like to even try to let it in anymore. It's not even worth the focus. You know what I mean? I try to,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
but hell yeah. So I guess when did you start growing? Why did you decide? I
I
guess
had an
what
odd
what
I had
hold on, put that in a hold. So did you end up going as for a career for whatever you went to college for? Because I'm curious on if you want to share Like,
I
what did
try
you
not
go
to
to
talk about my
college for?
private life. I have to be honest, and I've learned more and
That's
more
fair.
not to do that.
Okay.
So I can say that no, not really, but that's about all I want to say. I don't want to talk about like I don't know, how do I say it? Yeah, I don't know. The less
That's
I talk
good.
about my private life, the better. It's just
All
it's
right.
kind of insidious because, like you say, the negative stuff starts to bleed over, and I noticed that a bunch of times. Anytime that I've accidentally, it's so ridiculous. You have to be so careful, or at least I seem to have to be careful. Anytime I've accidentally gone to like a web page and like one of my email, they'll auto populate your email addresses. One of my email addresses pop up. Turns out one of those was like my Facebook email address, and wouldn't you know it, like I was getting Facebook login notices like during the show. So like my viewers were fucking trying to hack into my Facebook. That was a nice feeling, you know what I mean? And it's just like, motherfucker, you have to guard. I mean, I guess you don't have to, I suppose. Like it's not like I'm doing anything that fucking. I'm not doing anything illegal or whatever else, But I mean, like everybody poops, and at the same time, everyone closes the door, or most everyone closes the door when they poop, because I mean, come on, like everybody deserves a little bit of privacy, right? So it's just like fuck off. I just have basically walled off a few things in my life, and that's that. And like I don't tell people when my birthday is. I don't tell people what private information or social security numbers or anything identifiable. Like it's kind of a shame, because it would be nice sometimes to share personal events or milestones or anything else, but it is what it is. The negativity seeped in whenever I've let that kind of wall, either accidentally or on purpose, down. And so I'm just like, all right, okay, wall is 10 feet taller now. We're building the wall, but it's in Fumidoro's channel and it's 10 feet taller now.
Nothing wrong with that, and I completely understand. So back to the original question, I guess. What made you decide to throw some seeds or clones into the ground? And tell us a little bit about what that first grow looked like.
I had an odd beginning to it, I realize, but a lot of people have seen if you've subscribed, there's like 80 people that subscribe to my new old Fumidoro channel. The logo is a cute dog, and unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that dog has passed away a few years ago. I could finally kind of say it without choking up, but he was a really cool dog that had some health issues a number of years ago, and I decided basically to, he was actually my nickname for him was Fumidoro. I should probably not talk about him too much, because then I will get choked up. Cheers, Atomic. But he had some health problems, and so I thought, oh shit, this is not going to get better. He's not going to get younger and everything else. And I didn't want to dope him up. I've never been anti-meds. Like there's been a couple times in my life, I don't really talk about it, but there's been a couple of times where no amount of holistic prayer or acupuncture or any fucking Chinese medians or any goddamn shit could have helped me. Only modern medicine could have helped me. Well, for example, I guess I actually, I don't want to be specific, but anyway, for example, I had a spine injury. No amount of no amount of acupuncture or fucking chiropractics or anything else could have helped me. So I'm not like an anti-medicine guy in any way, but I definitely was let's avoid the medicine kind of guy, because maybe mostly because, honestly, my grandma, I remember years ago, was taking just a bunch of medicine. She was an older woman at the time. It's not like she was a fucking spring chicken, but she was in her late 70s, early 80s, and the doctor at that point told me, your grandma is taking some medications for the other medications. And I was like, fuck off. What? And I was, I don't know, 13, again, about the same age as my parents' house got raided. And I guess I was old enough to understand, have a conversation with the doctor. I guess that's why he was talking to me about it. But I was like, what, explain this to me more. And he was literally like, yeah, the side effects of, I don't remember the drugs, the side effects of such and such for the blood thinning and the such and such and the blah, blah, blah. We got to take this other medicine. And so ever since then, I've tried to kind of avoid anything that basically my liver has to process, I guess I could say. So I even, honestly, most of my life tried to avoid, if I could help it, Advils and all that kind of shit. Of course, if you get older, you kind of have to stop helping that. But, when you can, at least you try to avoid, or at least I try to avoid any kind of drugs, right? And I definitely didn't want to give my dog opioids and stuff. Ironically, probably back then I could have gotten them, because back then they were handing them out like candy, right? But that's probably the problem. Part of the problem with the Sackler family, those fuckers. But anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, cannabis honestly seemed like a logical solution. And by the way, don't ask me how I came upon that. I guess basically, I don't remember, but I probably had such good impact with like my sleeping issues, because I mean I had so many fucking sleeping issues for years, And weed just shut it off like a light. It helped me with pain issues, helped me just cheer up and everything else. And I think at some point I read an article about dogs and weed, so I was like, okay, let's try it. And so I think I gave my dog just a little tiny flake of weed. And by the way, this is not medical advice or legal advice. I don't want legal to get in trouble. But when I started, I gave him a little tiny bit at a time. I knew my dog super, super well. I'd known him since he was a puppy. And I could tell when he was happy or sad or whatever else, right? So I gave him a little tiny bit. And little by little by little, I saw incredible benefits to his just personality. He would walk easier. He had better appetite. He had kind of belly problems, so he had just appetite issues. And when he was on weed, he was hungry and everything else. And so I thought, well, oh shit. Just in my head, I didn't connect the dots. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna go broke, giving my dog weed, because I could tell that the dose was going up and up and up and up. So I was like, all right, in a couple of months or something, I'm gonna need to give him a lot of weed. I had no idea how much weed you can grow when you grow even one plant, right? So I was like, oh shit, I better start growing weed, because this is going to put me in the poorhouse or something. I don't know, just in my head, I was like, oh, this is just too much money or something, right? Because honestly, like I said, at the time, my tolerance was still so low that, fuck, I don't know, I spent maybe $40 a week at the dispensary or something. It was fine, like not a big deal. But I thought, for my dog, it's going to be all this more. And I thought I was going to make like tinctures and oils and stuff for him, right? Anyway, so I basically thought, all right, I'm going to grow some weed, and well, I guess I'm jumping ahead of the story. I should probably jump back to the part where I was like, all right, I'm going to grow some weed. So I went back to that dispensary. I actually went back to Dean's Greens, I think just down the street on, I think they're still on Sandy. I guess they have probably 5 dispensaries, but they were on Sandy. And I was like, to probably the same bud tender that had told me to like branch out to weed, I was like, hey, can you save me one of the seeded 8s? Because at some point I think I was doing research at some of the grow stores, and a few years ago, every single employee at the grow store was also a seed breeder. And actually, that's not even a lie. Exotic Mike used to work at grow stores up in Washington. Now Exotic Mike is like a fucking multimillionaire and whatever else. Anyway, but I used to go to this grow store on Burnside that doesn't even exist anymore. Anyway, it'd been this old grow store, and sure enough, every single employee there basically was like, oh, sure, we can help you with blah blah blah. Oh, by the way, try my seeds. And I was kind of just trying to figure out, oh, what's it going to cost me to get pots and this. I kept going for research like a dipshit, like, I don't mean to be an asshole, but I mean, I kept like a noob. I kept going like a window shop basically at the grocery store, like, how much is it going to cost me for a light, for this, for that. So for fucking months, honestly, I wouldn't pull the trigger, frankly. And then I was the one thing that really galled me, because I was like, all right, fine, I'll get a couple of lights, or one light actually at the time. I'll get, I think it was oh, I think I got a PLC. That was, I still have that PLC. I was like, I actually chose well. I almost got a kind, believe it or not. And then somehow I went through a whole rabbit hole. I shouldn't get into all these details. I like to get into rabbit holes and do a lot of research and stuff. So went into a bunch of rabbit holes when I was like, and I don't recommend this, because I think people should just get some decent advice from a friend that's done it before. Try to get halfway decent advice from a grocery store. Get something that works. Try not to overspend. Hopefully, you don't know if you're going to do that if you're new, but try not to overspend. Buy a light, buy a tent, buy some fucking dirt, and do it, because you're going to end up making so many mistakes that you'll be better off honestly doing it and making those mistakes in the process, instead of spending 6 fucking months learning and da 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 da. But anyway, I did that. I basically spent like 6 months, not 6 months, but a few months, honestly, trying to figure out what light I'm going to get, how am I going to grow? Do I want to do synthetic? Do I want to do this? I was like, no, I don't want to do synthetic. I want like flavorful weed. So I was like, oh, kind of organics, da 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 da. Anyway, but I went through all these fucking rabbit holes. In the end, I actually just not too far around the corner here in Root Cellar, was arguably the worst place that I could possibly build it in this area. I built a little nook basically into the root cellar, which is perpetually like 10 degrees colder than the basement, which is already not that warm. So I was like, I was always fighting with cold in that room. It was crazy. But I grew bag seeds that I got from Dean's Greens, I guess, jumping ahead a little bit. I was like, all right, I finally have a light and soil and blah blah blah, it's time to get some seeds. And I didn't want to spend, at the time, I think the grocery store employees were like $12 a seed or something. I was like, the fucking what? Because I'd been, I'd been like a balcony gardener in an apartment for years. I'd grown, tomatoes and, I don't know, flowers, vegetables and strawberries on my balcony and stuff. So, I knew how to grow, and I grew, organically, or at least, organically, like basically with Fox Farms, Ocean Bounty, or no, not Ocean Bounty, the the liquid with the bat on it that used to be in all the stores. It's like a red label or whatever. Anyway, it's like a, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But basically, that's how I grew back in the day. What was I going to say? But for me, buying a pack of like organic strawberry seeds or something was like $3, for 500 seeds or some shit, right? I mean, like anything you'd buy, like even, I don't know, corn or something, organic corn, still it was like $2 for a pack of 20 seeds or something, right? So like $12 a seed. Are you high? Are you high right now at work? I just thought to myself. So I thought, there's no fucking way those are any good, right? And whatever. You have to go through life to kind of learn stuff, right? So I went back to freaking Dean's Greens, as it turns out, and I was like, yeah, could you find me an eighth that actually has seed? Like, I want a seeded eighth. And they're like, that's an unusual request. You actually want seeds? And I was like, yeah, I really want seeds. They're like, why? And I was like, no, because they thought I just wanted like popcorn weed or something. And I was like, no, I just want to grow, man. And they're like, you can buy seeds, right? And I was like, well, fuck off. Do you know how much they cost? And the guy actually didn't know. He was like, no, I don't know. So he's like, okay, I'll get you some seeded eighth. So I think I turned a light bulb in his head too, I bet. Anyway, so they gave me, I wish I could remember exactly which strain. Ironically, I didn't like put a star on it or whatever, but I had a bunch of the old, I guess I don't have it. I had a bunch of the old pop tops because in my head I was like, oh, I got to save these as the memento to know what strains I smoked or something, right? So I think it was limoncello. I'm not 100% sure. Could be something else. And as it turns out, the seeds were all right. It was probably like somebody's accidental pollination from kind of a shitty garden, to be honest. But again, it was probably a production cut of something that accidentally got dusted with something else that they left the light on or something, right? That's most of the time what happens. GG4 and all those things, basically, that's kind of how that shit happened. So sure enough, the weed was actually not that bad, but it did, at least in my environment, of course, I was a total new grower, constantly suffer from bud rot issues. So it was awesome, like super donkey, probably super like Dutch weed because it had like just ridiculous donks, the kind of like huge bud meat that would basically rot. It was just too much bud meat, basically. But yeah, the weed was good, right? And man, I grew that for like probably a year, honestly. And at some point, I don't know, I guess I'm cheap or something because I was like, I don't want to spend money for fucking seeds, dude. I just thinking to myself, I was just like $150 for seeds, $200 for seeds. I kept looking at these prices of different breeders, right? And little did I know there's all kinds of breeders, right? There's breeders even for $60 and all kinds of stuff, right? But at the time I was just like giving up, every time I would see, I don't know, maybe Exotic Mike's website, and he's got like $300 packs, so like fuck off. So anyway, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to be a weed tester or a seed tester. Because at some point on Instagram or something, I'd heard about seed testers, like, oh, you can get free seeds. So I was like, you get to be a free seed. Oh, you know what? I think probably I had started watching GrowTube Roundtable. I guess I'm completely missing that because honestly, I really enjoyed watching GrowTube Roundtable when it was on. And I think someone started talking about probably Subcool or Ocean Grown, or somebody was like, oh, we have a testing program and blah, blah, blah. And my eyes just got big again, right? And I was like, the fuck, what? You can get free seeds for just growing like weed and shit? So I was like, oh, tell me more, fam. And so for a couple of months, I basically just kind of absorbed everything that I could, like a sponge, basically listening, like a spy, just taking notes, right? Like, what do I have to do? Okay, I gotta grow better. All right, how do I grow better? Problem number one, like don't grow shitty anymore. So I had to, thankfully I wasn't super shitty, but I was like, oh fuck, okay, I gotta solve my problems. I gotta not have bugs anymore. But step by step by step, I was like doing the different stuff. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna like ask somebody. And I think I asked like, I don't know, 4 or 5 different breeders at a conference one time, and they just kind of laughed at me. Or I probably, for all I remember, they were probably Compound or somebody, right? But at some point, I think I asked Humboldt Seed Org, and I guess I rubbed them the wrong way, or the right way, I should say, the right way. And they were like, Humboldt Seed Org, by the way, not company. And they were like, yeah, cool, dude. And no, they gave me a couple packs of seeds. Oh, I think I bought something basically from them, which is a very good way to convince someone that they are good. But it wasn't super expensive. I think it was on sale or something too. So my cheap ass was like, oh, cool. Anyway, but they gave me some seeds, and sure enough, it was actually awesome. Okay, hold on. No, I am actually misremembering this. It was, and we were talking about this on the show the other day. This is going to be a shock to some people, but I don't mean it that way. My apologies. It was a pack of seeds that I got from Fada Mike. Fada Mike was one of the first people in the whole weed community, and he was literally the first person that I gave a hug and shook hands with and everything else down in California. But he was one of the first people in the entire community that I talked to. The sad news, I think a lot of people don't know, or some people don't know, that Fada Mike passed away, and it's actually been a while. It's been maybe 6 months or maybe even up to a year or something. Grokowski was on my show, and he was like, "What are you fucking talking about?" He was so shocked. He was so sad. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it was a it was a $5 pack that they'd been doing these like I don't remember how long they'd been doing it, but it was like a $5. I don't remember what they were called, but they were like $5 deals or some shit. Anyway, it was a deal, I guess, that Humboldt Seed Org was doing to just kind of put seeds in people's hands, especially people that didn't have a whole ton of cash, I guess. And I just heard it on YouTube. I basically was subscribed to Brown Guy 420, and I guess he doesn't even really grow anymore. He basically does extractions and stuff, right? But he used to grow with his awesome Southern Oregon farm and everything else. And I was like, oh shit, I need to sign up for that. Holy crap, $5 is a price I'm willing to pay. So anyway, I actually got the $5 pack, and I got, I think, one seed to germ. It was very bad germination. I ended up talking to Fada Mike about it months later, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we had really bad germ. We got a lot of complaints. Even $5 packs, people will still complain if you get bad germination. You have to remember, as a seed breeder or anything else, you always have to. People are always like, "Oh, is that your A grade?" You always have to give people A grade, because if they get garbage, they will fucking remember it for the rest of their lives. But as it turns out, I wasn't mad because I got a really stellar girl out of it. I think one seed out of those 5 germed, and it was this Cali Sour OG by Pre 98 Bubba Kush cross. I don't remember the name of it. I called it was a super boring name, but I called it Cali Sour OG, and it was fucking stellar. Honestly, really, really good. Incredibly frosty, pungently sour, gassy. And it had this like kind of mentholated feeling, kind of like Vicks Vapor Rub. It wasn't super minty, but it had a little bit of a mintiness to it, but it would just crawl up your nose like Vapor Rub, and it would basically clean your sinuses. Kind of, it would have that kind of effect. Like, I don't know if you were a kid, if your grandma or somebody would put Vapor Rub on your nose, right? Not a super pleasant experience for most kids, but in that case, it was this kind of like refreshing experience, and it hit real hard and everything else. And I brought that down to maybe Emerald Cup or something. I want to say, I think I went down to, or High Times Cup, maybe down in Santa Rosa, I think. And I showed it to the Humboldt Seed Org guys, and they were like, what the fuck? This is really nice. Because it was really nice. It was honestly really nice. And so they gave me a bunch of seeds, and they were like, call us, bro, call us. And anyway, so I did a little bit of testing for them, not a ton, because I guess I just kind of moved on to somebody else. I don't remember why. I think I went to Ocean Grown at the time. I basically kind of, I don't know, I guess I was a little bit of a testing seed horror or something. I don't know. It's kind of a funny thing. Like, I've never really been one to want to spend a bunch of money on seeds. It's always felt weird to me. And ever since, I honestly don't like to accumulate a bunch of seeds. I kind of buy what I want exactly. I mean, I sometimes don't grow what I buy, right? But I still, I don't know. I just don't like to hoard seeds. I don't know. It's a weird mentality. I realize. I know there's a lot of people who love to collect seeds. There's no disrespect whatsoever. Yeah, there's no disrespect. Yeah, I know Eagle has a huge collection. I feel a weird way about it, and I feel even weirder now because I have all my strains, and I have just a fuckload of seeds. Like, and some seeds I won't release, and so I'm effectively hoarding seeds. I feel a little weird about it. I feel a certain way. I'm like, I don't know why, but I feel like seeds need to be grown or something, right? I mean, I guess I don't need, I mean, obviously that's what they're supposed to do, right? So maybe I just kind of intrinsically feel that it's sort of a waste, that the seeds are not sort of living up to their potential, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I've never really liked to, I guess I started being a cheap ass, but I'm not really a cheap ass anymore, because I'm like, no, I'd pay $400 for Mean Gene or something, right? Like, if it was really good, it's good, right? Like, it's the price will be meaningless in the end, because I don't know what, 3 4 several years later, I'm running the Kaffir Lime that Sub sent me in like 2018 or something, right? And that's Mean Gene. Well, I guess no, Mean Gene's Black Lime Reserve to the Jack the Ripper. And what was I going to say? Sub only charged, I don't know, maybe $100 for that, or actually $55 probably for a 5-pack. But I mean, Mean Gene packs might have been $200-300. I'd pay that in a heartbeat, right? But I guess I just don't like to overbuy on seeds. I don't like to, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like to be a dragon sitting on a pile of seeds. know if that makes any sense. To some people, that doesn't make any sense.
There's nothing wrong with that. I initially tried to burn through them as fast as I could in the beginning there, but then developed like a hoarder sense, I guess, along the way, because even though I'd pop some, I'd always leave a couple behind. I still do it just in case, because, and even more so now that I like see and I'm more of aware of, I don't agree with a lot of the breeding. I don't. I'm just throwing that out there. So I don't have a whole lot of confidence if I lose that strain, if I go back and buy again,
I gotcha.
that I'm gonna get that. You know what I mean? And that's sad because I think that already plays a lot in genetics anyway, to where, as like how we were talking about earlier, what the trend, pushing the trend of white hash. I think the push of the selection.
Oh, I'll go you one
Kind of
further.
what? Go ahead.
To this day, to I don't know, to the end of day, I don't know, to the end of days, but until I get proved wrong, because I'm perfectly happy to be proved wrong, I insist that flower rosin can still be good. And every time I say that, people are like, "Oh, you fucking lost me, Fumidoro," because they're like, "Oh, all I taste is popcorn and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Hey, you overpress it, you press it too hot, you press it too fast. Just like hash, you can fuck up flower rosin. But if you press it low and slow, and if you press it right, and not every strain presses, not every strain sifts, not every, some strains are greasy, some strains are sandy, some strains are somewhere in between, some strains are different things, some strains are oily, on and on and on. But if you find the right strain, for example, that Cali Sour OG made fucking spectacular flower rosin, also really good sift. She would just basically rain trichomes. If you would just, kind of shake the bud, there'd just be like, white hash on the bottom, from fucking sift. But some don't do that. Some, for example, you swish the bud and all you have is just a goopy mess in your hands. What am I trying to say? That flower rosin can be good if you do it right.
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. But kind of what I'm pushing for there is, I think that it's cool to get that. Oh yeah, you want to select your pheno. You know what I mean? I think that was more of a kind of a, what we're trying to push that to kind of, in lack of further proper breeding. You know what I mean? I love the thrill of the hunt, but to think to myself that the pheno selection there should be part of the process is the same as me tossing you an erector set and going, okay, I'm thinking of a house. You show me how it should look like. You know what I mean? What I've got in my head, and what when I put together during the selection there, in the final product that I think a breeder should have, you know what I mean? And I think that's the reason why there's the breeder cut, you know what I mean? Because that's the one, that's the pheno that it captures
I
the
gotcha.
essence of what I'm looking for. You know what I mean?
I hope I understand correctly. That basically the packs. Do I understand correctly? Honestly, because I don't want to spit out something shitty. Please, Eagle, can you repeat the question? Because I am a little bit high already.
I don't even think I've gotten to the question really. I'm just kind of saying that no, I'm high.
Well, I guess I'll babble. That's the way it is. On my show, I like to say you're welcome.
Hey.
The breeder cut. I agree with you with the breeder cut. I think the breeder cut should be arguably the worst cut of not the worst. That's kind of stupid, obviously. But I mean to say that I think the best phenotypes, the best cultivars, I guess you could say, of the plants that you breed for should be in customers' hands. I think it is ridiculous when you call something a breeder's cut. Even whenever I select a plant, I don't call it the breeder's cut. I call it my selected plant, because basically, first of all, that's something I selected. That's everything that I do for my tastes, for my I don't know, desires in cultivation, everything else. So I selected plants according to my favorite characteristics. But I don't even think, for example, my selected cut of Black Prince Ruby, or if I were to, I guess I could call my selected cut of Sour Morgana, I guess is my selected cut of Morgana, because honestly, that's the cut of Morgana that I've had all these years from first generation. I don't necessarily think that's the best possible Morgana. That's just my favorite Morgana. There are actually probably other better Morganas. Like there was a sweet cherry, because this is Morgana is I guess this is one of my strains. We're jumping way ahead, but it's this kind of, actually speaking of Mean Gene, that was a Mean Gene Pinot, Mean Gene aficionado collaboration Pinot that subcrossed. Well, actually, North Star crossed into Cuvée, and I basically crossed that into my friend Stevie's Ruby Jack that I'd worked into, and it has predominantly these kind of wine flavors and blah blah blah, but also has this very predominant like 35% cherry, sour cherry mostly, but there is a very rare sweet cherry, vividly sweet cherry, like for the sour I say sometimes Black Forest cake cherries, like the cherries at the bottom of Black Forest cake, I guess, but I always say sour. So in this case, I would say that, but also sweet. And that phenotype finishes short. And I've been saying, anybody that fucking finds that phenotype, I will shower them with seeds for a cut of that thing, because it was like 48, 49, seriously, maybe not 49 days, but like 51, 52-day finishing cut. I was smoking it. It was dry, and I was smoking it while the other Morganas were still finishing. It was that early, basically. What was I going to say? That has probably popped up in a couple people's hands, because a couple people hinted to me like, oh, I think I got it, and then they vanished after that. They didn't want to say anything, because customers don't always shit, right? But anyway, those are probably the best cuts of Morgana, honestly. And I have some nice cuts of Morgana, I have to be honest, but I breed, and I think every breeder should breed this way. I mean, of course, that's my opinion. They can breed however they want, but in my opinion, every breeder should breed for the customers. Actually, the customers or clients or testers, however you want to distribute your seeds, they should be the ones that have the best products, because otherwise you're basically kind of fucking up the genetic pool. You know what I mean? Like, or how do I say this? Maybe I'm being too extreme, but I think that basically you should be improving the genetic pool so that every time someone cracks it open or maybe breeds with it, they create something even better, as opposed to you somehow having the unicorn and everybody else has something worse. I don't know if I'm being clear. Maybe we can go back to your
I get
questions.
that. I get that. But I don't know. It's just, to me, as somebody that's, not even a breeder but a craftsman. Okay, I've always looked at it like this: there's should be an end product that you kind of, this is what I'm proud of. You know what I mean? So I get the variation thing, but in the same aspect, when I would put out a product, or I do, in real life, put out something, I want it to be, to my quality standards. This is what I envisioned. This is what I created. There you go. Here's the end product, and I want it to be that every time. That's what I think of. In my mind, once you interject selection, not everybody's tastes are necessarily the same. And yes, you may get like I say, a 90% or even an 80%, overall, good. You could always have the one guy where just a new legal state and new grower, and damn it, now you found the retard in the group. You found the retard out of it. You know what I mean? The one that now you got that one guy going, this is the X amount of strain, this is X strain, completely shitty. And everybody that tries it goes, oof. You know what I mean? So in my mind, I wouldn't, that's just now. Now the legend starts that I had that. It sucked. Yada yada yada.
I guess
Just
I
because the
understand.
quality
I had
control
a
wasn't there, I guess, or I don't know. Am I stupid in thinking that, or am I just like
I
too
don't know. I don't
demanding?
think you're stupid, but I think that I don't agree with you. But I did have a
So when
similar
you buy a
experience.
pack of seeds, you don't want what's, you know what I mean? That bud that's on there, you know what I mean? The one everybody talks about, that's not what you're purchasing the bag for, you know?
Uh, I think I don't understand the question, or maybe I do. But I guess I'll just say that I had an experience. I think I understand the first part of it. When I first was testing, I was testing all my strains, my first generation of strains, kind of at the same time, and Silago the Bat was one of them. I realized that is bat the bat in Spanish, but whatever. Anyway, Silago was supposed to be a Dune reference. Anyway, Silago the Bat, I sent out testers, and I first couple testers I sent out to turned out to be basically, I think, pretty new growers. And wouldn't you know it, those guys basically, I think in earnest, I think they were honest about it. I don't think they were, lying or anything like that. I think in earnest, they basically told me, hey, we had nanners. Turns out I think those were extremely new growers, because since then I made it a freebie. Basically after that, I was like, oh shit, that's kind of disappointing. I actually had high hopes for that. That was North Star's Bedrock Boogie, and I have 2 Bedrock Boogies that I've kept for a super long time. Not super long time. I guess people have kept things for 30 years, but for me anyway, a long time, 5 or 6 years. The sour strawberry leaner, and then I also have number 2, the Grand Poobah leaner. He's like more cheesecakey one, arguably maybe more of a actually more Grand Poobah leaning. Anyway, the sour strawberry one I had bred to that Ruby Jack, and it was going to be, I thought it was going to be this explosive berries and just an incredible high and super high yielding, because the Silago, or the Bedrock Boogie mom, was crazy high yielding. Maybe even to this day, probably the highest yielding plant I've ever had. Just throw it in a corner and you get a fucking half pound from it, basically. Anyway, I was really disappointed that I got those nanners. So I like, all right, fine, we'll just, we'll give it out as a freebie, blah, blah, blah. We'll see, we'll see if it redeems itself. Sure enough, I gave out maybe 150 fucking packs after that, and not one goddamn person said one thing other than, holy shit, Fumidoro, this is great. Like, to a crazy, stupid degree, like to a dumb degree. I was like, fuck, that's a good lesson, right? Like, basically make sure you listen to more than just a couple of people's advice, get a few people's kind of opinion about something before you actually move forward with any decisions. And also try to spread the kind of skill level around whenever you're trying to test something or evaluate something, or just get people's opinion. By all means, get some noob opinions, because the noobs will oftentimes forget to water it, or shut the lights off, or turn them on, or have no timer, or have a broken timer, or their ex-wife comes in and on purpose turns the lights off just to fuck with them, or I mean anything, right? I've heard some emails from people. You would fucking be amazed at the stuff that happens to people's lives. We were talking about that before the show. Like, never expect or never assume what's going on in people's lives, because it could be fucking anything, right? They could be driving a supercar down the road and their daughter died that day or something. You never fucking know. Never assume. That was very grim. I didn't mean to come up with that grim of an example. Their water balloon blew up. We'll put it that way. That would arguably be funny. I think you're muted again.
You're right.
Oh, and I misunderstood the second part of the question, by the way. The choose your adventure part.
Yeah, I don't know. Why wouldn't you want what was on the pack? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you want to buy what the vision, what the hype was?
Okay, I think I do understand. I think that depends. And I think you were talking about the selection process and everything else, and I guess I think I disagree a little bit there too. But I was going to say it depends on the kind of style of breeder. I guess that's where I'm going to. That depends on the kind of style of breeder that you're following, because not every cannabis breeder, fortunately, I think, I fear a future where every cannabis breeder will be the same. Fortunately for now, they're not. And right now you can have everybody from compound, I guess he doesn't call himself compound anymore, but freaking Mean Gene, to Exotic Mike, to the autoflower breeders all over the place, to the feminized breeders, to the industrialized breeders, to you name it, right? And all of those different breeders have a different kind of experience available to you. Some of those breeders actually breed some really tight genetics. For example, if you want like CBD stuff, you can call up Oregon CBD, and they have like industrial amounts. You can buy like sacks of seeds. They still charge a fucking pile of money for them, but you can buy sacks of seeds that are like F5. They're all basically twins. You know what I mean? They're all basically clones of each other, on and on and on. Or you can buy something, for example, like Subcool style, where it was basically a pack where he bred, or well, because, Subcool was more of a hype guy, honestly. North Star and Badger and a lot of other guys, not to mention, Capulator, all those guys who came up through TGA, those guys did a lot of the breeding, but Subcool would kind of hype the strain, right? Like, or hype the brands and stuff, kind of like Steve Jobs. What was I going to say? His selection process for the strains that he would hype, I keep letting this goddamn joint go out, was that you got to get a keeper in every pack. And of course, he sold 5-packs, not even 10-packs. He sells 5-packs. He said you got to get a keeper in every pack, which means that you might get as little as 1 female. You might get as little as 2 females. That means that he expected there's going to be a keeper in that pack. And honestly, being a tester for Subcool, I think you would agree with this. Any strain he released, you could get a keeper out of a 5-pack. Now, what do you define as a keeper? That's an interesting question. That's a whole interesting cannabis question. Is that the 1 out of a million plant? Probably not. It's probably not the plant that you put in the corner and it grows a half a pound with a light bulb, right? Like a desk light bulb. We did a desk autoflower grow off, and there were some people that had some crazy big plants, even from like a light bulb. But how do I say, it might not be that plant where it's like a fucking 1 in a million, but it's going to be at least the Subcool style. It's going to be super flavorful. It's going to be a great high. It's going to grow well. It's going to grow well for noobs and experts alike. It's going to yield reasonably well. And it's going to be good weed. People will be like, yeah, it's pretty dank, right? That's a keeper. You know what I mean? Now, is that a keeper out of a 100-pack? No. But I mean, that's a whole different selection process. I've talked about this on my show where, when you do have, let's say, 100 seeds or 1,000 seeds or 10,000 seeds, you don't, in most cases, get some crazy unicorn, although sometimes that fortunately happens, and that's cool too. But a lot of times you'll just separate that and do at least I do, a whole different line. For example, like the sour Morgana, I kind of consider that. I mean, it's like 30% of the Morgana, but I kind of consider that like a whole extra family that I basically took off a different line. So if I did find like a 1 in 1,000 unicorn that did all kinds of crazy shit, I'd probably create a whole strain with it. But what was I going to say? When I'm selecting, for example, when I did a selection on Black Prince Ruby, out of like, I don't know, I guess we can say a good number of seeds, because I never want to be specific. I ended up finding a lot of plants that were very similar. And I found arguably 4 or 5 superstars. And they were all actually somewhat different from each other. One that actually was going to be the keeper was really a stellar plant, like very unusual, actually, very kind of an outlierish shape, sort of a similar shape that Morgana gets a little bit of a recursively spiral shape that actually comes way back from the Cuvée, presumably, I think, from the Pinot. Kind of like a DNA pattern a little bit, and actually stacks really well as a result. Fuck, I just lost my train of thought. That happens on my show all the time. And then I have to think about, what was I talking about? I was talking about fucking weed. I was talking about Morgana and the structure and the selection process. Ballsack. I hate when that fucking happens, when you lose your train of thought in the middle of a goddamn story.
Especially when you've already just pretty
much told the whole story.
Yeah, up until your last thought there. So
okay, hopefully it'll come to me. That's what she said. I'm talking about Morgana, Ruby J. I was talking about the Black Prince Ruby. I was selecting Black Prince Ruby, and this beautiful Black Prince Ruby, it'd take too long to find photos of it. It had this beautiful kind of recursive structure that in this case turned out to be just meatily stacking, just fuckloads of weed basically, and it was beautifully purple, and beautifully purple from like week 5, had just a really great look, high yield, blah blah blah. I had some kind of a weird, great aroma, great scent, everything, right? And turns out it smoked super well, had great flavor, very like strawberry jam flavor. That was I've taken Black Prince Ruby more into kind of strawberry jam instead of strawberry candy, like the original mom started with. And I just had some kind of a weird thought, a weird feeling. It was just an intuition or something. And honestly, to this day, I realized that was basically kind of my bias maybe or something, because I like colorful weed, but I sometimes am a little bit biased against it because sometimes the green ones are a little bit stronger, a little bit more flavorful, whatever else, a little bit more resilient sometimes, not always. Sometimes the colorful ones are resilient against bugs, pathogens, mildew. It's funny. But anyway, I just thought to myself, I'm not 100% sure on this one. And I just kind of decided to wait until like week 12. For some reason, I'm one of these guys that sometimes waits until week 12, kind of as a stress test or something else. And sure enough, at like the stroke of week 12, like on a bell, she popped a bunch of nanners all over the place. It was super unusual for Ruby Jack and the Black Prince Ruby and everything else. So I thought, all right, I fucking knew it. I cut her down. I think I had clones of her and stuff. I threw them out. Just like kind of like an asshole. I was like, you're done here, blah, 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 blah. And, basically went back to the square one. And, but, so much the better, because I actually found two really lovely plants after that. And they were actually predominantly kind of green ones. And what was I going to say? But I was going to the whole process of like the 10 out of 10, whatever. I didn't find the best ones weren't the outliers. At least I wasn't selecting for the outliers. Someone else would have selected something else, right? Maybe someone would have selected that purple one, because who's going to grow it to week 12? It's a fucking 60-day cross. Who's going to go to week 12? Like a fucking idiot. Who's going to grow to week 12? That's just part of my selection process. In my experience, you'd be surprised how much bad genetics kind of exposes itself basically by just kind of letting it go. The plants fall apart, or they just get ill, or they, I don't know, it ends up rotting on the vine or whatever, right? And just to me, that basically exposes bad selection process and stuff. Anyway, I guess that's just my thinking. But the Black Prince rubies that I liked were quick to root, heavy structure, heavy yield, heavy aroma and flavor. But all the Black Prince rubies basically had those, because those are essentially like Ruby Jack F3s or even F4s by now. They've already been basically worked down, or I've already worked them down basically. So it's not really a big surprise that out of a 10 pack or a 100 pack or a 200 pack, you're going to get a bunch of strawberry flavors, a bunch of really like, Atomic Spoon is one person that's grown a bunch of actually somebody else has grown. Actually, one of my customers has grown like 60 or 70 of the Black Prince rubies. It just keeps going back to them. But what was I going to say? Out of those, you're going to get a bunch of the similar stuff, but you're going to get, for example, in this case, the 11 out of 10 that basically had not only strawberry jam and kind of a pine, a floor in the middle of the, I don't know, maybe like on the floor of the flavor was like pine needles. But then also I really love rose water, and wouldn't you know it, this motherfucker popped out rose water. And not only that, but like laundry not detergent, but laundry dryer sheet rose water. Now all of a sudden I've heard a bunch of people talking about the soap and this and that. But like a year ago when I found this plant, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it wasn't quite a year ago, whenever it was that I found this plant, I was like, the fuck, I've never encountered that before. It was really, really unique. Anyway, but I guess where am I going to? I'm babbling a little bit, but I guess I was talking about like the selection process just gets arguably more, how do I even describe this? I was kind of surprised myself. I guess as I'm trying to describe this, I'm trying to verbalize it, because I was frankly a little bit surprised. I thought maybe I would find unicorns out of 100 seeds, but most of the time, honestly, I just find better versions of the thing that I was looking for, like maybe even a better version than I thought I would find. For example, I thought I was going to pick that kind of purpley Black Prince ruby, because honestly, Black Prince ruby, like the pictures that you can see on my website and stuff, they're predominantly the super purple, and I mean, it looks super stunning, has this incredible like strawberry aroma, and it looks how it smells, right? But again, I kind of have this bias against it. The green ones are a little bit more resilient and everything else, I think, just in general life. And especially if I'm going to breed it forward in time, it's not difficult, it looks like, to bring in color, basically either by bringing in more Black Prince ruby or bringing in something else. So I'm like, I can always bring in more color in the future. So I wanted to basically make sure that it has really strong bones, a really good high, blah, blah, blah. And so, like I say, I found tons of weed that could have been the keeper, but basically one for my metrics was like an 11 out of 10. And it took me a while to find it. I guess I'm babbling around and around this story. I hope this is making fucking sense. I didn't think I was quite as high, but I am also not used to being a guest. I'm used to being the person who asks a question and then tries to shut up. I also am known, I think, for talking over my guests sometimes because I get too excited, but I try not to. I try to let them talk.
No, it really explains a lot into your breeding process there. But yeah, I'm gonna leave that one alone because I don't want them like I don't know. My opinion
No, feel
varies
free to
there.
talk about it because
My
I think a
opinion
lot of
varies
people
just a
don't
varies a little
really.
bit
Well,
there.
don't forget, a lot of people that watch these shows are not necessarily what you would call experts at popping seeds. That's not a disrespect. Not everyone can be an expert in things at life. You can only be an expert at a few things in your life if you're really lucky, right? And I guess you could say everyone that's watching this show maybe is on the way to being an expert. We can say that. But what was I going to say that I kind of like the variety that I got from, and by the way, I'm salute to some cool. I won this for one of his photo contests. I was going to talk about him. I guess that's kind of nerdy, honestly. But I was kind of a fan of his style of selection process, right? And again, a lot of his breeding came from North Star. You just had North Star on the other day. A bunch of other different breeders that came through and became legends of their own, right? OD Diesel and a bunch of guys. But his process for fucking picking the ones that he was going to market. And, he didn't market everything. He didn't buy everything. He didn't, because he bought stuff in bulk and whatever from North Star and stuff. He didn't buy everything, but he would buy stuff that he knew he could basically get interesting plants out of every 5-pack. Is that going to be the plant that makes someone $10,000? I mean, I don't even know what that is, honestly. But I guess where am I going to with that? Like, I like the variety that he had. You'd get, let's say, for my pack of Kaffir, or for my two packs of Kaffir lime, I had 2 5-packs of Kaffir lime that he sent me as testers, and I legit fucked with that 10-pack for over a year to figure out what was the final, actual, honest to God keeper. And in the end, the keeper was the first plant I liked. That was also a lesson I learned, that a lot of times your instinct is righter than you think it is. So it was what I called her the number 6, because I had so many plants. I only number keepers, but I had so many fucking keepers that I had 7 girls out of that pack too. That's one of the reasons why I was kind of blessed with 7 girls out of that one. And they were, one of them was kind of a dud. I think it wasn't actually a dud. I think it was just a super, super long finishing one. And I think it was basically a clone of what I called number 4, which was basically unsweetened Pepsi Cola, like kind of, cola flavor, basically. Nice high and stuff like that. But what was I going to say that, yeah, for legit for a year, I messed with the clones. I had the number 5 that was urinal cake. That was a skull thumping motherfucker. It was easily the strongest. And mind you, they were all lovely, lovely strong weed, but that was easily the strongest. But every time you would smoke it, you would basically inhale the juice of a fucking used urinal, which for a man is not an enjoyable experience, at least in my experience. I don't mean to kink shame or something, but I'm not into that. And like, that was a hard fucking pill to swallow, or a hard flavor to swallow, whatever the fucking pun might be, because it was disgusting, basically. But it was a gorgeous plant. I mean, stunningly gorgeous. I remember Subcool would always like repost my photos, right? And he reposted that one, and it fucking got like 3 times as many likes as normal. It was ridiculous because it had like this both wild but also civilized look to it. It was kind of interesting. It looked like a Neanderthal that was really well put together, was wearing a suit or something. It was a really funny kind of weed. And fucking tasted like urinal cakes. It was disgusting, but it got you so fucking lit. It was great. The final keeper. Oh, and then what I thought was the keeper for the longest time ended up not being the keeper. She was my number 2. I called her. She tasted like Valencia oranges, basically. But I remember vividly, it was kind of an interesting effect. And I remember telling Subcool this. I was like, but it's not like eating a Valencia orange. It's like someone's cracking them open in the other room. And have you ever had that where someone's like cracking open oranges and you're like, fuck, give me one, right? You smell that, like the zest and stuff. And you're like, oh, fuck, that smells amazing. I want one. And I remember telling Subcool, it was like, it smells like someone's cracking open fresh oranges next door and you really want one. Seriously, it was such a like almost like a nostalgic flavor, really weird, but also really heavy yielding, and probably the second best high to the urinal cake. Unfortunately, didn't taste as bad as the urinal cake, but she was in the end not resistant to something. She was in the end, I don't remember. She in the end caught like a root pathogen, I think. I don't remember. I think so. I think a root pathogen. And so I was like, nah, sorry. That's not, because I don't like to, when you were talking about like weak plants and stuff, I don't like to, even if it's a delightful plant, like ironically, this plant behind me was spectacular. Like every time I smoked this with somebody, they would say like, fuck, this is some elegant weed. Because it was just like you have to put on a bow tie to smoke this goddamn weed, because it was like that Morgana wine with this kind of smoky underpinning and it's been a while since I smoked that one. It was very caryophyllene, very like not nutmeg, but like cloves, kind of clovey. Basically tasted like mulled wine. Kind of tasted like mulled wine, but a little bit more red wine, like a little bit watered down or wined down, I guess. More or less spicy mulled wine or something, like Christmas wine kind of. And then over the top, this really elegant, honestly, gardenia, basically flower. And it's fucking stunning. Seriously, if you'd smoke a joint with somebody, like that would seal the deal. Whatever the deal is, I don't care if it's for a bridge or anything else, that would seal the fucking deal. But she was the only Morgana that was like weak to clone, like not all that good yielding, blah blah blah, just kind of a little bit finicky, blah blah blah. And I was like, it pained me to do it. It was like, the movie where the guy's drowning his kids or something. It was like, I don't know, I felt like I was drowning a kid or something when I basically cut her down. But I was like, all right, we can't keep this up. We can't keep this relationship going. And I let her go, because I can't let the chance that like a new grower or some guy gives a couple seeds to his mom or whatever else, and then his mom has a terrible experience like that'll reflect on me. You know what I mean? First of all, they'll have a shitty experience, which is just not the point, right? Like the point of this is actually to give them good weed. But second of all, like it'll reflect badly on me. So yeah, I don't breed for stuff that's kind of meh or weak or whatever.
Yeah. You gotta rewind for me. You
Sure.
took us down a long, deep rabbit hole.
It's true.
It was like wily almost, kind of like, but it was a good one.
Unruly. It was like rally racing. We almost fell off the road a couple times. That's right.
So I believe, if I remember right, we fell off the path right around like grow 2 and like
That's right.
testing there. So I guess at that point, what brought you to the YouTube? Were you still kind of like picking up growing a little bit?
I think I've been on YouTube since before it was Google. I've been on the internet for a super, super long time. I basically grew up with the internet. So I've always had like, whenever something came up, I've had like I probably have 20 Gmail accounts, right? And I had my first Gmail account probably in like 2002. It's been really shitty actually seeing Google turn like assholish, right? They used to be this really cool company, like don't be evil, blah, blah, blah. But now they're like super douchey, and the CEO is like a fuckwad and he makes like $50 million doing nothing and whatever. But literally I've had my YouTube account, I guess not this account because I'm on your channel, but I've had my account since like 2006 or some shit. It was kind of ironic because I actually was seeing they were saying, happy birthday, it's your channel's birthday. Meanwhile, I have a fucking strike, right? Because some shitwad reported my channel. I was like, such irony. But anyway, so I don't know. It's been really normal for me whenever I've needed to, I don't even know, work on a car or fix something in the house or just do any random shit. See if there's a video on YouTube, right? I mean, ever since like 2006, basically, that's a long fucking time now. I think about it. It's almost 20 years. There's been something usually, and there usually is. Sometimes there's a bad answer, but usually there is an answer for whatever question you have on YouTube. So honestly, like when you want to learn photography or video editing or whatever, when I wanted to learn video editing, honestly, there's a bunch of fucking tutorials on YouTube. Which program would you like to use? Final Cut Pro, Premiere Pro, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's everything there. There's optimization tricks, da, 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 da. YouTube's fucking spectacular for that. So I thought, hey, naturally, YouTube will be the place for me for weed. And honestly, I think I had some semi-negative experiences searching the internet for written weed information. I guess for some reason I kind of avoided a lot of the roll it ups and stuff like that. I probably should have actually spent more time there, but I don't know. I think I just ended up getting down some weird rabbit holes. For example, I remember somebody convinced me that, like, at the time, Kind LEDs were super good, and I almost bought one. And I think it was actually Mean Gene, not Mean Gene. He calls himself Green Jeans, or Green Gene, from yeah, from GrowTube. I guess he still has a YouTube channel, big YouTube channel, now that I think about it. But he used to be Pacific Light Concepts. Now he's not with them anymore. He's with Black Dog LED or something. Anyway, but he used to have a company called Pacific Light Concepts, and I think I met him at a show. It's been a while, so I don't remember. But anyway, I remember talking to him a couple of times. He's like, "Oh man, this you don't even." And he took like an hour to tell me about how that's just fucking wrong, and the McCree curve shit and blah 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 is just a complete misunderstanding, and it was for this one study at NASA, and on and on and on and on. And he's like, "Just look at my YouTube channel. Just literally go look. You don't have to take my word for it. Just go look." He told me a couple other channels. He told me about the GrowTube Roundtable, but I was already like a GrowTube Roundtable. I'm kind of misremembering this story, but I do remember I met him at a show one time. Regardless, I realized that I'd gone down some weird fucking rabbit holes, and so I thought to myself, kind of ironically in retrospect, because most of the time YouTube is kind of the worst answer. Like, probably you'd find better information on the internet than on YouTube anymore. But anyway, still, I thought that I would find better information on YouTube, and so I started to basically subscribe to MedGrower 1 and Medically Fit and Pedro's Grow Room and freaking Vader, and he used to have a channel, Doggo the Hut used to be called a different name, His and Her Grow, all those folks, right? And a lot of this, one of the very first that I used to watch was Grateful Grower, and he vanished off YouTube, but he had a lot of lovely grow videos. And Owls and Smoke, I remember she had a small channel, but I used to subscribe to her. Anyway, there was like a nice friendly community until there was one of the first YouTube purges that basically a bunch of people got their fucking channels shut down and strikes and da 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 da, and it caused a lot of bad blood because people kind of somewhat naturally pointed fingers, because I don't know, you never know where those kinds of things come from, and a lot of people had experienced some kind of bad blood from some negative people. We will never know probably what it was that led to all these different YouTube purges. If it was trolls, if it was the algorithm, if it was some combination of both. Still, a bunch of awesome YouTube content got messed up and honestly never really came back, right? So like in 2017, I want to say, was like the golden era of YouTube weed content, frankly.
Such good info though. Lost. I mean, there was a lot of like,
man, they had Subcool on there chatting with Ms. Jill would come on. They were still together, and Ms. Jill is somewhat shy. She has back problems. She doesn't like to, sit there rigidly in front of a camera. She was on there all the time. Oh my God, a bunch of other people.
So what I think's been lost in all that was like a lot of great information on how to grow. Back then, all the people that you talked about were showing you how they did it and hoping you could do the same genuinely. And so a lot of how-to step-by-step videos were out there for people to learn from, and there wasn't as much ego up front, I guess. You know what I mean? It was more about generally wanting to teach people how to grow. And then fucking today's content, you don't see it. You don't see that, to be honest with you. There's a lot of talk about cannabis, but the genuine basics on, getting people started to grow and the step-by-steps. I see there's a few people that I respect that are kind of going back and trying to instill that now. You know what I mean? And that's awesome. But there's, the other thing I've seen about that, and I'm not mentioning any names, but I've seen a lot of the same stuff we seen or learned through them processes through Mr. Tight, MedGrower 1, a lot of great folks that we watch are now being adapted as their technology, or now they're putting their like brand or method on it. And a lot of us, I see that shit and I'm like, Mr. Tight did that shit like fucking 40 years ago, or fucking now it'd be more like 15
I learned
now, but
I don't know who it was from, if it was from Subcool or Ocean Grown or who, but I'm pretty sure that I learned my 11 or 10 hours on, and 10 I can't fucking do math anymore. 10 or 11 hours, 10 or blah, blah, blah. Oh, for fuck's sake. I literally can't do math anymore. Remember what I was saying earlier about how I get super fascinated with math on weed? Now I can't do math anymore on this weed, apparently. 1 + 1. Okay, 2. I know that. 10 hours on, 14 hours off. There we go. 11 hours on, 13 hours. Okay, there we go. Now I'm not a complete idiot. Okay, at least I remembered it. But anyway, I'm pretty sure I got that from GrowTube, basically, because I had been growing 12, like everybody, like growweedeasy.com or whatever, which is actually a good website. But by the way, I'm not trying to make fun of that website. But, like Jorge Cervantes or whoever else, they'll basically tell you to do 12, right? In my experience, I don't think you completely, I'm about to cough. I don't think you fully and totally flower with most cultivars at 12 hours on in flower, pardon me.
And by the way, the go-to brown table was awesome. It's one of those things that you don't really see anymore. I mean, there's a few of us that try to keep schedule like yourself. Props to you for, staying true to a time and day. So many years, you know what I mean? People count on that.
Crazy amount of time. Yeah.
GrowTube was one of those for in the beginning for us, man, because like for that era, it was like all the super YouTubers that were dropping all the super good
Oh, it was an event.
information
Yeah, it was a whole
was
event.
meeting together on Fridays. So every
Yeah.
Friday, you knew 8 o'clock, fucking have your tray ready, fucking
Yeah.
you're gonna learn some shit and chat. That was like the first chat experience too, man. There
Yeah.
wasn't, a whole what we see today. That was,
And it was a super
who
fun
I think
community. Yeah.
who we
We
see
got to be friends with
today
people.
became were the fuckers in that chat. To be honest with you, I
In
believe
many
that to be
cases. Yeah.
super true. Yeah.
And to
Yeah.
some extent, the EO show took over from the. I keep thinking there might be a seed in this because I was like, oh,
Kind
wait,
of
that one
where
bag
the
seed.
grow tube left off.
The little
Yeah.
bit, right? Which is funny itself because the EO show, I think, was basically a spin-off from the 420 Resistance, which I guess was like Tricky D's kind of
Mhm.
response to, I guess, being kind of, I don't know, I think in his, I don't remember exactly, but I think in his memory, he was treated rudely in some way by someone from the Grow to Roundtable. So he's like, well, we're going to have a resistance, basically. I guess that was the whole idea, but that apparently kind of didn't gel well together. But I guess Dan still wanted to do a show like that. So he basically took up the mantle and kept the EO show running for actually a good long while. And then I guess Tanasi tried to hold it together, but I guess Tanasi really didn't want to hold the show together, right? And I remember vividly feeling what he said, where he was when he was saying kind of goodbye. He like the last time he was like, "Oh, I don't, I'm gonna stop doing the EO show." Blah blah blah. He was like, "I just kind of don't want to do the show anymore." And I remember like, I know that fucking feeling. I think we were talking about that a few months ago, right? When you came on my show, like, God damn it, when you do these shows, like frequently the negative shit will get to you because like you'll kind of forget about all the cool people that come to the show regularly and your friends, whatever. You'll let sometimes, like we do, the negative shit seep in. And like a lot of times the trolls and the this and that. And if you have problems in your own life, perhaps it just magnifies it all, right? Anyway, I know that feeling. Not to say that Tanasi had problems in his life, but I know that feeling of kind of losing interest in doing a show, right? And it is ultimately just a YouTube show, right? You have to remember.
Yeah, and that show fucking laid down a lot of great information
Oh, we had some
over
wonderful
these
episodes.
years.
Yeah, we had some wonderful episodes.
100%.
I've still never gotten Kevin Jodry on my channel, but I got him on that channel. I remember patting myself on the back privately. I was like, fuck yeah, I got Kevin Jodry on the EO show. And of course, he basically talked for 2 hours, which is, I mean, when Kevin Jodry's around, you just listen. But that was a great show. We got Coot on there. We got a bunch of people on there. We had I'm forgetting people right now. But anyway, we had a bunch of awesome discussions.
Yeah, that's one of the few shows that I've been on. I believe in
That's true.
being, I'm
That's
a
true.
little on the lucid side like you a little bit there. That's one of the few shows that I popped
I feel
on
like there's a
there.
a
But
hole in this paper.
I do have a lot of respect for, the people that did do what you guys did, man. A lot of great information about organics was laid back, especially when there was the argument, the fucking no-till, why was it even a thing? You look back and it's like, why was it even a thing? You guys
Oh,
should
it's
have been
still an
working
argument.
together.
People love to argue. People love to kind of create
True.
tribes where there's really no reason to create tribes. I'm always amazed at how, and disappointed, I have to be honest, at how quick people are to tribe up. I'm like a tribe of one. I've always kind of been that way, and I don't like to join up for, in my opinion, stupid shit. So with this excluded, obviously, but I never wear like branded clothing, or almost never wear branded clothing. I was like, I'm not like a fucking, I'll wear a friend's branded shirt. Like if a friend has a restaurant or something, sure, I'll wear that. But I'm not gonna fucking shill for Nike or some shit. That's not my wheelhouse. Where was I going to with that? I lost my train of thought again.
Yeah. I can't tell you where you was going with that, but I know where we
Right?
started.
You're going somewhere. You're fucking going somewhere, that's for sure.
Yeah, but shout out to you guys and the work you did there. A lot of great content, a lot of great information.
Oh, I was
And
going to with I know I was going to with that. People really like to kind of be team no-till or team KNF or team team synthetics, team freaking cocoa, or team whatever the shit, right? And it just kind of puzzles me because I don't know, people will be team Makita, right? In terms of tools, right? Your tools, I don't know about your brand of tools, but chances are a bunch of people who are like, I'm a Makita guy, or I'm a Milwaukee guy, or what, and they would never be caught fucking dead with the other brand, which to me is ridiculous because it's a tool, right? Like you use the best tool. And I certainly have affiliations in my life. Like for cameras, I have never really had a bad experience with Canon. So I'm a pretty loyal Canon shooter, but I would happily pick up a Nikon. Like I'm not gonna, because I would have to reinvest in a whole system and blah, 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 blah. But I mean, like, if someone handed me $1 million or something, I mean, fine, let's try Nikon, let's try Sony, let's try whatever the shit, right? It doesn't, like, brand doesn't really mean much to me, right? And I've had positive experiences with Canon, so I recommend that to other people, but I definitely don't shit on Nikon in any way. I actually think really highly of Nikon. I remember since I was a kid, they used to sponsor Nova, and they used to be in National Geographic, and I used to be blown away at the advertising pictures with the lions and shit. With, I mean, just fucking, Nikon's amazing, right? So I would never talk shit about Nikon. But wouldn't you know it, there's all these people in the photo world, and for example, I avoid photo discussions because there's so much toxic shit about fucking Nikon's garbage, right? Sony's the only good company. And people do the same thing for weed and everything else, even for grow styles. And it blows my mind that people will join up for the stupid shit like that. Like, if you're going to join up for something, maybe should at least be meaningful, I feel like, but that's all just dumb garbage. Like, why would I ever argue about that? Like, for example, I have a very specific way of growing, and I don't actually call it no-till, not because I think the no-till police are going to come after me or something, because, I do actually dig into it at some, a couple different points, and I don't plant the seed in the flower pot and stuff. So it is technically not no-till, but I have no emotional connection to that. Like, that's the style of growing that I've determined is the best. But as soon as I find something better, I have no emotional connection to it at all. I will just go do that. If I find that there's some material that I don't like to use, for example, all the different materials, in many cases, they overlap. Aloe, coconut water, barley, you fucking, even fish hydrolysate kind of overlap with each other a little bit. You can use them at different times. If I run out of one, I just use the other. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to mail order one from fucking Colorado. I mean, no disrespect to the people who do, but I am always blown away at these people who join up to like a brand or a whole life, and then they'll say in the chat, "Oh, I use so and so from Colorado's mail order." And again, no disrespect to that guy. I didn't mean to single him out in particular, but it's just fucking bizarre to me that people have these brand affiliations. Like, for me, honestly, if you were to just, I don't even know, literally, like KNF, one of the nicest things about it is you can go outside and get grass from your fucking yard and make like plant food with it. That's amazing. And like, there are people that will argue about that and get opinionated, like that's a bad thing or a good thing, or they'll get opinionated that people don't do that. Oh, I can't imagine joining up for something so stupid. I hope I'm being clear. I don't understand. What I'm trying to say is I don't understand all the bad blood and the negative vibes between In the organic community, there's a lot of holier than thou organic people where, oh, you still use plastic pots? Oh, you dumb child. Right. And they'll judge you. Oh, they'll fucking judge you for it. How about if you want them not to use that, maybe encourage them or give them a better idea, a positive learning, instead of being an asshole and looking down on them. But again, if you're being an asshole and looking down on them, the point was to be an asshole and look down on them. There's a lot of like tribal behavior, basically, in grow methodologies, seed breeder fan bases, the shoes you wear, the cars you drive. You see it everywhere, the cameras you use. I can't understand. I've never been a fucking joiner for that stuff. I don't know why I've never been into it, but I never have. And I'm always blown away at all the people who do,
So we keep running down these awesome rabbit holes, but I'm trying to keep
I
the
hope that
track
makes sense.
focused a little bit. So
we are stoners.
So how did you like say
happy 420?
Did you go from like, I don't know, because that's how initially you came on my radar, was through like the tester scene, because I had been working the tester scene for quite a while. And the one thing, if you know anything about being on the tester like programs, is, if you're doing the best you can, producing best photos and reports and whatnot. And I guess that's another reason why I'm so critical these days of reading, is all those years of, being part of testing programs, is fucking it was cool things, is being critical about what makes the selections and shit like that. But that's how I know you, is through the testing thing. And so what I'm getting at is, you came on the radar because you had amazing photos.
Thank you.
You did right from the get, man. You're like throwed right up there. And once you kind of like, you're getting the reposts, you're getting like the first cut of the new tester rounds. Oh, that was awesome. Here you go. Here's the next round, the next. And to me, that's always been, I could honestly give a fuck what's on the menu half the time, because half the time what was on the menu, I'd already grown a year or two before. Anywho, you know what I mean? So I didn't, that shit's all great, but I've always liked being ahead of that curve. You know what I mean? Smoking though, what is that? And that fucking smile's so much better than, you know what I mean? That's the cookies everybody's talking about. This is something you ain't never tasted before. How's that? This is something you're gonna walk away and tell your friends about. You know what I mean? So I've liked being a part of that tester program, being ahead of the curve, has always been, and I like that. I don't like the head. To me, today still, once people start, and that's, I guess, what I like about our shows, is that still, it's a cool kids kind of thing almost. You know what I mean? Fucking once it's hype, I won't want to do it no more. It'll probably be like, fuck, this is work.
What you're saying is you're the Portland hipster.
Maybe.
Sometimes people say I'm a Portland hipster. You like things before they're cool, and once they're cool, you stop liking them.
Exactly. I want to kick the ball and go home when I'm fucking, everybody's doing it, man. Fuck, man, this ain't no fun. So that's the same thing with, being a part of the testing there. Once it's kicked off and everybody's buying it off the menu, I want to be a couple strains down the road, working on my lonesome little garden and, popping up at the events with the next. But so back then, that was my gig, my focus, working these forums, working all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, Fumidoro comes on my radar. And obviously, you can't be growing in this one little off the thing, fucking next to basement, little cellar. Are you still in the cellar? I had to expand a little bit.
No, thankfully, because I gave that up. I did grow in that freaking cellar for, probably a year. Honestly, yeah. Seriously, probably a year. But I really struggled with it too because I kept, trying to keep it warm and this and that. So I had to learn, like, I guess I learned a lot of lessons though. I learned a lot of lessons about air circulation, how to get even air circulation in a very enclosed space. So I realized that when I basically expanded, I wanted to have air circulation constantly. So that was actually integral in my design. So actually, now that you say that, that was kind of integral in my thinking process. The problems of the little space basically became the reasons why I wanted to expand in a different way. And I obviously don't want to be specific in how I expanded, but when I basically did expand in some way, I realized that I wanted to have access from all sides. So I wanted to make sure that I was not in some way, like in that cellar, kind of walking down a tunnel to like a bowling alley to my plants at the very end. I wanted to actually be able to get all the way around them. I wanted to also make sure that there was potentially air all the way around them. And I wanted to also, if any way possible, to make sure that air was constantly circulating through, in this case, the basement, basically. And so that's basically what I did. I created kind of like a wind tunnel that is always, always, always cycling air. And how do I say, uh, it's been a real advantage actually in a bunch of different ways. Like I've ended up basically not having to, I guess I don't want to be super specific, but it's solved a lot of problems having constant air circulation more than you would think. It's alleviated CO2 issues because, for example, no-till environments or organic soil environments create a lot of CO2, but you kind of have to be able to use it the right way because it can kind of build up in a useless amount that also can be dangerous in the wrong circumstances. So like having constant circulation has really helped with that. Constant circulation, of course, avoids molds, mildews, pathogens, shit like that, right? So anyway, whatever. Let's talk about specifics. Back to you.
Yeah, like, no, I don't have to give away good advice right now. It's just
Well,
very
it's not
important.
necessarily that. It's
It's
whatever.
key to the story too, because like I said, fast forward, a little bit, and now, damn it, you're somewhat of a social media presence with these fucking awesome black background, high quality
Well, thank you.
photos and shit. And I've always been, you came on and it was like from like just everybody putting on nice tent photos. You know what I mean? Shit in the background. And now all of a sudden we got this fucker and just putting out like complete photography photos, slick backgrounds. All you can see is these beautiful buds. And like I said, these photos are honestly these photos and good reports keep you to the fucking fling. Here's some more fucking seeds
Oh
list.
yeah. Yeah.
So now it's setting the bar for the rest of us. Like, oh yeah, you want to be on the fucking top of the list? Well, you better step up that background, fucking step it up, man. I got dudes over here fucking willing to put out these awesome fucking photos and shit. It's like, motherfucker, man. Now I gotta buy a new camera. I can't just grow good weed. I gotta go out buy cameras and shit
now
now.
for a while, for I don't even know how long, for a year and a half, 2 years, I was doing the testing and stuff for Subcool with my old ass iPhone. I had and it was old at the time. I had I don't remember, iPhone 6 or something, and it was already somewhat old. In fairness, Limit Master had a little bit older phone. I think his phone was like 6 months older, and he also won some photo contests. Basically, I was telling you, I wanted to win photo contests. I was like, motherfucker, you can win seeds for free just for like having photos. And so I made it like a single-minded purpose. But like I said, it's a deceptively difficult thing with a deceptively long list of skills that you have to learn in order to get those free seeds at the end of it, right? And that's actually what I regret not doing it now. But I actually started up the photo contest basically a couple of years ago and did it for a while because I learned so much from it, frankly, from Subcool. It was so influential to me in a variety of ways. And actually it did get me back into serious photography because way back when I had like a dark room. I still have an enlarger, but I never use it. It's basically just sat there. I haven't sold it or anything for like, I don't even want to say how many years, but I had like a dark room under a stairwell that I literally had to fucking squeeze through this deep to actually develop my photos and stuff way back when. But then for just kind of the dumbest reasons, I basically gave up quote unquote serious photography, right? Where you actually develop your own pictures and everything else. And Subcool actually got me back into it because what happened was, I got a little bit of success, maybe third place or something, in some of his photo contests, but I kept like just kind of tapping my finger on the table, wondering like, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm smoking a joint. I'm like, all right, what is it about that girl that I don't have? Like what is it about those photos that I don't have? Basically that kind of thing. What are they doing that I'm not doing that I could be doing that I could win? Right? Because I want some fucking free seeds. That sounds amazing to me to have some amazing free seeds that nobody else has, right? Because who wouldn't want that? It's incredible. They're from fucking TGA. They're always amazing. All the testers are always saying, "Oh, this is great seeds." So I was like, all right, I'm looking at Limit Master. I'm looking at Team Terpene, amazing photographer over in Team Terpene, Michigan, fellow Michigander. He's another one that has the full studio and everything else, no-till grower, blah, blah, blah. And they were winning photo contest after photo contest, Dabby Hayes, a couple other people. And I was like, fuck, I gotta up my game. And so I kept looking at ways to up my game and I kept improving my grow because I realized, honestly, you can't, like, I don't even know. People always, well, not always, but people have accused me and others of photoshopping our photos. That's misunderstanding. You can't Photoshop like trichomes in base. I mean, I guess you could, I suppose, if you really fucking spent hours on it. But like, I don't have those skills. I have to be honest with you. You can't make shitty flour into nice looking flour. You have to basically take pictures of good flour to make it look good. That's why, I mean, okay, that this is an arguable statement because the models without makeup, not necessarily the same, but I was going to say that, the models in fucking France and New York and whatever are really pretty. And so the photographers take pictures of really pretty models. They don't pick people randomly off the street and try their best. They take pictures of pretty people so that they can actually sell magazines and stuff. So you actually, that's a very bad example I just made. But anyway, regardless, if you want to take wonderful photos to win contests and whatever else and win seeds, you have to grow really well. And so it literally did. It taught me how to keep a clean environment, make sure that there's no fucking flies on the bud, because if there's a fruit fly on there and Subcool reposts it, people are going to give him shit for it. And then he's going to give you shit and you're not going to win. Right. And if there's dust on it, if there's a hair, if there's, I don't even know what, right? Like the environment has to be clean. So you have to think about that. All of a sudden you have this whole list of things you have to think about. Oh, so there's hair coming into my bud somehow. How is that happening? And so it becomes like a whole process. Right. And, what was I going to say? That I don't know. It just taught me step by step, I guess, to kind of evaluate my grow, but also my photography, kind of hand in hand, essentially. And eventually I realized, like, dude, I have tapped out my skills with this fucking old ass phone. Because basically I had, like, I at the time I was using, I don't even know, Visco or something for, presets to have, cool colors and stuff. But it really drove me nuts because it wasn't like good photographs. It was just like punchy colors and stuff. And people would still like them and stuff on Instagram. But I was like, just in my heart, it was like not the way I wanted to go. So I was like, dude, I gotta knuckle down and buy a fucking camera. And so I did. I finally bought a camera, and the sky's the limit because it was actually one of the best things that I ever did. Because I, as it turns out, as you can kind of probably guess, really love photography. So it was a joy, honestly, to have that camera and to start thinking about even then. Okay, just for myself, because Subcool passed away not that long after that, or rather, his whole business fell apart, and this house burned down. I was just, it was a terrible, terrible situation that happened to Subcool. But anyway, what was I going to say? Not long after that, basically, photo contests were over. But I mean, the bug was already there, and so I kind of just kept thinking, like, okay, how can I make my photos better? What can I do here, there? And I started basically piecing together, okay, the editing, or this, the flash, da 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 da. Anyway, it's basically like, I guess I'm trying to say it didn't happen at once by any stretch. Someone I know used to say that, well, she said that Krakow was not built in one day, but Rome wasn't built in a day, is the expression that we use, right? I think the expression she used was that Krakow wasn't built all at once. But anyway, it's Rome wasn't built in a day, right? So my photography definitely was not built in a day. It took 3 years maybe and it's still ongoing. I'm still little by little by little, I'll change this process, or I'll add to this, or I'll do this new skill, or whatever else, right? So hopefully, 3 years from now, if you talk to me again, I'll be like, oh shit, I'm 5 times better or something. I don't know, I probably won't say it that way, but like, hopefully I'll have several new skills that I didn't have, today. Anyway.
And you are super good with it. You know what I mean? That's initially where, I picked you up there. And again, that's kind of what, bouncing back and forth a little bit. It's these amazing photos that from the test programs that you put out, though, that are selling this amazing product. So basically, a lot of these people hear the hype from across the country or whatever, hear the drum beat, they decide to order these seeds, and they fucking, okay, oh, look at these beautiful donkey dick buds and shit, or whatever. All these things are sugar covered. And I just believe, that should be what you get. You know what I mean? Obviously, skill level, environment, nutrients, all that's going to come into play, but you should at least get a terrible version of that. You know what I mean? With little variety, I guess. I don't know. So, I'm just that's where I'm at with the breeding. I think it's just being pushed so quickly. I mean, even to your own admittance there through one of Subseeds there or testers, you couldn't decide right away. You know what I mean? Which was
because they were so different. I guess, and that's different strokes for different folks. Because I have heard people say, "Oh, I don't want to select. I don't want to take the time. I just want to pop the seeds and be done with it." And that's fair. If that's your style, if that's what you would like to do, and you do not want to take the time or whatever, hey, that's fine. Because, for example, there's a lot of people who do not like to sex the plants. I don't mean something dirty by that. I mean literally like selecting, male and female. Some people don't have any patience for that, even the tiniest amount of patience for that, and that's fine. So if those people want to send it off to sex testing facility or whatever else that they do, hey, it'll cost them money and stuff, but they're comfortable with that. I don't like that. I prefer just to individually just sex the plants myself, and it's never been a problem. I don't have like false positives or anything else. I just do it myself. Where was I going to with that? That some people basically don't want to run male female plants. I mean, I don't have fem lines yet, but I intend to one of these days run fems. I don't have a problem with it. I sort of share Flora. I think Flora Nugs, he might still be listening. Flora Nugs has a sort of I don't know, how would you call this? Maybe like a latent fear of the genetics potentially being problematic in some way that we have yet to decide. I hope I'm paraphrasing him well, but I think he was basically saying on his show, or maybe even my show, that basically he's worried that not having that male allele from a conventional breed, basically having like essentially a missing allele, potentially will cause problems maybe 3 or 4 generations down the road when you're breeding into something else, or maybe one of your customers or one of your patients or whoever basically is growing those seeds might encounter that problem. That's something that concerns me, and I don't know that there's been enough fem breeding yet for that question to be answered. So that latent kind of paranoia exists in me a little bit too. So I am perfectly happy to make fem lines, but I'm not sure I'm going to be breeding, like line breeding fem lines. Someone just emailed me the other day with a whole panoply of advice basically for fem breeding, and I was like, "Fuck, this is great advice," but I don't know whether I want to follow any of it because I am a little bit paranoid, and this again might just be paranoia about breeding down that fem line. But I guess I am babbling a little bit. What I wanted to say is, like, I don't have a problem with fems or anything else, and in my case, I don't have a problem selecting the seeds myself. So for me, I like to grow reg seeds. I prefer that style. Yeah, I actually did start babbling. I was trying to say something else, but I lost my train of thought. I'm not even high enough to lose my train of thought, but we'll make an excuse.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Well, since you lost your train of thought, I'm going to pull you back. I'm going to pull you back again. So, at what point and how did things change once you got out of the cellar there? What moved you up, and why did you move up, and what that?
I just needed more. Yeah, I just needed more. I needed first of all, I realized almost immediately when I started growing, that was kind of hilarious. how much weed you can grow from, in that case, I think I was growing 4 plants right at the beginning. I was like, oh, this is way more than my dog needs. So I was like, oh shit. But also it was also really fun, right? Because I mean, shit, weed growing is incredible amounts of fun. So yeah, basically I was like a duck to water or something, from then on, all bets were off. So I wanted to do more. And that was part of the process. I wanted to grow the best weed that I could in every way. I smoke my own weed, so it has to actually get me high. So, and I have very high standards for flavor and effect and aroma and all this different stuff. So just honest to goodness, it had to be the best shit I could possibly make. And so little by little by little, that actually was another influence that just made my weed better, because honestly, I smoke my weed. Well, with the exception of, obviously, I'm smoking dispensary weed right now. You can see that's my fault. Not get into why, but basically I haven't grown flower bud for months now. Honestly, it's all been like seeded bud. So I still have seeded flower, but I'm fucking over smoking the seeded bud at the moment. Like, I've been smoking seeded bud for a couple months and I'm fucking over it. So I've been buying dispensary bud until my next flower crop actually comes in, which is fortunately not that long. But yeah, it's my fault that all the weed is seeded. I mean, it's supposed to be seeded, but there was also supposed to be regular flower too. But yeah, let's not get into it. But normally, let's back up a step. Normally, I smoke my bud, and so the bud, because I have high standards, has to be fucking fabulous. And so, like I said, that honestly, I don't mean to sound like an asshole, because this probably does sound like an asshole, but I have high standards. I want the weed to be exceptional, and so the weed has to be exceptional. It can't be boofy, it can't be larfy, it can't be flavorless, it can't be fucking no high, it can't be whatever. I don't know how many times I've heard from people who say, oh yeah, so and so's signature strain, oh yeah, it's nice, but it doesn't really get you high. And I'm like, what? That's not how that fucking works. That's not how any of this shit works. You had one fucking job, right? To the breeder, you have one job: make weed that gets people fucking high. Well, I guess there's more than one job, but I'm being an asshole about it. But what am I trying to say? I am being an asshole about that. I shouldn't be an asshole. I should back up. I'm not trying to say that other breeders are garbage. I don't try to talk shit about other breeders, but I have been surprised at how many times I have heard that so-and-so's signature strain doesn't taste like much, doesn't get you high, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do they smoke their own weed? I don't know. Do they grow their own weed? And the truth of the matter is, actually, many breeders do not grow and or smoke their weed. Either they'll grow their weed but not smoke it, or they'll smoke other people's weed that grows for them. But very surprisingly few, I guess I'll put it that way, surprisingly few breeders grow and smoke their own weed. You're muted.
You just, again, kind of like driving or reiterating my point there about like good breeding. You know what I mean? Because if you put something out there and you're totally proud of it, I can't see that in the end, because I've bred this art out with my heart and soul. You know what I mean? And fucking, it's not that. You know what I mean? I think the release of it earlier on can promote that possibility through duds in the process.
I don't think
I understand it's like
either
a
we're
super
talking
long
past each other, or I'm
process.
not understanding, because I'm constantly finding something different. Flora Nugs and I laugh about this all the time. I keep pointing in the chat. I don't know if he's awake right now or if he's still watching the show, but we always joke about this because we have this weird effect where people will post pictures on Instagram. Sometimes they won't even tag us because they'll forget, or maybe they just don't want to tag us or something, right? Because sometimes they'll be shy or something, right? I always love it when people tag me with photos of my weed, right? But I think people sometimes are bashful, like, oh, I don't know if Fumidoro wants pictures. I always love to see the pictures. Anyway, it's always really gratifying. And one of the most hilarious effects that I still can't get over to this day is the like deja vu almost, where I'm like, how the fuck did they get my plant in their garden? Because it's like, I know at this point, I know Morgana and Black Prince Ruby. And of course, through those two, basically, especially Black Prince Ruby is basically the parental line of a lot of my strains. Now I have some new strains that are with the Coot Special. But until now, basically everything has been with that kind of Ruby Jack line. And I know it super well. I've been growing it since 2017. And every time I see somebody growing Morgana or Lime River Rose or Dread Persephone or Sea Lager the Bat, I'm like, the fuck did they get my plants in their garden? It's literally like because it looks so similar to this shit that I'm growing. It's an unearthly experience. It's really bizarre. So yeah, I guess I don't know if we're talking past each other. I think I'm understanding you, and if that's the case, I disagree because I have the opposite effect that not. Oh shit, what kind of plants are they growing? No. It's basically like they're growing my plants in their garden, and it's an uncanny experience. I can't get over it because seriously, I don't know how many times I've seen somebody grow a Morgana that looked like the Morgana that I chopped down like that day or something.
Where'd rose water come from? Sorry.
The rose water came from the Ruby Jack from my friend MZ Stevia.
Right?
Pardon?
An outlining pheno, right?
Not really. It's in the line, but it is a little bit rare. It popped up exceptionally in this kind of white whale phenotype that I used to talk about all the time, but I've kind of stopped talking about her because I have since then grown better Ruby Jacks, basically grown better Ruby Jack crosses and stuff like that. Like in the Black Prince Ruby, I've grown better plants. But she was from a little plastic baggie of seeds that my friend Stevie gave me here in Portland. It was Ruby Slipper by Son of Jack. And if Stevie's information is correct, just like anything in weeds, sometimes that information is up for debate. I have some doubts recently that the Ruby Slipper might be something else. But anyway, according to Stevie, the Ruby Slipper was NL5, Alaskan Thunderfuck, and Alaska Shishkaberry in some order. I don't know exactly which order. And then the father was Jack Hare by an unnamed Afghan. And the progeny were like 60% grapefruity. And of that 60%, probably the majority of that was like a sweet ruby red style grapefruit. And of the other rest, about 30% was strawberry, strawberry-ish strawberry, sometimes even strawberry candy. My Ruby Jack number 7 was strawberry candy. And then there was a very, very little bit of lemon, like literally like almost Jack the Ripper lemon, or more like kind of Jack Hare, sort of sweeter Jack Hare lemon, maybe. But the number 3 that I called, anyway, I guess this is very obscure to you guys because that's out of, you guys don't have any idea how many. But anyway, the one that I called number 3 was predominantly sweet ruby red grapefruit and rosewater. And that was my favorite plant for the longest time because I love rosewater. Don't ask me why I love it so much, but I love it in food. I really love like all kinds of weird esoteric foods. And I've always loved like Persian baklava and I like Persian food and shit. And Persian baklava has a lot of rose water in it, literally rose water. They'll pour in it, and that kind of scent is really something kind of associates me to like antiquity, and I love history and shit, right? So it's like, I don't know, mysterious. I don't know. It just reminds me about hashish room with smoke and shit. I don't even know. But anyway, I really quite love that aroma and flavor, and I love also the effect of it too. It's quite a creative kind of uplifting effect. Anyway, that plant I had for a couple of years, and then I had in 1 year, 1 calendar year, actually a little bit less than 1 calendar year, I got both russet mites and root aphids. It was a fucking punch in the dick a couple times over, but I actually leveled up basically after that year because I learned how to kind of punch through those problems. Everyone I talked to told me to burn my garden down and start over. And I was like, no, I can't do that because I already had the Ruby Jack number 3 that I loved passionately. And that was my favorite plant until maybe just a couple, 3 years ago. Honestly, it was my favorite plant for a long time. And I had a few other plants I had from Subcool. My very first tester from Subcool was a Banana Jack. And I actually had a spectacular fucking cut of that Banana Jack. It was a custardy banana. And apparently nobody else pulled out like a custardy banana. Limit Master pulled out something close, but it apparently wasn't quite as sweet as this one. It's fucking amazing. Like a dumbass, I ended up actually cutting down that Banana Jack because in my paranoia, having realized that I had russet mites, and when I went around and got some advice, don't worry, I actually changed my clothes beforehand, not like a noob that basically takes the russet mites from store to store to store, passing their gift to everybody else. By the way, if you ever have bugs, this is what people do. They'll get bugs in their fucking plants. By the way, they pulled the bugs from the grocery store, like they were a dumbass, and they walked from the grocery store into their garden without changing their fucking pants or their shoes. 95% of the time, it's probably the shoes. The rest of the time, it's on their pants. I don't know, maybe they rolled around on their shirt or something. I don't know, on the ground, maybe they were playing worms on the ground or something. They rolled on their shirt. It's usually your fucking shoes or your pants. And then you get those on your plants, or maybe if it's a clone, you might have brought it in on a clone. And then you realize you have a problem, and you basically are basically intimate. You're essentially having fucking plantual intercourse with that goddamn sick plant. And then you essentially don't change your clothes and go straight to the grocery store and literally spread it like fucking, I don't even know, plant syphilis or something to everybody else that does the same thing, that goes home without taking their pants off and their shoes. Oh, the amount of times I've heard people say they don't have a quarantine in their garden. Anyway, after that year, I leveled up because, wouldn't you know it, I have a fucking quarantine. I have a whole quarantine process. I don't let random plants come in. I don't care how pretty they are, right? I don't care if it's a one-night plant or, no, that doesn't make any sense. That it would have been funnier if I said like a one-night plant stand. But anyway, the plant quarantine for any plant that comes in, even if it's from a clean source, like a proven clean source, you got to fucking quarantine it, spray it, blah, 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 blah. Because basically where I'm going to is that I ended up cutting down the Ruby Jack number 3 actually died, I think. I cut down the Banana Jack, but the Ruby Jack number 3, I think, died. And I think she died to root aphids. I think that was the first one, yeah. And so since then, she was like my white whale. I was like, oh, no plant will ever compare to her. She was perfect. And she was wonderful. She was a wonderful plant. She was one of the few plants I've tried to age a bunch of cannabis over the years. And I've determined that for the most part, cannabis doesn't really age. Even in a good cellar environment and stuff, it's still better. It's better aged a little bit. But once you get to a certain amount of age, I feel like you end up losing freshness as opposed to getting age. But she was one of the exceptions. She aged exceptionally well. That rose water came out. Some of the more, I don't know, vegetal aspects of the flavor kind of popped away. Romulan was talking on my channel the other day. Oh, doesn't it taste like weed or whatever? Anyway, all that kind of weedy flavor, the chlorophyll, everything just kind of went away. And literally I was aging. I still have a jar. I don't even know how old it is. It's somewhere here. I'll have to look for it maybe during the show, but it's literally at this point, probably 5 years old. And it still tastes really good. It still tastes, but at this point, it tastes very different than it used to. There's no grapefruit left. It went through a whole time where there was like pepper, like the pepper came out super loud. Maybe it was off gassing, and then the pepper went away. So literally, maybe the pepper, maybe the caryophyllene or something was off gassing. Maybe it broke down, and maybe in the breakdown process, maybe it has like a spike of flavor or something. I don't know. I'm basing this on a survey size of fucking one jar or a couple jars, but long story short, that kind of pepper spiked and went away, and then that rose water came through. Anyway, it was a baller plant, cloned really well and everything else, gushed rosin, like seriously, just squish a flower and just beautiful rosin comes out. Yeah, gorgeous plant. Bubble hash, the water was like purple, right, because of all the anthocyanin. But yeah, ever since then, I actually have found better plants, like even just from myself, not picking up from somebody else. And so that teaches you like a kind of humility on some sense, but also a kind of reassurance that, for example, even if you were to lose your garden tomorrow, if friends were to give you seeds, because if you're not an asshole, you can probably ask enough people that they would send you some seeds, basically, for free, right? If your garden burned down or someone stole it or something, whatever, right? You could probably a lot of us could probably say, hey man, I'm down on my luck or something, right? And I've gotten emails from people who are like, literally they just lost their job and whatever else. You send them a pack of seeds. So long story short, in 6 months I could find a new garden, right? Any one of us basically been doing it for a while could find a new garden, which maybe not all of us have internalized. I don't know. I don't know. That was a lesson that I internalized, that even if you have like a white whale or something, you'll eventually find a better one. And it may not even take that long. You might even find 10 better ones, right? I guess they say the same thing about if you're, I don't know, sad in love, they say there's plenty of fish, right? There's always another fish in the sea or something, which is true. Actually, it doesn't seem like it in the time, at the moment when you are distraught, whether it's for losing a plant or a lover, it's the worst thing ever, right? But some time goes by and you might actually find a better one, and that's actually 100% true.
I could see that in a different strain, but not necessarily a repeatable product.
How do you mean?
Anything else? Well, like I said, I think it should be brought out to, and again, I'm interjecting too much my opinion in an interview. I just think, again, if you're going to charge X amount of dollars for a pack of seeds, they should get what's on the label, and it should necessarily be, they're doing the test runs for you, that where they're finding these outliers, these nice ones along the way. You should have, the breed, not necessarily you, the breeder should have found those gems along the way and made those adjustments on the line to the end product. I think these things get skipped because there's so much time into taking, okay, you pop this is what you're going to get, almost like a C99 type thing. It's brought out to where, okay, yeah, now you're getting this every fucking seed pop. Because to me, that's an end product. You're going to get the repeatability. I can sell this to a farm or whatever. There's no reason to clone this at that point, even
Well, but
with
that's
funds, you know what I
different
mean?
clienteles. You're talking about different clienteles. So, for example, a farm is going to have very
I'm
different
talking about
needs
necessarily
than
breeding in general.
well, but I would argue that
It's
it's not the same. I would say that, for example, when you talk about plant breeding is really just another form of creating some kind of flavors. And you can find that in basically anything in life. Restaurants, I
if you
often
went and bought a
compare.
Granny Smith apple and you showed them a fucking red apple. I went to Walmart and I bought this Granny Smith apple and half this bag was fucking red. You fucking Granny Smith company would be
Well, a
pissed,
Granny Smith is a literal
you know.
clone, though. So a Granny Smith is a literal clone.
But
Apples are literal clones.
again,
So I
you've
mean,
come to,
that is an
like, you know
example
what
of.
I mean? You say,
Well, but let
created
me
an
say my
image,
point.
a taste. Okay, hey, it's your show. Like I said, I've already interjected too
Well,
much on an
you're
opinion, really.
it's your host, your show.
Eh,
I'm just the guest. My thought is that I have no or very little interest, even though it probably is very financially lucrative. It's not in my wheelhouse. I wouldn't say no necessarily if someone were to say, "Hey, Fumidoro, let's go breed for mass scale stuff." I might try it, but I don't have a whole lot of interest in breeding for acreage. I don't have a whole lot of interest for breeding for large farms. I am not a agriculturalist. I grew up around farms. Actually, I know a surprising amount about farming, but I'm not a farmer. Never. I would never purport to be a farmer. I know how to drive tractors and shit, but I've never had an interest, honestly, in being a wheat farmer or a grass farmer. My first girlfriend was a grass seed farmer, actually, by family trade. Go figure. That probably is kind of a new one for some people. Uh, Grass seed, like you fucking grow at your house, right? Someone has to grow that fucking seed, right? Go figure. That's actually a very lucrative process. Boring as I don't even know what. Watching grass grow. Literally, the stories she described were literally sitting in a combine. Now they're probably full air conditioning and radio and everything else. But back then, like, she'd have to listen to fucking tapes and shit. But they were air conditioned. But literally, uh, drive as far as you can go. You literally almost can't see the end, and then you turn around and come back, and then you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again, and you do that for like 3 months. Did not sound super exciting, but very profitable apparently. Anyway, I've never had an interest in that. Even though I'm sure it's very profitable. There's a lot of things in life that probably very profitable that I just don't have an interest in, right? What I do have an interest in is kind of a boutique process where I essentially sell to people like me, basically, right? And that's maybe cheating or something, right? But I don't know, when someone opens up a restaurant or I don't know, starts making jewelry or whatever, they kind of think, oh, you know what? I'd like to do that a little bit differently. And they kind of, most of the time, I think, at least when they're doing it sort of in a maybe not just the dollars and cents way, because you can do it. You can basically say like Jeff Bezos famously went out and said like, oh, I wonder what could make me money, and he realized it was like a bookstore, basically an online bookstore. So he didn't give a shit what it would be. It was just like, oh, did a financial analysis, could have been balloons for all he gave a shit about, and he was like, oh, it's going to be bookstores, and wouldn't you know, he's one of the richest people in the world. I've never been like that. So for me, I don't know. I want to enjoy the weed that I grow. I want to basically, I guess first and foremost, I didn't set out to breed for money. I basically set out like I was like, oh, I wonder if this is gonna be any good. Because like I kept getting seeds from Subcool and stuff. I mean, I don't know, those people were professional. They'd been doing it for ages, right? I didn't know a whole lot about breeding at the time, on and on and on. So Who the fuck am I, right? I don't know. I've never been a super presumptuous guy, right? So I don't know. I just basically started just cracking stuff together and seeing what worked and what didn't work and what I liked and anything else. And like I said, I have really high standards for weed. And honestly, I don't mean to be an asshole about this, but many breeders don't have this. It's not that they don't meet my standard, but their stuff is not in my wheelhouse. This doesn't really appeal to me, on and on and on. It's like when I go to the dispensary, a lot of the weed's fine. It's perfectly good. But a lot of it is, which I don't dislike. I like cookies, but a lot of it is cookies crosses. A lot of it is recursively rehybridized cookies crosses. Like when you talk about polyhybrids, there's polyhybrids and then there's fucking polyhybrids where it's like cookies fractally on both fucking sides. Like for 18 generations, it looks like a fucking Habsburg from the 14th century. You wonder how this thing is alive. And, you know, I mean, it still tastes good and stuff. Don't get me wrong. The weed is tasty, but it gets you high for about 35 and a half seconds. And then you want to smoke another joint. At least in my case, I get, because I smoke a lot of weed. So I get high for 45 seconds and I need to smoke another joint. Like, I don't like that kind of stuff. I'm babbling again. Where was I going to with that?
Oh, we're just the selection argument, I think, or conversation. I hate that.
Oh, that I have no interest in the kind of yeah, I guess on that scale, I have no interest in the agricultural scale. Again, no disrespect to those people. I mean, that's a whole skill, honestly. And it's just like I was saying, like I kind of don't like the when I'm looking for cuts, like when I'm looking for cuts to breed with, for example, I kind of don't like the production cuts in many cases. Sometimes they work out well, but a lot of times the production cut is not the selection that I would have made because it a lot of times trends toward the heavy yielding as opposed to anything else. And so it'll be lower on terpenes and color and, you know, morphological kind of interest to me and on and on and on. And it'll be more of like a cookie color cutter, easy to trim, donktastic weed, right? And that's if you want easy to trim, donktastic, blah blah blah. That's a trait that's easily passed on with other means. So, like for me, those kinds of things are not very valuable. And when you're missing the flavor, it takes a lot to bring it back, and you get a lot of that flavor from the mom. In my experience, you get some of it sometimes from the dad. You know, speaking of subcool, a lot of the Space Queen, Jack the Ripper, it was very very flavor dominant on the male, very influential. But a lot of breeders or a lot of seed breeders, well, yeah, a lot of seed breeders out there, the male frankly has a lot less flavor impact than the female does. I've found the same, like the Ruby Jack and everything else. It adds this kind of citrus note and everything else, but predominantly you get a lot of the mom's characteristics out. So yeah, when you start with like this kind of flavorless mom, I don't know. That probably jumped way ahead of your question, but anyway.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna just agree to disagree on this one. This one could go on forever.
I could talk about it. I think not enough people talk about this kind of stuff, honestly, and I think not enough people maybe verbalize what they are
Well, you're kind of like
concerned with or anything else. Like I'm quite purposeful with the way that I breed, and I think that it has paid off actually, because I think that, and I think many of my customers, I think are watching, or some of my customers are watching, although I'm seeing a lot of new names, so cheers guys. But many of my customers will testify that my weed, how do I say this? It comes out like it looks on my website. It comes out like I describe it when I smoke it. Like they get the cherry flavors, they get the fucking uplifting high, they get the awesome yield on Morgana. Morgana is not some blushing violet that is like 2 ounces in the backyard. She's the fucking dominant plant of every goddamn garden. Like that's how I bred her to be. I breed dominant plants, and I want them to take over if they can. And so literally people will tell me, holy fuck, Morgana took over the whole fucking tent, blah 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 blah. So how do I say, I'm
not
very
necessarily
purposeful in
speaking
the
to your genetics alone.
no, but I mean, it's a
or
valuable
towards your
argument, because if you discuss it in terms of, let's say, mine, people will be able to understand it in terms of somebody else's, or maybe comparison and contrast, right? So like, I know what you mean. I think a lot of breeders are not very purposeful in their selection process, in their testing process. I think a lot of breeders don't actually smoke their own weed. When you kind of read between the lines, a lot of breeders smoke hash that they buy from the dispensary. They don't smoke their own flower. They don't squish their own flower. They don't sift their own flower. They don't wash their own flower. I've done all of those things. Now, in fairness, I have a press over there that literally is like a wall of shame for me. I haven't used it in going on 2 years now, maybe actually 2 years, but I hope to be using it here in the near future when I harvest again. But the point is that I have, well, granted more with Morgana and some of the older strains, Silago and some of those. But still, I've washed my strains, I've sifted my strains, I've done all kinds of stuff. And I think a few other breeders, Florinox is one of them. There's a few other people out there that do that kind of stuff. Those people end up having far more information about their weed than a lot of, honestly, kind of more, even more successful, but very kind of fly-by-night style breeders. And I try not to talk shit about breeding because, well, for a variety of reasons, honestly. But, you know, when you kind of know behind the scenes, there are a lot of breeders that bulk buy, and they bulk buy not necessarily from trusted sources, right? Not even from somebody that they know and it's running their genetics and everything else, right? Because Subcool used to bulk buy from North Star a lot. A lot of the strains were bulk buys. Actually, Caffrey and Lime was a bulk buy from North Star, but North Star bred it from fucking Subcool stock. He bred it from the Jack the Ripper, the dude, and or wait, I'm sorry, the dude. No, the dude was the Space Queen. He basically their Jack the Ripper male, and then the Black Lamb
Well,
Reserve
that was
from
always
North Star,
kind of
from
the basis
Aficionado.
of
Sorry.
it. Is in most cases they used either one of the males from sub to their female.
Yeah, not some random shit. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was-
OD Diesel, the same thing. Jack the Ripper, Space Queen, stuff like that. To his what the I don't remember the mom's names, but anyway, Sweet Irish
So,
Kush
yeah.
and stuff like that.
There's always an interaction there, but you know, I don't know. I'm getting pickier and pickier from what I want to see out of these genetics because
That's fair, but I mean,
more
do you
of what
want
you're
do you want to
saying,
pop one seed? Basically, do you want it such that when you buy a 10-pack of seeds, you can pop one at a time and have a repeat of the other one?
Yeah.
In other words, you can grow kind of
at 20,
so that-
30, $40 a seed, or like with some of the shit we've talked about. Fuck yeah. I want repeatability.
I mean, well,
every
that would be
fucking time.
fair if you wanted it at
But-
20 or 30 bucks a seed. That would be fair, and you can accomplish that at like an F5, for example. And it would take you, you know, good about 2 years probably to stabilize a line to do
And I
that.
don't
For
think
example,
that's
if I
fair.
wanted to
I think that's fair.
stabilize Black Prince Ruby, she's almost there, but she still pumps out like 3 or 4 distinct flavors, kind of morphologically the same, but even then you could say, okay, it's not quite the same donk, and there's still, you know, there's still some purple ones, there's still some green ones, so I would still have to do a little bit more selection, probably about 2 more rounds, maybe 3 more rounds of selection, and then I could get it to the point where it was literally like every single seed.
That's
But I mean,
exactly
that's
what
a
I'm talking
tremendous
about.
amount of
That's
work,
the-
and I have
know
not
it, and
found, in my
that's
experience,
just-
Eagle, in my experience, I have not found any of my customers to really appreciate that much. I do have people, like I said, Black Prince Ruby is kind of
you even kind of
Ruby Jack
mentioned the
F3
bouquet type of environment. To me, that's even more, you know, more fucking Nazi, soup Nazi type shit. You know what I mean? Nothing for
following.
you. You know,
I'm not
fucking
following.
because a bouquet, anything like small batch like that, it's like more
Boutique.
Yeah, this is my creation, almost to a snooty effect. You know what I mean? Ooh, isn't it so good? Yes, this is all good. Everybody gets some. It's all the same. I'm so proud of this. You know what I mean?
I'm not following.
Yeah, again, back to just the popping being proud of the end product. No sway. Again, you get something in a bouquet and like a small type craft environment. That guy is very critical of his end product. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is something he's dedicated to. If you get a glass of sour piss and everybody else is enjoying, you know, this, what he's envisioned, what the taste should be. Now he's gonna take that glass right out of your hand. I'm sorry you got this one that isn't like the 90%. Here, have a glass of this. This is the freshest, you know, most best taste you can get.
But I disagree. No, I disagree. Yeah, because for example, if you talk about Morgana, she's probably my oldest strain, basically. And I definitely have like several versions of her and so on. But people have been growing. I've been growing her for a few years, and people have been growing, I guess, for 1 year less than I have. And people always tell me, "Oh, Fumidoro, I got the very berry phenotype." That one actually comes out surprisingly rare. It's kind of like like a Slurpee, like the blue Slurpee from 7-Eleven, a little bit that kind of flavor, like that kind of blue raspberry flavor a little bit. Oh, Fumidoro, I pulled out that one, blah, blah, blah. And they tell me how happy they are. Or they pull out one of the cherry ones, one of the sour cherry ones. A bunch of times I've heard people talk about that, or the wine, or a couple times people have pulled out basically a version of this one, that really elegant kind of floral version. They'd be like, oh, Fumidoro, I smoked that with my wife last weekend, blah, blah, blah. You don't even want to know, blah, blah. They had a great time apparently, right? Anyway, but how do I say it? It's not like they're pulling out garbage from the pack. Like, no, I don't breed that way. So from like I said, from a 5-pack, from a 10-pack, and I sell 5-packs, you're going to pull out some interesting Morganas. So it's not like you're going to pull out some shit you didn't want. Like I would be quite disappointed if I did that. Like if I heard from customers that I had a strain like that or something, I'd pull it off. Like I would literally pull it off. So I agree. I disagree. I guess I disagree with your perception, because I would be ashamed of that. Honestly, I would not release anything like that. Or if I had released it, I would take it off and I'd fucking probably send people like replacement seeds out of pity or out of shame, because I I expect to give people a good time. That's basically one of the most interestingly kind of surprising realignments of my kind of thinking in being a breeder. Like I didn't set out for this or something, but I've said this before on my show, that it's been a very surprising, kind of a happy accidental experience to realize that I'm basically like kind of like a, like Doctor Who, not the strain from OD Diesel, but I guess the namesake that he named it after, Doctor Who from the BBC, the Time Lord. I'm like a fucking Time Lord weed Santa Claus. And what I mean by that is, like, essentially I send people seeds either through a gift, or they buy them from me, or they win them on a duck race, or however I send them seeds. And at some point in the future, whether it's immediately, 4 months later, they pop them immediately as soon as they got them out of the envelope. People have done that before, or sometimes a year later, or sometimes a year and a half later. But sometimes I'll get an email back from people, Fumidoro, I had the best time. Again, my wife and I had an anniversary and we chopped down Morgana and we smoked it all night when we went to the orchestra and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And they tell me about the evening. And it's been this hilariously cool experience where I basically like gave them the best. Well, I didn't give them because of course it was their night, but I facilitated one of the best nights of their lives. Right? That's an incredibly nice experience. And I didn't set out for that, but ever since I've started hearing about that, it's so fucking rewarding. And now I've actually started to think about that. I've started to think about the fact that I'm like sprinkling fairy dust onto people's lives in some way, because essentially that's what I'm doing. I'm basically, or at least, well, that sounds ridiculous, I'm sprinkling fairy dust on people's lives. I'm trying to provide them a product that they will use to enhance their lives, basically. And hopefully, my breeding style has predominantly been this kind of uplifting, heady, happy, especially like with Morgana, giggly, kind of goofy weed. I was saying, that sweet cherry phenotype that I cut down was dried, and while the other Morganas were still ripening, I was smoking her basically on the way to a dentist, and was sitting in the dentist chair waiting for my root canal, and I was laughing like an idiot. And the dental technician or whatever was like, "What are you laughing about?" Because I'm about to get a root canal. And I was like, "I don't know," but I was just laughing. And so she started laughing, and then I laughed more. And I was like, "All right, that's a pretty good strain." Yeah. Hope that made some sense. No, seriously, I don't breed for, in my opinion, what you have described. And I don't mean to assault you in any way, because I think you're trying to describe your complaint with weed. I think you're describing trashy seeds, like fucking garbage weed. And I don't think you grow a lot of trashy weed, so I don't know. We're at some kind of disconnect, but I don't think people should be pulling out like only the one winning phenotype. I guess I understand what you mean when it's like now everyone's talking about grape gas apparently from Compound. Well, if you pulled out, I don't know, I guess he has $400, $500, $600 packs. If you popped a pack of those, presumably you're not going to pull out the grape gas phenotype every single time, because I don't think it's like a fucking super worked line yet. Would you be pissed off? I don't know. I guess maybe. I don't know. But maybe for that price, I don't know. But I think people pay that price happily anyway. He wouldn't be successful with
Again,
it.
it just comes down to anything where there's so much shit being thrown out on the market by, again, self-proclaimed breeders, at an alarming rate. Like, again, you and as I am worried about fucking, people's seeds being popped and nasty fucking herms and all that other shit. But I think at some point it's got to stop. You know what I mean? We're putting forth an end product. Myself, for a long time, I built anything, all kinds of crazy shit, chess tables, dressers, whatever. I built every one myself. I didn't necessarily want another hand in it because I don't want, like, say, Julio along the line. He decided instead of box joints on or dovetails on a drawer,
Mm,
like I would normally put, he skipped the process and put a box joint
mm.
because it was quicker and easier for him. That's the lack of my standards. I wouldn't want that to go out. You know what I'm saying? So, I would expect repeatability. I just want everybody, just like any other product you'd buy, a car, you'd expect, it to live up to GM standards
If I can
somewhat.
pause for a second, I have seen what you described in some of the clones that I've picked up, some of these kind of hype clones with these famous names. I will refuse to mention the names, but some of these fancy things that you'll get, for good money. It'll be the top shelf flower at the dispensary or, at your local traditional market. The kinds of things like biscotti, that kind of thing. Sometimes you'll discover that those plants probably were found and not made. And what I mean by that is they found an outlier phenotype. We were talking about outliers earlier, but they did not select it from a population of plants that were similar. And so, in other words, they found the only plant that shared those characteristics. In other words, it was such an outlier that that's the only plant that tasted like cinnamon, or that's the only plant that tasted like sour watermelons or whatever. Just pick something, right? Pick some random fucking flavor. I guess we were talking about banana custard earlier. Well, we found the only plant that tasted like banana custard, but we did not select out of 100 plants or 1,000 plants or 10,000 plants that tasted like banana custard for the one that was the strongest, fastest, best, best to root, blah, blah, blah. We, on the other hand, found an outlier. And in other words, I find, for example, Mean Gene, he builds plants. He builds plants out of certain different characteristics that he's had from some of his old heirloom plants that he's got. He's got a whole, probably a community of friends, right? He's a nice guy and stuff. So he's probably got a ton of friends that have passed him clones over the years. And he's used those little by little by little by little to layer and build into things. Whereas, for example, a lot of the hypey stuff that you find will be honestly kind of an outlier phenotype. And when you grow it in any adversity whatsoever, it fucking falls apart. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. It shrivels. I've had plants that literally, as soon as I planted them in living soil, they basically died because they had no resistance. They'd obviously lived in some almost antiseptic cocoa environment, probably being sprayed with pesticides every other day. As soon as they were exposed to what I call basically real life, and honestly, indoors is still a fucking laboratory environment. It's probably the best safe. It's like a zoo. Basically, it's like a plant zoo when you think about it, to be honest. About the least dangerous place in the world for a plant. If you can't survive that environment, but it's basically still got critters and bacteria and blah, 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 then you're a weak plant indeed. I've seen all kinds of plants like that have no resistance to mildews or root pathogens. So I guess I should clarify. So the way that I grow, I haven't said it all, honestly, I grow in living soil. And over the years, I have, I guess, both unintentionally, because I was a noob, many years ago, and I've tried to keep the same soil running, but also intentionally because I want my plants to face real life adversity. I've let my plants just fall over and die and rot on the soil. And sometimes I'll let a plant fall over and die and rot while other plants are growing because I want to see the plants that succumb to those adverse conditions, because honestly, noobs and stuff sometimes will forget that there's a plant in the back of the room or whatever. Sometimes experts will forget that there's a plant in the back of the room. It doesn't get watered or it gets overwatered, and then it starts to turn fucking sour and whatever else. And, if the plants are weak, that plant will ruin the whole fucking garden. If you have strong plants that are resilient to pests and pathogens, blah, 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 they'll fucking blow it off, right? So long story short, I have living soil that's basically been growing nonstop, essentially, literally nonstop, because I never let a root die. There always has to be a living root in the soil. to keep the fungus alive and stuff like that. And over that time, there's fusarium in the soil. There's all kinds of stuff in the soil. So any plants that are not strong enough, they succumb. And I don't breed with those. You know, I make a note, toss them in the trash. It's unfortunate though how many of the hypey things obviously have no real inbuilt resistance, and as a result, like I say, either it was somewhat poorly designed, basically somewhat poorly built rather, or it was not built but selected. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like I said, like there's a difference between that awesome plant that was selected and you were actually looking for something else, but oh shit, this one tastes like cinnamon. Let's work on that one. Oh, but it roots like garbage. Oh, it's totally spider mite prone. It literally is a spider mite magnet, blah blah blah. But it tastes like cinnamon. We're gonna run with this one. That's unfortunately, I think, a surprising amount of the hype clones that you find are basically that, as opposed to, like I say, it's something that was painful or painstakingly built. It was like, I'm gonna create something that tastes like fucking cinnamon and blows people's socks off, like Archive. He actually creates shit that is strong, vibrant, and tasty instead of just kind of selecting, you know, some tasty stuff out of a population. Does that make sense?
Yeah. 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 I'm not gonna rob you of your opinion there, but I still
You're still an idiot, but I understood you.
Yeah, no. And I just think that at some point it's being my opinion is being shrouded necessarily wrongly on your breeding. You know, I'm talking about necessarily breeding in general. And I get that, you know, you're putting out quality genetics, you're taking good pheno selection and stuff like that. But again, there's just so much bullshit. And again, a lot of this is I'm actually really pushing to hopefully see more of a proprietary times proprietary breeding program, so it can't be fucking, you ain't got to worry about all these people trying to fucking back cross your gear or whatever, or trying to fucking recreate it. It's more of a mystery. It's because at the end of the
one of
day,
the points of breeding is to perpetuate those lines into the future. I think one of the only measures of immortality of a person is if somebody would basically keep spreading the ideas you've created, or the thoughts you've created, or the art that you've created, or some of the work you've created in your life. You as a furniture maker, if someone uses your tables or your dressers 300 years from now to put their, you know, their delicates or their favorite sweaters, or if they have their anniversary dinner. We were just talking about great events in a person's life. Can you imagine that 300 years from now someone will have a birthday dinner on your table that you made? That's a measure of immortality. And for me, the people that complain about people using their genetics and other stuff are just full of shit. They have sticks up their ass. I've had a problem with a guy recently
who thinks
his shit does not stink, and thinks literally that his genetics are
using
holier
other
than thou.
people's genetics.
No, I think I don't not only have a problem, I want actively for people to use my gear. That's my point, is to give people the gift of cannabis that they will use in the future for things that will make them happy in the future. And that means using the gear, if they find a great phenotype, using that gear for their own breeding program, because every breeder starts somewhere.
Said and done, and tell somebody who starts recreating your gear and putting on it like fucking, this is, you know, your product. You know what I mean?
I hear that a lot. There's literally a guy called Copycat. I don't have an opinion on that guy.
But
apparently he's
I get what you're saying. Yeah, putting out something awesome enough that people want to use it. That's what
no
I'm
one's going to recreate my
personality.
No one's going to recreate my personality. And if someone does, and people have bred with my stuff without my permission, even
proprietary will stop necessarily. And in my opinion, because people buy genetics, people create genetics solely about fucking dollar. What's hot? What's hot? What's hot? What's hype? So I gotta have this straight. I gotta fucking work this into my genetics. So my genetics will sell. So when they look at my pack, this has got the hype right there in it. You know what I mean?
No,
so
Eagle,
my packs will sell. It's not necessarily. So by proprietary times proprietary, that eliminates the question of what's in those genetics.
Nobody gives a shit about proprietary. So your description is something that nobody cares about.
And again,
which means you can't keep your doors open.
So your favorite beer or whiskey, do you necessarily, when you you go to your favorite tavern and order your beer or a new ale on tap there. Do you first thing, do you kick it back and you're like, what's in this? What hops, what barley, what's the ratio in this?
You're talking
Or do
to here in
do
the
you sit
Northwest, we
back?
are beer fucking nerds. So you're
Yeah,
asking the wrong question. Here we do know the hops. Here we know the barley. Like you would be blown
you're
away
breaking
about
it
by
right down
chicks.
right
Literally
off the bat.
chicks. No, oh for sure. Literally, you'd be surprised by how many chicks here have a favorite hop. Literally, and they will only drink mosaic hops or whatever the fuck, right? Like this is the mecca of beer snobs. But what am I trying to say? That's kind of my I like that actually. I like that kind of snobbery. I like that beer snobbery. Uh I'm not honestly as much of a beer snob as I am a weed snob these days. Honestly, I used to be more of a beer snob and I used to drink way more beer. Now I hate to say it, I drink way less beer. There will be weeks that I don't drink a beer because honestly I can grow my weed. You know what I mean? I can grow the best possible weed. I always say like growing weed is one of the only ways that you can essentially make like a Fabergé egg in your fucking basement. You know what I mean? You can make like the best thing in the world and you can do it yourself for not a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like you can literally grow a 4x4 tent or something for a couple $100 in electricity for a flower cycle if you're careful about it, like an LED or whatever. And if you use like no-till and don't have a lot of amendment costs and stuff, you can literally grow like essentially a fucking Fabergé egg for $300. Like there's nothing else in this life that you can replicate like that. Except for, I guess, if you have the skills to make a Fabergé egg, maybe you could do that. But you know what I mean? Like growing weed like that is fucking, it's magical. It's literally, it's like spinning fucking gold, you know? And if you make hash in your basement, for example, you essentially are making gold because I guess in most places you can't legally sell it, but just conceptually, good quality 6-star hash basically is worth more per gram than gold. Actually, by far, I think double the price of gold. Isn't that extraordinary? That's basically the only real alchemy there is in this life. People have been looking for alchemy for literally thousands of years, how to create base metals, how to take base metals like lead and fucking, just bullshit, right? Like a pewter and whatever else, and turn that into gold, right? And of course, you can't do that because that would be like magic, right? But turns out you can become an alchemist with weed. You can literally like spin gold in your fucking basement. It's ridiculous.
I agree with that. You can give me a degree with the catching, sifting the shit for gold. I'll agree on that 100%.
But I disagree a lot with the whole approach to the breeding that you described because, excuse me, on the one hand, most of the seed market, I hate to say it, is newer growers. And most of those newer growers are not aware of somebody's extensive line work in whatever the fuck. And there's a bunch of different breeders. Kevin Jodry's been posting some stuff about puck, and that puck has been
be
worked
on the packs in general. The
Pardon?
type of work that if we're not going proprietary, then it should be openly upfront on that label. This is the lineage. I've worked it to this state. This is what you're gonna get, and then you should be able to buy different. You know what I mean? At that point, yeah, sure. If you want to list an F2 under your product, this is my whatever F1s. This is my whatever F2s. Finally, I've worked it up to this is the consistency, the end product of this strain. Yeah, that's fine with me, as long as the consumer knows right there on the pack where they're at with the price scale that they're dealing with. Because at that point, as you've already spoke of, there should be a price point. I've worked this strain 5 fucking years. I've got X amount of years of my life. If you think I'm giving this shit up for $20 a seed, kiss my ass, because this is
it's
the
still
creme
a tough
de la
sell.
Creme.
Nobody cares.
You know what I
I
mean?
can say that both from
And
experience, but
so
actually
people are
having
still
talked to other
paying
people.
$400 or $500 packs, $1,000 packs, seeds.
Yeah, but they in many cases
they
those
think
things
it's the next
are
round of hype, though.
well well yeah, but there is a perpetual. I was just talking about this to a friend. There's a perpetual kind of a a gold rush mentality to the weed scene. And it's kind of ironic because there are very few people that are actually within the gold rush of weed, a very small amount of people. But there is a huge amount of people that think they could be part of it in some way. And that colors all their decision making, basically, from the way they grow to the seeds they buy. And a lot of times that means that they'll buy the stuff with the fancy names, because in the back of their head, they think to themselves, boy, I'm going to cash crop this until I have a Ferrari, something like that, right? And maybe for some people that was the case a few years ago. Maybe for some people that's the case, I don't know, in some amount of places in the world or states or something. But for the most part, that's not really the case. And how do I say that's uh yeah, it's not a sustainable way to look at it. I mean, like, how many different ways can you reshuffle biscotti and gelati? Like, a lot of that's very recognizable, and that, I mean, that pack of seeds will sell the fuck off the shelves. Like, you'll sell out before I even finish the sentence. Runts by just got biscotti, fucking wedding cake by what's the, well, I guess banana god. That's not fair. That's actually good, but you know what I mean. Like, any of these fucking hype strains you talk about, that sells out all day, every day. And if you want to actually keep your lights on, because of course it's a business, good plan to actually sell things that people want to buy, right? And so, of course, a lot of breeders do breed that kind of stuff. And I agree with you. A lot of that stuff has no interest to me. That's one of the many reasons why I don't buy a
But
lot
to
of
me,
seeds, because a lot of seeds don't attract me.
you're not building the name on your work. You're building it necessarily. And when it comes down to like hype times hype, you're just taking two things, somebody awesome creations from
Yeah,
somebody
no, I
else
agree.
and slam them together.
And
And
you don't
wow,
have
I'm
to
the
tell me
next
that,
genius.
because
You know,
they're
that's not the way it works, in my opinion. You know, you should
I
build own blood, sweat, and tears to that final mark that you're, you know, if
well,
that's
you
at
don't
that
have
point,
to.
you're going to be super. That's again, that's why I save the seeds when I pop a fucking 10 pack or something. I save the seeds because then, even at that stuff that you're talking about, you know, 10 years down the road, because now you found fucking the rose water. When again, I hate to use you as an example because this is rude, you know what I mean? But you know, the
I mean, if you
strain
think
has
of all
changed or
breeders as the
evolved.
same, there's no
You know what
reason
I
to
mean?
accept me from the
I
discussion.
understand. I understand what. Yeah, I guess you're right there. But it's just rude to make you, you know, the target of the conversation. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I'm not. It's not. I'm not trying to make you the target of the
Present company
conversation.
excluded.
Because I don't know, you know. But yeah, it should just be something you should, you know, some type of end product that it should be you're proud of, you
So
know,
you don't
flat
have
out.
to tell me honestly about that, because there's a number of times where, like I said, I try as a policy not to talk shit about breeders, partly because even shitty breeding takes a lot of work. And
It
it occurred
does.
to me honestly that, you know what, who the fuck am I in the end to basically shit on someone's huge amount of, because it takes years even to make terrible decisions,
And
right? So I'm just
so
like, they're gonna find out those are terrible decisions on their own. That's not my problem. So long
and
story short,
again,
I don't talk shit about breeders. Go ahead.
this is the argument that I've always tried to instill anyways throughout the whole testing thing is, you know, questions, forms wanted to be turned in, your reports need to be turned in, you know, ASAP. Give me a photo as soon as you've done with the run. You know what I mean? In my opinion, and I've always stated, I don't want to turn my shit in until a couple of runs. I want to see what the
I've
plant's
heard you
actually
say that.
capable
That
from. You
is
know what I
so
mean?
useless for someone like Subcool, because by the time you gave him results, the strain is dead. Basically, I think he said that the average TGA strain had about 1,000 packs in it. And then once
Yeah.
1,000 packs moved, either they moved quick or they moved slow, but there was about 1,000 packs in most strains. There were some strains that would keep going. There were some strains that became classics, of course. But for the most part, a lot of those strains, Kaffir Lime, Roswell, all those included, those were some of the last that he released. They had about 1,000 packs in them. And for different breeders, that might be a different amount. But
That's
for
a
him at
thousand
that time,
packs is a
he was
one
saying about
good
a
run.
thousand.
That's a one harvest run, 1,000 packs.
Something like that.
Easily.
Yeah, probably. You're right. And that's one of the reasons why they would have to, when something took off, they would have to breed it
But
again, because
again,
they sold out of it the past
but
time.
but but he also sold, and again, who knows if this is really what happened behind the scenes, because we, as time passes and the stories go out, you know, we hear variations of things. But the idea was always sold that we're keeping mom and dad. You know what I mean? To recreate that stock. It isn't, oh, along the lines, we decided we found this, like as you've kind of said, cinnamon pheno. So now we're going to work it towards the cinnamon line. Because now, if I didn't get that pack or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm going to get the next round, next
You
what,
mean
the
that there have
next,
been
you know,
accusations over the years that they had not just uh Space Dude and Space Queen, the original mom and dad, but that they basically pulled out packs in the future and found new
well,
Space Dudes and new Space
I've
Queens.
known this to go on with other
That
breeders
is
too.
that is a surprisingly common. I have no idea if that actually was the case with Subcool. I would not be surprised. I know that some people did continue, like North Star, did continue to have the original moms and dads, even for example
I
when
agree with that.
they burned down at Sub's house. But still, that is, I
Now
think, a
you're at
very
least
common thing. Without
having
talking
an
shit about any
idea,
breeders,
even
there's a
though
couple
there's a
big breeders
thousand
that
packs
do that.
produced, but you would think even the next round, that thousand packs ran out, you would think because he's kept a mom and dad. Now, you know, even though I didn't get the first batch, I should get something at least similarly close. You know what I mean? And so
Well, the reality is, if
repeatability
the
there
genetics
was
were
always
good,
an idea. Even though I know, even with mom and dad, still, you know, using repeating mom and dad, there's still going to be a shaking of the jar. You know what I mean? They're not going to be identical as the first batch. There's going to be something a little bit more heavier. I think environment plays in a lot of, you know, there's a lot of different scenarios. I think what actually takes from mom and dad during that night of magic or whatever. You know, why you get one lean, that batch you may get, you know, second creation, you may get, you know, instead of a 50-50 batch, you may get a 60-40 batch where, oh, now I got a whole bunch of males out of this one. You know what I mean?
I
And
disagree a little bit. I think that that's the case certainly some of the time, but that's part of the selection process. So when you look at, for example, plant breeding is not fundamentally that different than human breeding, which is kind of a gross thing to say because I'm really not a fan of eugenics or any of that kind of stuff. But just conceptually, when you think of, for example, all the people you've ever known, if you've ever thought of, for example, a married couple, for example, a father and mother, they don't have to be married, but you know, a father and mother that had multiple children, uh, most of the time, those children are quite similar. You'll get some phenotypic variation, right? You'll get sometimes the son will be super tall, and then the daughters will be super short. How interesting. But guess what? The genetics were in there. If you actually looked at the family tree at Thanksgiving, for example, you'll see, oh, grandma was super fucking tiny. And wouldn't you know it, that's that recessive gene, or maybe it was a dominant gene, maybe it was a dominant allele that passed through and combined. And you have the female, the X chromosome, for example, is super short, whereas the Y chromosome is super tall and doesn't express that way. Plants end up kind of expressing the same. Where was I going to with that? I think I hear a lot of, I guess I used to hear this more, but I used to hear a lot of stuff that I have discovered kind of firsthand are misconceptions, where it was like theoretical knowledge. But I guess cannabis was so new that there was only people writing theoretical knowledge. Kind of that was the people used to shit talk about Jorge Cervantes a little bit, that a lot of his information, and I think this is actually fair to some degree, was sort of theoretical, that he probably hadn't grown a lot of the stuff, but he kind of thought that it might be right. A lot of people talked about that in terms of breeding, like, oh, the F2 is where the real crazy shit comes out. And I don't know how many times I heard some variation of that where, oh, you just wait until you get to F2. Oh, the fucking lights are coming off. It's just going to rocket ship to Crazy Town. I haven't found that to be the case in any fucking respect whatsoever. Not even a little bit. And it makes perfect sense why I would not find that. And it's always baffled me why people said that, because you have that F1 from a true F1. You know, cannabis a lot of times doesn't have true F1s, right? But a true F1 is essentially two worked or very unrelated lines. I guess we're kind of being generous with the word F1, but still, it's two kind of unrelated lines that you crack together, and that newness has F1 vigor, and they're super big and super fast, and you have this new genetic variability, and you have, like TGA strains, you have this famously kind of varied list of phenotypes. But of course, in plants, you don't have necessarily 1,000 phenotypes. You have 10 or 9 or 6 or even sometimes 2. You'll have variations on the theme, but you'll have, so, you know, broad main phenotypes, right? But then, for example, you get For a filial generation, like an F2, you'll get basically one of the boys and one of the girls. Or I guess if you want to do feminize, you can do the same thing. You get one of the girls and one of the girls, or even the same girl, and basically do her on this. Well, that sounds creepy, but do her on the same side, on both sides. And people say, oh, you're going to get nutty genetics there too. Or they sometimes think you're going to get the same. You're going to get an identical twin. If you self a female onto herself, they assume you will get a twin of her. No, actually, then you will get another kind of filial generation. You'll get an F2. You'll get another basket of kind of versions of her. I'm being very unclear. Mr. Toad would be much more clear about this. But what I'm trying to say is that if you get, for example, a related boy and a related female and cross those together to make an F2, you do not, like they used to say, get crazy pants, crazy town in the kids. You actually get kind of a tightening of the gene pool. And you do get variations on the theme, but you don't get nutcase garbage all over the goddamn spectrum. Like, I don't know how many people used to say. I don't know where I'm going to with this, but it's basically like, there's so many weird misconceptions that I've heard in breeding. There was a whole point that I was trying to get to before that. I lost my train of thought. You know what annoys me? That I don't eat enough lion's mane mushrooms, because I found on my show, doing my show, that actually I was losing my train of thought and stuff. And like someone on the show was like, oh, you need to eat more lion's mane mushrooms. And so I started to do it. And sure enough, I would lose my train of thought less, even when I was high and everything else. But wouldn't you know it, I've been out for like 3 months and I'm just too lazy to order more.
I think internet's killing our memories. I've seen more and more
that could be too.
Deal with that. Yeah, the fucking just no attention span. This is actually pretty decent. I've been drinking this.
Is that kombucha?
Actually, no, it's actually it's a root beer mushroom elixir.
Oh.
So it's got actually the rikishi, the chinga, and the turkey tail in this.
Oh, is it like a concentrate that you drink a little bit of, or do you drink the whole bottle?
Drink the whole bottle. Yeah, this is like a root beer. They have a cola too, but both of them.
I'm a huge fan of the really people good. Are really snoozing on those, I guess, because it's all basically very new. The whole mushroom stuff is oddly very new, even though mushrooms have been around for a fucking while now. People are always talking about the psychedelic mushrooms and everything else. I actually think there's more long-term benefit, believe it or not, from the legal edible mushrooms, things like lion's mane and chaga and fucking reishi and cordyceps. Sounds ridiculous, I think, for a lot of people when I say something like that, but I really do. The neurogenic properties of some of those mushrooms, the antiviral properties of some of those mushrooms. Not to say that psychedelics are not a useful tool, but they are, again, I think, just a tool.
So I guess I'm gonna rewind you back a little bit. We fucking keep jumping down these like super deep rabbit holes and shit, which have been super fun, by the way. So taking you back. So how did I guess, man, this road could go anywhere, to be honest with you. So how did you go?
We're going, we don't need roads.
So how do you go from like testing seeds to, I don't know, which came first, the love for or wanting to breed, or the wanting to educate and go down the YouTube path? I guess either one of those. Which came first there? Headed down YouTube as an educational tool, or when did breeding come into play?
Believe it or not, the YouTube was a weird accident. And I have always wondered if I should literally like stop the channel for a little bit and start over, because I wondered if it's kind of a disconnect that has been one of the big problems with my channel. So where I'm going to with that is the answer to your question is a little bit of both in a weird way. So a little bit of I guess I could say yes just to the first part you said. Where I'm going to with that is, so I started to test, I don't know, years ago, right? Because I basically was kind of a fucking freeloader, essentially. I didn't want to pay a bunch of money for seeds. And wouldn't you know it, I actually got seeds, so it was awesome. After a while, it got to the point that I told Smash this, you lose the sense of value for seeds. So for me then, like if I went to Indo Expo and bought a pack of seeds from Exotic Mike for $250, fine, doesn't matter. like it's cool because I just wanted it, right? It wasn't like, oh, I have to grow those or I have to remember to buy 3 packs of this or that. Like it was just like, I just bought them because I wanted them. Just fuck it, put them in the back of my seed chest. They're just there. If I want to grow them, I'll grow them. Other packs of seeds, like if that pack of seed was next to another pack of seed that was free, if you have enough seeds, they become kind of meaningless in value. And I told Smash this that it became like this awesome moment in my life where I grew just what I wanted to grow. And ever since then, I've been, well, not ever since then, I kept growing. It turns out I was growing already the Ruby Jack. And I really loved that whole genetic line of the Ruby Jack that I got for free from my friend who's not even a professional breeder, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I am not answering the question you asked. I started to go down a different rabbit hole. When did I start to desire the path of growing or breeding weed? Was basically not long after I started to find cultivars that I liked. Essentially, I started to think, oh, this would go really well with this other thing. And wouldn't it be nice if I could do some of this, or if this thing was just slightly bigger, faster, stronger, or whatever, right? And so the thought starts to kind of click for you. At least for me, some people are like that. I like to cook. I've always liked to, if I have the choice of hiring someone or spending a week learning YouTube and doing it myself, I would prefer to do it myself in most cases. So for me, the idea of, and it turns out in most cases, I'm actually okay with combining, flavors and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm actually a good cook and so on. So how do I say, it didn't take long at all for me to think, oh, it would be awesome if I could take this cool Ruby Jack stuff that I have over here and mix it basically with this other cool stuff that I got from Subcool. For example, I had some other stuff too at the time that I wish I still had. Roswell, I wish I had bred with. A few other, that banana jack would have been exceptional with the Ruby Jack, would have been amazing. Some like strawberry banana phenotypes would have come out of there. It would have been incredible. But unfortunately, I was still kind of just hypothesizing, what I could do. But also with the YouTube stuff, that was kind of that's where I was talking about. It was a weird kind of beginning because I used to go to garden club. Cannabisian Garden Club was named after my friend Cannabisian's Instagram handle, Cannabisian, and his website and his breeding company and everything else. Cannabisian. It's spelled Cannabizine or something. Anyway, cool guy here in Portland. And he used to have a monthly garden club over at the Northwest Cannabis Club that is now defunct. And I don't know, a friend of mine told me about it or something. And I started to go and I was like, fuck, this is a laugh riot. I really enjoyed it. The guy would give out seeds. That was honestly the draw for a lot of people. They would talk about gardening stuff. Sometimes they'd have presentations. Literally, like members would research a strain or something. I remember one time a dude researched like actually maybe Subcool strains. I think he researched like Chernobyl and a few other strains and just like gave a talk, honestly, for 5 or 10 minutes on Subcool strains, right? And it was just a fun time. And plus, it was just a fun time to get together for, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours every, first Thursday. I remember being annoyed because I couldn't go to, here in Portland, we have first Thursday. It's like a art exhibit. You can go to galleries and there's all kinds of cool food and stuff. And I remember being like, fuck, I'm going to miss first Thursday every fucking garden club. But anyway, it was fun to go to garden club. And then I thought to myself, wouldn't it be fun if I basically started a tasting group that was kind of like this? And so that was the beginning of my whole Portland Cannabis Tasting Society. Yes, I wish I'd found it easier name than that in the past, but still I've stuck with it, and if there's anything that I do, it's basically be loyal to things. So I've stuck with the Portland Cannabis Tasting Society, even though it's a ridiculously long name, but it was a tasting group that I ran for 2.5, 3 years until the pandemic. Basically the writing on the wall was there, and I was like, fuck, this is, my group is going to be done for a while. I wasn't sure if it was ever going to come back. I have hope. I mean, I've been paying for the fucking website. I don't even want to tell you how many hundreds of dollars I paid on that fucking website just in case I bring the goddamn Portland Cannabis Tasting. Just go check it out just for giggles. PortlandCannabisTastingSociety.com. It's literally just been parked there with pictures and shit from the last events that I did. But what was I going to say? Yeah, the fucking pandemic was coming, and I was like, oh shit, we're not going to be able to have anything in public for a while. So we had 4 or 5 of us. You guys know Tara was in it. Farmex, you probably don't know. He's a friend of mine here locally. A couple other guys here, mostly locally. we're trying to do like a Wednesday kind of hash show. We were trying to do like a Northwest hash show. It didn't really work out. We just, I don't know, egos didn't gel or something. I don't know. It was not some big broadcast story, but it just didn't really work out. But in the process, I was like, I'm just going to keep the show running, just see what happens. And so I literally did. I just kind of kept showing up, and Rez and a few other people literally from back then would show up, and we would just kind of chat for an hour or something. And eventually I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to turn this into the online version of my tasting group. And maybe we can meet, like Zoom was a whole new thing for us at the time. I was like, oh shit, we could do this like totally online, and we could have like a virtual smoke session. So I tried to do that for a while. It didn't really pan out. Like people just didn't kind of want to do the Zoom sesh. They wanted to do it in person or not at all. It kind of seemed like, but it turned into something else. It actually ended up turning into more of a, which has always kind of annoyed me, more of a, just like a grow discussion show. So we basically have like I describe it as a virtual cannabis pub, or kind of a virtual cannabis cafe, basically, where we shoot the shit. You know, the whole idea is kind of, at least in my head, the whole idea is like after work, or sometimes people, you know, before work, they come and they join us for a joint, 10 joints, because sometimes we sit there for a few hours, and we have these, long form kind of open-ended discussions. And the difference with those discussions has been, I think you know this, that you have a very specific kind of discussion you'll have when you know that the discussion's over in an hour. And by the way, I have a show now that basically is going to be 1 hour on every Wednesday. But there's also a whole different kind of discussion that comes out basically when you have a longer discussion. You end up bringing the second thing that you thought of up, and sometimes that's more interesting. You maybe, a lot of people are humble, and so they kind of keep the more interesting thing back in the back of their head, because they're like, oh, they wouldn't be interested about that. But then shit, conversation's been going for 2 hours, might as well bring up that story, and everyone finds that story more interesting. And I perpetually have had situations like that. Bud Kilowatt and Charlie's Farm, and you name it, the people they've known in the past, and Charlie's Farm for one, holy fucking cannoli, the interesting, let's call it that, people that he's met in the Boston underground world. And he would have never shared those fucking stories if he was on for 25 minutes just to share a joint and bounce, but when we're there like smoking for 4 hours, and everyone's gardening, and we're fucking stoned or whatever, and then you get to the real interesting meat of the issue. But I don't know. That's a long way, I realize, from the tasting society. And so that's what I was talking about, where I was like, oh, I wonder if this kind of weird amalgamation where it's like a man bear pig that all got stuff together, because I've got my seed breeding that was kind of parallel to that, but at the same time not the same thing. And so I've always wondered how many people are here for the seed breeding, how many people are here for the seshing that we used to do, how many people are here on accident, and they don't know how to change channels. I just always wondered. Anyway.
So pretty much the same time there. Where does the EO fall into that time span? I know it's
The
obviously
EO was actually the
before.
first. They were the ones that dragged me on. Actually, Dan, credit to Dan. Dan dragged me onto YouTube, kicking and screaming. Apparently, everybody. So, folks knew me basically verbally, just as a joker, pretty much. It's like somebody would tell jokes and shit, I guess. Hopefully not as a joker, but as a jokester, I guess. Basically, people knew me as someone who cracked jokes, I guess, in like the GrowTube Roundtable and EO chat and stuff like that. And I guess I gave the impression that I was like 100-year-old man or something, because at some point, Puffer P Smiles saw an Instagram reel of me at my tasting group. I like posted, or somebody posted a snippet that was at my group and like tagged me, and Puffer saw it, and she was like, Fumi, I thought you were like 90. Apparently I gave up that vibe that I was like 90 or 100 years old. But anyway, I don't know. I wasn't super interested in being, I guess, on camera or something. And Dan was like, "Oh, you got to come up here. It'd be super fun if you join the panel." Blah blah blah. And for the longest time, I was super shy about it. I was like, "Oh," I didn't even show a picture. I was just a bit like black screen. I was one of those guys, right? And wouldn't show anything. And then at some point, Tanasi, I think, made an ultimatum that I thought was for me. Turns out it actually wasn't for me, but whatever. I took it as it was for me. He was like, everybody's got to be on camera, which was a fair request, actually, I have to be honest. And I was like, all right, what's the expression without being vulgar? fish or cut bait. And so I was like, all right, either I'm going to be on camera or just fucking bounce. And so I was like, it's not that big of a deal if people know that I theoretically grow weed, because I never completely admitted whether I did or did not. We can neither confirm or deny. But, I realized like more and more people don't really give a shit. Or the people that you get judged by a lot of times, they would have judged you for some other fucking random shit, right? Like, and like I said, as we get older, our basket of fucks runneth out. I know that my basket of fucks is nearly runneth empty. It's not that I don't give a fuck about stuff, but I also about stuff.
Sorry. There's nothing wrong with not giving a fucks. Giving up the fucks, enjoying life.
I truly wish I had less fucks to give sometimes. I know some people, friend of mine, she gives no fucks. She doesn't care. She's one of those people, if she could, she'd just walk to work naked. She just doesn't give a fuck. She wouldn't care at all. Is everybody else that kind of gives a fucks. But you know what? She lives a much more happy life as a result. Yeah. Well, I wish I could be that kind of fucksless.
Yeah. It'd be a way to live though. Carefree. Hopefully we can all get to that point at some point.
True in oneself, What else can you be too? That's the most infuriating thing. That's one thing that I've learned growing older, that a lot of the different rules and laws and kind of ethics that we set out for ourselves. And mind you, I'm somebody that has spent a lot of time thinking about ethics and morality and everything else in life. A lot of that stuff, though, is just basically made up and just kind of rules that we kind of make for ourselves. And you see a lot of the rapaciousness of, some of the billionaires that control the world and so on. You just realize like, it's all fucking made up. It doesn't really fucking matter. None of this, no one's keeping score. You know what I mean? Anyone that is keeping score really doesn't fucking matter in the end. You can't take any of it with you. On and on and on. It's a shame we can't internalize those things quicker. Or at least some of us can.
What was your first stream? What was your first creation? What did you decide?
First creation, the first creation might be Morgana. I mean, I guess I made some accidental creations, kind of. Well, I guess that counts. Accidental on purpose. I did some kind of, mini pollinations. I guess that counts. Yeah, now that I think about it, I got to back up on that completely because I did a whole thing where I freaking basically back cross Ruby Jack. Okay, so I basically like did some light dustings of some things so I could get 20 or 30 or 40 seeds. Turns out every single time I'd get like 50 or 100, but I was like, oh, I need 10, then I'd get 100. But it's better to get more than less, right? But I did the Cali Sour, and I did like this Blue Magoo that I had that still to this day is the most absurdly flavorful, also bag seed, by the way, the most absurdly flavorful cannabis plant I've ever grown that had absolutely no effect whatsoever. I don't think it even has any CBD in it. It was hilarious. It was unbelievably blueberry, just like you squished blueberry into a spoon and just took some blueberry syrup. Blueberry syrup made exclusively out of fresh squeezed blueberries. I don't even know if there's a such thing. Fresh squeezed blueberry juice, maybe. Had no effect. None. Literally no goddamn effect at all. Hilarious. Taught me an interesting lesson, like, because I always say that like the flavor is the effect, which to some extent is true, but sometimes the flavor has no fucking effect. You have to remember that as well. First projects, I guess, basically were probably things that I didn't really go anywhere with. Now that I think about it, I probably just like grew the seeds, kind of just consider them as kind of test runs or something, I guess. Yeah. Because now that I think about it, I don't have any of them. I don't have any of the Cali Sour stuff. I actually just discovered I forgot that I had it, but literally just today, I discovered a little can of, and I was surprised it exists, a Cali Sour OGC. So I have seeds of that crossed probably to one of the Ruby Jack males. Unfortunately, I didn't put the male on there. It's crossed to something on there. But the thing that I did keep was that I wanted to kind of create, I don't know, sometimes I annoy myself, but I'm very like, methodically kind of purposeful in the things that I like to do. So for example, I wanted to create like a road to somewhere that I would base my visualization was I wanted to create a road of cannabis that I can kind of drive out to and then burn the bridge. This was literally kind of my idea, and burn the bridge. And then while I'm over there, I can make stuff. And so basically I started with this Ruby Jack because I loved that Ruby Jack lineage. And I started with a couple different sides of it, but I started with the, I thought, I need basically a male line. Essentially, everybody needs a fucking male or something, right? That's a weird way to breed, honestly, when you think about it. But yeah, all of us basically look for males. It's like freaking Tinder. I always joke about it with my friends. Anyway, essentially I wanted to create like a recognizable male line. So I essentially decided to kind of recursively cross the best characteristics of Ruby Jack basically to herself. So I essentially back crossed Ruby Jack a couple times. And then I had essentially a line that I could crack into stuff basically. And I should have found a better way in retrospect to verbalize this. And I have for the longest time been kind of keeping it to myself. But then I remember a friend of mine, I guess I don't want to talk about more about that because we'll see about if that project develops. But a friend of mine and I met for lunch, and the topic of Schwale came up. Schwale is a breeder actually here, I think in Portland, at, I want to say Farmhouse Studios or Farmhouse Seeds. I would like to meet him. I would like to interview him on my show. I quite respect his photography. It's spectacular. He does super ultra macro and everything else. Anyway, he described his breeding style. And when I read it, I was like, mother of fucking F. I wish I had thought of this. It's so simply worded. Basically, he just describes it as basket weaving. And I was like, I mean, sometimes you kick yourself because you're like, oh, the bread knife. I wish I had thought of the bread knife. I would have been a millionaire. Or the straw or something. I don't know. The spork. Maybe that's a better example. He basically describes essentially getting a strand and weaving it in and out with other genetics. So, for example, starting with some kind of you have to start with something. So starting with some kind of a genetic parentage. I guess he started with GMO in some case right now. He's working with like JOMO and all kinds of stuff. That started basically with some GMO stuff. And then he essentially works that line a little bit. So it's a little bit more recognizable. So it's a little bit more like a GMO back cross kind of. And then he crosses that, for example, into something else. We were talking about blueberry, for example, and not that he's doing that, but for example, into a blueberry because he might want some blueberry characteristics, or he might want the growth characteristics, or the flavor, or whatever else. And then, of course, since he's not just a fucking, pollen chucker, he basically crosses that back into his line, where he essentially takes those genetics and crosses that, for example, by finding a male and then crossing that into a further filial generation, basically back into his regular work, basically into, for example, like I was talking about, he's working that JOMO. So he's now added the blueberry in and now finds a male with those blueberry characteristics to now crack into other stuff, and so on and so on and so on. Basically, that's what I've been doing. I've been basically cracking that, well, until recently, cracking the Ruby Jack, working the Ruby Jack into a couple different recognizable lines that I could crack into other things. So I started with that Ruby Jack and then moved into Morgana. That was that first kind of basket weave. And then the Morgana, in some cases, for example, the sour Morgana is going to be the next step in the basket weave for some other stuff that will be hopefully another father that will be in the future. Basically building some stuff, or rather building part of the basket weave, I guess. Does that make any sense? Okay.
Yeah. I like the way you have her so often. Does that make any sense?
Well, you have to wonder sometimes if you're making anything sense, because we're stoners and stuff. So yeah.
Oh, you're doing a good job of
Right on.
describing it 100%. So, first strain, you've created quite a few others. So, have you stepped out of that in particular work into something else, breeding in a whole new different program? Have you started from scratch on another strain, or do you keep that in
I did a little bit,
one for
and it
everything?
was honestly a huge mistake. Anybody who's been watching my channel kind of knows the saga and the history. A little over a year ago, about almost a year and a half ago, actually, Clackamas Coot. A lot of people know him. He's kind of a legend in the no-till gardening scene, organic gardening scene. A lot of people know him in general, but especially in the kind of organic growing scene. I thought we were quite close. had dinner at his house several times, blah, 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 blah. We were exchanging gifts, and he gave me a pack of seeds that was apparently quite meaningful to him. He was telling me actually how meaningful it was, and it came from a super special time in his life. And it quite meant a lot, honestly. I thought it was a very touching moment. And he said, have fun. And I guess I misunderstood everything about that situation, because I thought what he meant from that was, this is a very meaningful pack of seeds. I hope you perpetuate this in some way. Please have fun with it. That did not go that way in the end, because even though over an entire year of having, I found almost immediately, because I planted them, not the next day, but almost as soon as I could right after that. And sure enough, within just a very few weeks, I already saw characteristics that I really enjoyed. I mean, at least in my metrics, I'm a big believer in the stem rub. And of course, you can see a lot about how the plants are going to grow from their morphology and leaf shape and how dominant they are. And I mean, there's so many different characteristics that you can see even in veg about a plant. And so I had already told Coot, and granted, I'm always excited for new things, right? I'm one of those folks that always interested in the new stuff. And so I was like, oh, Coot, some cool shit, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna give you some clones of it. And sure enough, I gave him clones of basically the best two females that I found. And then I took clones of the males for him. I gave him seeds of TO to BPR that I was working on, that I named later on after this all blew up, Sauron. I thought I was being kind of a good citizen. There was apparently a big misunderstanding there. And in retrospect, I basically kind of gave up a year of my own breeding work with the BPR. I actually had a whole release essentially of that I kind of shoved to the side. I had version 2s of basically Morgana, Lime River Rose, Dread Persephone, a bunch of different stuff, with basically further down the line, again with that basket weave, a Black Prince Ruby male. Instead of the Ruby Jack father, it was the Black Prince Ruby, which is basically further down that Ruby Jack line, down the strawberry side. He was the father of that version 2 generation. And I kind of pushed that to the side foolishly, because I was like, I'm going to focus all my attention, all my, whatever on this fucking Clackamas Coot shit. Whatever, I don't, for a variety of reasons. I thought like, oh, this is cool. Like the genetics are super interesting. They're old school, untouched shit. It's super fun that, like I'm friends with Coot, blah, 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 blah. Right. Yeah. So anyway, I basically focused on using a couple different males from that, and it just did not go well, because apparently the relationship exploded. Well, not apparently, the relationship exploded, and I actually don't really know why. I don't know what I actually did wrong, but it's kind of irrelevant at this point, because it kind of bothers me. It kind of irks me that I don't have his blessing to run that genetics. So it's like, I haven't decided yet if it's essentially a dead end. Like basically that breed run, it was supposed to be the beginning of a whole new kind of line, because I was, again, basket weaving, because even though this last breed run that I released was with that Coot Special male, I crossed to both my Morgana, the Cherry Black Morgana, and also my why can't I think of the fucking name? Black Prince Ruby, my selected Black Prince Ruby. That was I'm calling it Black Knight's Delight. And that's part of that basket weave, where I can hopefully find males and also females in the future to work those genetics into the future. So it was literally supposed to be the beginning of a whole new thing. But now I'm just like, it's kind of soured the whole experience. And I mean, the genetics are good, right? So that's the ironic part of it. The genetics are actually really, really good. So I am ultimately probably going to keep it, but maybe in a different way, because I crossed a few other things. You were talking about proprietary. I know what you mean by that. And so from that, I am kind of going to maybe protect myself, in the sense that if I ever want to run people's genetics in the future, I'm going to run them into something of mine first, so that I've created something new. So that the worst they can accuse me of is using something of theirs to create something of mine. Fuck off. That's plant breeding. Go suck my ass, right? That's what plant breeding is. But running other people's males, I'm not sure that I'm ever going to really do that again. Which, ironically, actually, I'm saying that because my next project is literally Jack the Ripper from Subcool, but I feel
what would
justified
the
in that for other reasons. Go ahead.
I mean, basically, it's once it's out there, it's proprietary anyway. So, what would the difference would have been if you would have picked the female out of it and hit it with
Oh,
your
I have
male?
picked females. Yeah, no, I have
So,
females for the Coot
what's
Special.
the difference of being able to use that male as, you know what I mean? What's the difference?
The difference
in
is that
that?
he got butt hurt. That's the difference.
There shouldn't be no. I'm just saying
No,
there
no,
shouldn't
yeah,
be.
and that's what I told you. I disagree with the whole idea that we should have some proprietary back cross. Should be some genetic stamp on there. There should be some NFT connection and a cryptocurrency connection. Fuck, I heard someone talking about Bitcoin, this and the other thing about it a little over a year ago. I'm just like yawning because I'm just like, to me, that misunderstands everything about the whole idea of cannabis breeding for me, at least for me. Perhaps for other people it does not. Perhaps that's the point, that the money extraction is the whole point of it. But for me, that wasn't why I got into the. I guess he probably can't hear it. That wasn't why I got into the plant breeding itself. It was a long time before I made a fucking penny off of the seeds. I still, I guess I didn't say this earlier. I kind of shake my head sometimes at some of the breeders that do. I don't say this out loud, but I mean, if you know anything about breeding, you kind of know why they're doing it. Nobody else seems to say this out loud, but there's a bunch of breeders who crack other people's work together, and it's obviously for money and for a cash infusion. A bunch of people say, "Oh, bravo, bravo, bravo! You cracked other people's work to other people's work, obvious superstars, and created wonderful genetic." That's not plant breeding, really. But at the same time, whatever. It's all plant breeding. Ultimately, I have to remind myself, like you were saying earlier about the kind of shitty pollen chucking. I hate to say it, but over time, it will sort itself out. Anybody who just isn't good, it's a little bit biblical, like, who am I to judge? Judge not lest ye be judged. I mean, we're all going to be judged as cannabis breeders, basically, probably not by God or something, probably by, the market. But eventually, the market will sift through, and it has a habit of sifting through the really shitty breeders. I guess there are a few that are still maybe, even gotten bigger, that are still, bulk buying seeds. There's a couple out there. I guess I haven't gone to the, they used to have the High Times shows and stuff. There were a couple of the big booths that I already knew were garbage seeds. But for the most part, the shitty reputations and the shitty seeds, it gets out. You know what I mean? People tell their friends. It's like, seeds are not a life or death thing. They're not bread. They're not eggs. They're very much, I've discovered, kind of a disposable income commodity, kind of, or disposable income purchase. And this is one of the things that has annoyed me about the seed breeder community infighting, because I don't think if you convince someone not to buy so-and-so seeds, that means that your breeder gets more money. I think that $100 ends up getting spent on strippers or something, you know what I mean? Or ice cream sundaes, right? And then when that customer, their radar pings on your breeder friend the next time, then they'll buy that person's seeds. It's not like a zero-sum game. It kind of annoys me because a lot of people, I think, behave that it is. Anyway, I'm veering this conversation all over the place, I realize.
There we go. Again, I think it comes back to, quality of the breeding. And again, I think the proprietary times proprietary would actually strengthen the breeding community a bunch. But and again, at the same aspect as I listen to you talk, uh, maybe the scenario that I'm putting out there could actually hinder it a lot of times, because I wouldn't necessarily have, and strains have to start somewhere. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem with taking this strain and this strain and cross them
I was going to say
together.
that earlier. I feel like
I
I'm a
would,
link in the chain, and I feel
I,
like any of us really is just a link in the chain.
you got to start somewhere, but I guess if you're going to do that, it'd be nice to see you at least kind of, select a little bit and kind of make it your own. But in the scenario I'm talking about, where you've perfected it to almost everything's the same, well, now you're fucking that guy because the selection's not there for the next breeder guy. So I can understand that point of it. But in that same aspect, though, of like recreation purposes, or even bringing the community together, I think it would lessen the fact that, yeah, I have to breed with this because I need to sell, because people want to see this name on the pack. And eventually, your strain, proprietary times proprietary, if actually people would get over what's XY, would appreciate that strain for what it is. Now, let's say you encourage people to work with your strain, and I get that. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Things should be built like that. You know what I mean? Cannabis should be somewhat of an open forum. You should be able to work with it and create it, whatever. But at that point, I think you'll have the guy that wants to work with your genetics is going to be serious enough to go, hey, Fumi, I'm thinking about working with your strain. Could you tell me a little bit about it? Now you've built a little bit of more of a relationship, a rapport with that guy. You know what I mean? So you'll know what's being there. All right, that guy's working with my strain over here. I talked to him the other day, not some random guy popping up and oh yeah, now you know what I mean? Because he don't give a fuck. He knows what's on your pack. He knows what the recipe is. There's no need to get a hold of you. But if it's proprietary, I think everybody will start to tighten up. There'd be a little bit tighter of a breeder community there. But in the end product, that's what I'm worried about, is necessarily the end product. And I don't think that's too much to ask, or maybe it is. You know what I mean? It just goes for any creator of anything. I think at the end of the day, you should stand by your fucking work with pride. If you can do that and that's the end of the thing, cool. You know, if you were, you know, but I don't think there's no problem with, you know, keeping that recipe, you know, somewhat proprietary. Tell us the ingredients if you want to. Don't tell us the secret ingredient. I don't give a shit. But at the end of the day, this is the release. This is the line I've drawn. This is the end product. You know, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing to ask in breeding. And that's going to take some slowing down. Yeah, but what's happening right now? People are putting out fucking new releases at a breakneck speed. And half of them aren't even going to have the opportunity to build that reputation because fuck, who's got time now? Because now fucking I've just popped this and here comes 50 million different other seeds. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, it is a keeping up with the Joneson thing. The market's always been that way. The people that necessarily want to put the cannabis out there on a large scale are the motherfuckers that are betting. Oh God, please let's take a fucking survey. What's the top 10 strains that everybody wants right now? Oh, those are the ones we're gonna grow. Those are the ones we're gonna work with. And at that point, man, things are really gonna slim down. Are we gonna really let the customer demand what's our product is, or are we gonna let our dreams play out? You know what I mean? Our visions instead of.
Well, that's just an odd formulation. Are we going to let the customer? It's like we're in charge. I mean, are we the soup Nazi? Do we basically decide what the customers get to have? I mean, honestly, the customers, what do they used to say? The customer's king, right? Like when you run a restaurant, yeah, I guess you get to pick the menu and stuff. But I mean, if you're too authoritarian about it, people will just laugh you off. They'll go to the next place like, oh, we only serve the bacon by itself. Never with an egg or potatoes. We worship the bacon by itself. If you want something else, you got to go somewhere else. People go somewhere else. They'll go somewhere where they can have bacon and eggs, not one or the other. What am I trying to say? That's a weird analogy. When I think about it, a restaurant that only sells, you can only have the bacon by itself. One slice, glistening. I don't even know. I'm very focused on that strange restaurant right now. All right, let's pull ourselves out of the rabbit hole. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I was like, this is why I don't do mushrooms, because I already think that way. But what was the question we were talking about? Proprietary. What the fuck were we talking about?
Just basically keeping it proprietary times proprietary. And you're basically saying I'm limiting your selection, you know, by me standing by the end product and going, this is what you get.
I disagree with that kind of premise. It's an interesting kind of not discrepancy is not the right word. It's weird how weed does not conform to any of the normal standards or many of the normal standards that we're used to with wine and beer and all kinds of different other things in life, where you have very kind of delineated styles. For example, in wine, there are literally varietals that are basically clones of Cabernet Sauvignon and fucking Pinot and all these very, very specific styles. And they don't have Bob's Cabernet. It's like the Cabernet that you get at some point. I actually don't know because I'm not a
wine's a
vintner,
good
but
thing to kind of put that too. And I don't have a problem
you know what I
with,
mean. There's like
because
1,000 cannabis
now you're
strains every
breaking
year.
it down to like, oh, this is this year's, you know. Okay, if you want to put out your a strain and go, okay, this was this year, the summer of '76 is run. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, you're gonna have a change from '76 to '79. You know what I mean? Different environment, different pressures. It's a taste thing, but it's still an end product thing. You know, I don't.
I mean, that's the
I
thing. We don't know if cannabis is ever going to settle in to what does wine have? Probably less than 20 main varietals. There's a few other little ones from around the world, but basically less than 20 styles. Same thing with beer, honestly, even in the Pacific Northwest, where we're literally beervana, beer mecca. People are always surprised to hear this because most of the time they're like, oh, what's microbrew add up to 5% of the market? And I'm like, no, not in Oregon. In Oregon, it's 50% of the market. It's one of the only places in the world where microbrews are literally like 50% of the market. So it's kind of an interesting test case. We really love persnickety farmed food and stuff. You know, the shows Portlandian stuff are not all wrong, right? Like you go to literally like there's a putt it's amazing business model. I fucking love this place. It's a place called Birdie Time here in town, and it's an indoor putt golf bar basically, because it's essentially an indoor fucking bar in this cool like really high ceilinged old factory building that they just repurposed. Their food is served by like an RV. They have this RV right outside the building. It's in the like basically in the building, but it's just a quirky kind of place. Anyway, it's a putt golf place, and they serve beer, but they have a fucking beer menu that is like 40 things long. That's their tap menu, not bottles, taps. Oregon is just something else with fucking beer. But it tells you that there is the potential interest for people to be super nerdy, where the point is like you'll get women. Seriously, this is very surprising for people. People are like, oh, women don't like beer. I'm like, my fucking ass, they don't like beer. I know a bunch of different women that have their style. They'll only drink IPA or hazy IPA or IPA with mosaic hops or fucking whatever. You know, this super persnickety. There will be people like that with weed in time. There are already, of course. We just, don't encounter them that often. Most of the time we're talking to each other on these kinds of shows. Over time, there will be more civilians, quote unquote. What are we, the fucking weed mafia? But there will be civilians that are also persnickety about their styles and types of weed and stuff. And I don't think we've settled in enough into the market where I was asking, I think Romulan the other day, oh, what do you think about like families of weed? And I guess, I don't know, we were stoners and we just probably got sidetracked on something else. But I always think about, people keep mentioning Jodry in the chat. He always talks about a kind of 4 main flavors of weed, but that's still not enough to describe the families of weed. He talks about the gassy, I'm getting the grid wrong, but gassy, earthy, fruit, floral. I think I fucked that up. Anyway, regardless, that doesn't quite encapsulate, and he says this, I'm not saying anything he doesn't say, that doesn't quite encapsulate all of weed. I mean, there's the kind of OG types, but the OG types kind of overlap with the cushy types, but then the cushy types are also something different. I mean, there's all these different really types of weed, right? Are those going to settle into families that people kind of know about? Like, oh, I want to get I mean, it's not going to be type 1, type 2. That's different. That's the drug varietal versus CBD, stuff like that. But is it going to be something like that where people are like, oh, I want a Jack Harris style joint tonight. What do you got on the menu? Or I want a cushy style thing tonight on the menu. Most of the time these days, people just say indica sativa. That basically says nothing. That's one of the most infuriating parts of the whole discussion, is that basically says nothing. People always like, oh, but it's like heady versus not heady. I'm like, even that is kind of not. I mean, if you know a little bit more about weed, yeah, a little bit, but I mean, like G13 is, at least in my experience and a lot of other people's experience, kind of heady and happy. It's an indica, right? Of course, I can't think of sativa right now. That is very down. Anyway, regardless, there are plenty of kind of sativas that will give you a body high. First of all, there's a lot more different experiences than just heady versus body high, right? There's heady with a body high. There's body high with some head high, on and on and on.
That's just harvest time, basically.
I don't think that's it either. I think genetics play an enormous role in it. I mean, I've taken I've taken Morgana consistently to week 12, and she's still got a giggly high. She's not sedative and down in the couch or anything like that. I took the that Cali Sour OG. That was one of the very first that I tested with harvest windows and stuff. I took her super early. I took her like 6.5, 7 weeks. Didn't have a super racy high. Had a pretty thumping body high. A little bit different flavor, a little bit of a different head high. I remember I had kind of this weird, like almost a headache feeling for a second from that when I picked it a little bit too early. But it wasn't like it wasn't what people describe. Like, oh, you're gonna get this racy paranoia from like a sativa high. I mean, I think that varies. Probably it varies on, genetics, varies on grow style, varies on a lot of different things. That's part of the magic about cannabis. It's part of the reasons why, it's one of the reasons why it's so difficult for commercial cannabis to really create a good product. And it's one of the, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's, I don't know. I guess it's just this kind of magical nonconformist thing about cannabis. I guess like backing up a step, I was talking about how cannabis doesn't conform in so many different ways. It doesn't, like weirdly enough, cannabis people kind of become non-conforming. Cannabis itself kind of doesn't conform to standards in many ways. It's kind of funny, but I don't know. Maybe that's anthropomorphizing it, but still.
That's what breeds the market, or makes the market, feeds the breeding market, I guess, is the individuality, there we go, of cannabis. And it is because we do all have a different relationship, or it can, what actually caused to us. And I think that does, I look at it as like a plant spirit medicine, basically. Um, if you're if you view it in that sense, and you were walking in the forest any other time, you would be just kind of walking mindfully through a forest or whatever, and then you'd kind of, a certain plant or herb would speak to you, and you would kind of like make some kind of deal, with it, that this herb or plant is gonna to heal you in some type of way. And I believe as you put your nose over a jar of whatever, you're kind of making that deal with that cultivar. You know what I mean? This one hits all my boxes. This is what's my body's calling for right now. So you've made a slight deal right then and there with the medicine that's going to work with you. I think that's why at some points necessarily, like, you're like, right off the nose, that one's not going to work. I think that's why it's so individualized. Some will work for us, some don't. We don't, not, there's not one key for the slot. You know what I mean? We're almost meant to ingest that type certain medicine, or we've chosen it for a
I
reason.
certainly agree with you in a sense. I think it's a little bit veering from your little bit veering from what you're saying. I have this very kind of woo-woo experience with cannabis that I somewhat laugh at, honestly, to myself, because I normally try to be somewhat rational and everything else, right? But I have felt that, because I've experienced this, so sort of anecdotally, I've personally experienced this, I guess. It's not anecdotal, I guess it's personal experience, but I have experienced what I would say is a disproportionate amount of amazing plants that have come my way, like a kind of shocking amount of awesome plants. And I've kind of tried to wonder about it. I'm like, because people complain all the time. They're like, oh, I never find cool plants, or blah, blah, or once in a while I find cool plants. And I'm just like, crack 3 seeds, and one of them is a fucking winner. And I have wondered for the longest time how that happened to be. Like, I got that little package of seeds from my friend Stevie, turned out to be amazing. They could have just as easily turned out to be shitty. I mean, that Stevie's breeding is actually very good, so his seeds are actually good. But I mean, I didn't know Stevie from a fucking hole in the wall. He could have been anybody. He could have been one of the hundreds of breeders that have been, come and gone and will come and go, that breed fucking boof, right? He could have been just some fucklord. No, he was this awesome backyard breeder that basically has never become a professional breeder, just basically because he's busy with other shit in his life. But his seeds are the shit, like honestly, really good. How did I manage to find those seeds from him? I don't know. They wanted to find me, I guess, is the only solution that I have. I guess it's very woo woo. I mean, I realize it's fucking woo woo as hell. All kinds of other times, I've basically gotten seeds that turn out to be amazing, like life changing for me in many different ways. Cannabis seems to want to find the people that will grow it, which is, again, makes no rational sense. I'm probably wrong. There's probably a rational explanation for it, but I'm just going to go with that because it's more poetic that, the seeds want to find you. And I've talked to a bunch of people about this that grow, and they all seem to just tacitly agree with me. They're like, yeah, man, I feel exactly the same, that like I've found way too many cool plants. It's like the plants found me, right? Like whenever you go, like whenever you talk to people who have a really happy relationship with like a rescue dog or something, they're like, actually the dog found me. Like I was walking by the pound, and that day, 1 in a million chance, the dog broke out of the pound and like ran across the street, and shit like that, right? Like the dog finds them. And it's a little bit like the cannabis seems to find the people that want to grow it, or like you say, that want to smoke it. I don't know, perhaps that's not true, but it often seems that way.
Got a dog that found me.
Yeah.
Seriously, miles away from where I put him to his new home. He actually escaped the new home and found me miles later, weeks later, to a spot that I had never taken him to.
Huh. Dogs are awesome.
I still got him to this day. After that, I was like, how the fuck do I get rid of you now?
Right.
Yeah. He's turned out to be an awesome dog too. So that's pretty awesome, man. Cannabis does find people for different reasons, but so where do you see your cannabis going? How many strains do you think you'll end up putting out? I mean, it is hard to work a bunch of lines. So how many do you think you'll end up putting
I've
out
already run into the
ready?
problem where I can't run all my gear, which is already the first generation. I haven't run the Lime River Rose. Even the second generation is even worse. I haven't run the Lime River Rose V2. I haven't run the Dread Persephone V2, and now for my new runs, I won't say which ones I am running, which ones I am, but there's already ones that I can't run from that. It's one of the most frustrating parts of being basically a small scale breeder. So I don't know. I have to either scale up in some way in the near future, or basically pull my hair out or something. I'm not 100% sure, because there's already a bunch of different directions that I would like to go. I essentially created, I think, a new family that I would like to work, kind of accidentally, because I found a fun name. Basically, I created the name Pacifica Days. I was joking because I was like, oh, this is basically a haze, but it's not a haze. It has no fucking haze in it. Has none of the genetics that were in haze. I was like, what, a days? It's a days. So basically it's not a haze, it's a days. It's called Pacifica Days. I was like, oh shit, this would be really cool to breed basically a whole sativa line, basically, with whatever. We don't have to get into the details, but fuck, where am I going to with that? I lost my train of thought. Basically, that I can't fucking run all these goddamn genetics. I can't run all the different. I'm running some. We were talking about proprietary. I'm basically running some genetics that I have created so that I can, layer them back into something else, especially without anyone giving me any shit for it. What's the word I'm looking for? I already don't have enough space for all of that. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I need several greenhouses already. And yeah, there's so many different directions. Once you start to, that's one of the most delightful things, honestly, about breeding, is that you, frankly, I just candidly admit that you kind of lose interest for growing other people's stuff. Only very concretely do I want to bring other people's genetics in, like for specific reasons. Oh, it's got this, or it's got this, or it's got this. Otherwise, I would just now I know that I can crack all my shit together. Basically, all the stuff that I have now, if I vanished from the earth and became a hermit, essentially somewhere in the forest, I could crack my shit together, the stuff that I have, forever, basically, and have super interesting shit. So now it's like it becomes its whole problem, where it's like you have to justify bringing outside stuff in because you've already got this, or something that has this, or something that has this. I think I'm being a little bit too abstract right now. No?
No.
So where am I going to with that? I guess that was the question before that. Good question. I'm very envious in some sense of Romulan's discipline. Romulan was just on my show the other day. He basically releases roughly one strain a month, sometimes less, sometimes more. But he said roughly he keeps to about one strain per month, and he thoroughly. Okay, granted, he lives in California. It's a little bit easier for him to do this, but he has it lab tested. So he has a lab test report. He tests each individual strain one at a time. So he also has beautiful photographs of it, each one at a time. And he also, reading between the lines, releases 12 strains a year. I have already released like 10 strains just this year, and I have more strains available, and more strains are coming, and potentially more strains are coming. So I have clearly chosen this kind of other path where I wanted to do this basket weed with some genetics, but I was like, well, I'm already working on this. I can throw this in here too, and I can throw that in there too. It doesn't fucking hurt. So that ends up basically creating kind of a bunch of lines, some of which I have no intention of testing in the future because I just think they're good genetics and we'll pass them on in the world. But some of them I have intentions of testing, and I already have too many avenues that I would like to test. Some stuff that I haven't, talked about publicly, some of the stuff with the Coot special crosses, some other stuff that I'd like to find males from, and already have too many. And I put out the call. A couple people helped, but it's always kind of frustrating when you ask for specific kind of testing. It's very difficult to find good testers. Have a couple people trying to help me find these males out of some of these other new lines, but yeah, it's very difficult to get help. Like you said, every time you kind of, or maybe you didn't say this, but I thought that's where you're going with it, that it's every time you kind of outsource, you take these risks where, I don't know, Pepe will use box joints or box screws or something. What's the word? Pocket screws. He'll use pocket screws instead of dovetail. Chief, it's just as fast. It's twice as fast. Who cares? Well, you care. And your customers will care when the fucking shelf breaks open, or when they pull it open and they realize that it wasn't the high-end cabinet that they thought it was, or whatever else. Where was I going to with that? I'm really not used to being the guest here. I end up basically talking about all kinds of random shit. Interesting.
Oh no, you're doing a good job so far.
I appreciate you lying. Thank you.
Well, I'm not lying. Not even. I think it's people have enjoyed kind of getting to know you a little bit deeper, or understand the mindset a little bit. I sure am.
Right on. By the way, I'm smoking Talimon from I want to say I don't know who bred it. Bloom Seed Co. Maybe I want to say Bloom Seed Co. Anyway, I didn't grow this. This was dispensary.
Yeah. So, what have you found acceptable at the dispo? Because I think everybody finds a little bit of that. It smells good. It looks good, but it ain't good. So, what have you found that hit the standard for you?
I try not to sound like an asshole because I think it comes off as like some Portland hipster asshole, but I really am a little bit frustrated because no dispensary ever really quite holds a candle to even decent home growers. Sometimes I say noob home growers are just as good, but honestly, when you think about it, honestly, you probably have to be like, you probably have to have 3 or 4 grows under your belt. But once you have like 3 or 4 grows under your belt, you end up basically producing products that dispensaries never seem to be able to touch. It's greasier. You like, seriously, even people have been growing for a year. You pick up a nug of theirs, you can stick it to the wall and it doesn't fall off. You know what I mean? I have yet to really find dispensary weed that you can stick to the wall and it doesn't fall off, right? Like homegrown weed, you can smell it from across the room. Dispensary weed, you can smell it from in the jar. Like a lot of times I'll go to the dispensary and I try to buy stuff that smells. That's one of my primary deciders in weed, especially because I can't taste it first. That would be not the best test, but you can't do that. But I guess the next best thing is smelling it. And I'm blown away constantly at the amount of weed that doesn't really have any smell. In fact, for example, I went to actually a pretty good dispensary the other day, but this Durban, no, actually I'm smoking the Talimon. This Talimon and the Durban Poison were 2 of the only things that really jumped out of the jar. And it's always kind of a negative experience. And I don't mean to sound like an asshole like this, because I probably sound like a fucking asshole snob, but homegrown weed jumps out of the jar. Like as soon as you crack that, almost before you crack the jar open, the smell's already busting out, basically. As soon as there's even the tiniest little crack of air, you can smell that fucking jar from across the room, right? But dispensary weed, it can be sitting on the table and people don't even know that there's weed on the table, right? Like if there's homegrown weed on the table, you know it. You can smell it. It's just wafting fucking aroma into your nose. And there's just no amount of there's no substitute. I don't know how to describe it. Like, so whenever I talk about some dispensaries, there are good dispensaries in town. I guess now that I said all that, I don't want to talk shit about specific dispensaries, but even some of the good ones, they just don't hold a candle to good homegrown weed. It's not close. There's better and worse, right? And there's weed that'll do in a pinch, and there's a few dispensaries around town, and they're basically the ones for the most part that are vertically integrated, that do their own growing, their own breeding. There's a couple in town that are pretty solid, and from time to time, I'll go there, and they charge for it. They know they have quality, so they charge for it, and I'll go there and buy a $40 eighth or $48 eighth, whatever it is, and sometimes the joint is pretty good. It's pretty good, but sometimes it's even not that great. I don't know, maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, I went to one of the dispensaries I recommend and bought one of their top shelf eighths, bred and grown by them, and it was fine, like just fine, which for me is a huge disappointment. Like I don't want to spend $50 of human money to go and buy an eighth that's just fine, that Aunt Phil or Aunt Phyllis could grow in her backyard and just blow the shit out of that, right? Like just blow it out of the water. That always seems really dumb to me. It just as a home grower, it's always kind of insulting that this whole legal market has kind of churned out this like flavorless tomato. And none of that should be surprising, because when you go to the grocery store, you generally find, I'm a passionate tomato fan, you almost never find a really good tomato at a grocery store. It's very rare. You have to go to grocery stores that really like specialize in fresh produce, and like they make an effort to make sure those tomatoes are fucking fabulous. And even then, those tomatoes, the best grocery store tomatoes, even though they have like the pick of the litter, like they get the first selection even before restaurants and everything else, some of these stores, they still don't have as good of tomatoes as your backyard tomato. And it's just always frustrating to see that. And there are reasons for that, right? The reasons are some of the reasons why I always advocate home grow. You as a home grower can be attentive to that tomato. You pick it when it's ripe instead of 3 weeks early, because you want to ship it across the country, and you want to make sure that it, arrives unbruised. You literally let it ripen on the vine. You feed it, not ionic salts from Siberia. You feed it like compost and whatever else because you give a shit and you want a flavorful tomato. There's all these reasons, right? It basically add up to that tomato being flavorful, but it's still very frustrating because a lot of times those grocery store tomatoes could be delicious, and there could be an entire business model out of selling delicious tomatoes, but that's not in the wheelhouse. And so that always is part of my kind of thinking process. I wonder, is the weed market going to mature? We always kind of conflate these two markets, and I think honestly we should talk about them in very separate ways. We should talk about, if we want to, the traditional market. There's quite a few people who still want to talk about that. I've never really been that involved in the traditional market, so I don't have a big dog in that fight. Then of course there's the legal market. Never really been that interested in that either, honestly, because every time I see, for example, the grow jobs, I've known a few people who got shit canned after basically creating what's the word I'm looking for in terms of service, SOPs, probably terms of service too. But they work for a year or two, maybe a year and a half, and create SOPs for the organization. So many weeks for veg, so many weeks for flower, on and on, so many ppm for fucking veg newts, da 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 da. And then as soon as they basically have that under control, they fire them and hire someone cheaper, right? And the grow jobs themselves are not super appealing. I think not a lot of people admit this in many ways. Some grow jobs are great, don't get me wrong, but those jobs, a lot of times it's more like a vertically integrated place where the growers own the facility, right? But a lot of times where these corporations freaking run these places, you end up having these repetitive jobs where your job 40 hours a week is cloning, right? In the same position cloning. And they know that from the auto industry is terrible for your job or terrible for your body. In the auto industry, they would actually rotate you around skills and tasks and everything else. So your whole body would end up getting used. So these growers, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to have all these stories of growers that got repetitive stress injuries from fucking cloning for weed companies that went out of business because they were fly-by-night bullshit anyway, right? Or they got bought up by some Canadian investor or whatever the fuck. So I have no interest in that scene either. And we don't talk nearly enough about the home and medical growers, right? I guess they kind of overlap, right? Because most of the medical growers are kind of home growers and so on and so forth. And that whole community ends up being honestly kind of disrespected and sort of looked down on by a lot of the professional, quote unquote, professional weed growers. Some of the best weed I have ever smoked has come from the home growers. I remember vividly the best weed I smoked in Colorado, period, came from why can't I think of his name right now? Fucks, not Scroggy McScroggington. His name is escaping me. This is ridiculous. This guy's been on my show 100 fucking, not 100 times, but a bunch of times. Oh, he's escaping me. He loves hash. Oh, it's gonna fucking come to me here in a second. I don't want to say what he does for a living.
You described about every grower.
No, yeah, right. One time I was at the Cannabis Club and I was talking to a friend of mine who was a woman, and I was like, "Oh, it's the guy with the beard." And she was like, "Look behind you." And I looked around, and every single man in the room had a beard. And I was like, "Oh, right, this is Oregon. Yeah, that doesn't say anything." Shit. He talks about hash on his Instagram all the time. He had a party. Anyone who was at the Indo Expo, the last Indo Expo that we had in Colorado, he had a party at his house. We went to his party. That was where Dirtman Dan and I brought the Dick Donut to Rasta Jeff and Stabby. That was his house. Anyway, as soon as I think of his name, I will hopefully say it. He grew the best weed, bar none. And I had a few different samples of weed there. Dispensary weed, some other. By far, his was the best. And I have experienced that a number of times at my tasting group. I had a bunch of commercial growers bring their weed, home growers, you name it. And sometimes the commercial growers would have the best weed, but it was their homegrown weed, not the stuff that they brought from their dispensary. You know, it was always, and it was night and day too. It was always very interesting. Even though arguably they had the best cuts, you know, like a couple of guys that came to my tasting group had Mac 1 before anyone else had it, but they couldn't grow it like some of my friends could grow even, you know, shittier strains.
Well, I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying at multiple layers there. I really believe there's something about the plant just feeding off our interaction there, because again, even if a lot of the growers that I've seen that have graduated to a larger scale job, when we set out to be growers, that wasn't our dream to go work for somebody else, or you know what I mean?
Well, that's a very different job. Yeah, head grower is an extremely different job than up to 20 lights in your fucking basement or in a trap house or something, right? Because in that trap house, probably just you by yourself, maybe you and one other guy, right? In the head grower, you are the boss of a team of 25 people. There's the day shift, the night shift, the swing shift, you know, on and on and on. There's the cloning team, the flowering team, you name it, the trimming team, you know, completely different skills. You might not even touch a plant during that day, right?
Yeah. And I just think that it's not the dream. You know what I mean? When we think about it, we think about self-sustaining and for ourselves. It's our farm. We're living the dream. So even to me, that is like I have no passion to taking my skills to a larger grow and retiring and stuff like that. Fuck all that. Unless it's my grow, I don't even have any interest in that. But I think like as far as like the fire being grown on the small scale, I think that's it right there. I think it's that day-to-day interaction, that human interaction, it just kind of feeding off you, and there's a lot to be said about that. Now, as far as like the overall market and the long term there, I think it's going to keep the small guy, the small grower, the growers that used to be on a bigger scale now do it for themselves. It's all going to come right back to them because, like I said, large scale cannabis is they're gonna like take polls. What's hot? What's now? They're not gonna have 100 strains on deck to diversify the multiple flavors. They're gonna want that SOP that they can repeat, 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 and repeat. It's was put out soulless cannabis. In the market at some point, they will love that ability to go buy the 12 fucking the carton of fucking joints or whatever. They'll like that for a time, but then they'll be like, yeah, this shit's just garbage. And at that point, they'll start to realize that, hey, my buddy's growing weed and that shit's the fire. And
I mean, the truth of the matter is that most of the market right now is pens and edibles. It's us nerds that basically talk about flower. So
that's
we
a
tell
whole
ourselves that
nother.
the market will mature in some way, but it might not. I mean, the
I
flower is
think
already a niche.
that shit right there that you're talking about is already a large scale dream. I think that's a fad they pushed on to the public just for their convenience, to just be able to eliminate a
And not
lot of the
convenience, man.
process.
Convenience seems to win on a lot of things. That's one of the reasons why McDonald's is such a gigantic corporation.
Yeah,
You would never accuse it of having the best burger in any single city. If there's two burger joints in a city, I can guarantee you McDonald's is the worst burger. But they're convenient, right? And so they are consistent and fast. And yeah, you get the same experience basically every single time, the same mediocre kind of cardboard fries and whatever else. That says something.
I think people will get tired of that market. It's nice and cool now, but in time, as we see like some of the effects of long-term dabbing, a lot of long-term vaping and shit like that, I think there will be consequences from that type of use. But moreover, I think they'll just well, and again, that will come back to greedier things because now the extracts they'll end up already customizing, terpene profiles. So now you've got the OG
Oh, it's
pen,
only a matter of
but
time before you have the yeast fucking cannabis pens,
yeah,
right? Like yeast THC with artificial flavorings, blah blah blah. If it's not
it'll
already out there, it will be.
it'll get so far from what they're accustomed to that they'll want to come back. And at that point, I think that the people that are still growing at that point, well, it'll be an easy choice. Your pen against my flower. Because they'll hit that joint and they'll be like, holy fuck, that is super flavorful. It's got a way different, better buzz to it. And at that point, I think cannabis will already have moved on because I think a lot of what holds us back right now is already the fucking mindset of we're going to flip it. It's been a cash crop forever, forever. And it will continue to be a cash crop. That's why they want it to fucking be a recreational tool so they can turn it even more so into a cash crop. But as the people that I set out, the real growers like you and I, and it being taken out of the picture to where we're not, unless we somehow inherit fucking millions of dollars, we're not living that dream. So we start growing more for ourselves. We're gonna get away from the hybrids and shit like that because I'm guilty of that myself, Fumi, of choosing strains just for the flowering time. Oh, that one's gonna be a fucking nice one. I can knock out
That's
a
a
room
valid
full of that.
characteristic, like any. I mean,
But
I don't know why people are uh,
it is a
I
valid
guess I don't have to
characteristic.
be
But
abstract about it because I mentioned
when
his
we're
name
not,
earlier. But Coot used to talk about it like it was a badge of pride that, oh, this is an 11-week strain or a 12-week strain.
well, I
I
think
don't think
that's
there's
gonna.
anything about the strain. Well, let me just finish my thought. I don't think there's anything about the flowering time of a cannabis plant that determines its quality. abstractly. Like, oh, a 12 week is better than 11 week. No, I don't think
that'd
there's
just
anything like
be
that. There's short flowering plants that are delightful. They're usually Afghan leaning. There's obviously the more tropical kind of quote unquote sativa. That's a fucked up name for it. But anyway, the tropical narrow leaf plants, those will oftentimes flower even longer, 12 weeks, sometimes 16 weeks, sometimes longer, right? You hear about those things that are like a half a fucking year, right? Laotians and stuff, crazy long times. I don't think it is the flowering time that determines their high. I actually don't. I think that the incidental fact is that you get those heady highs on long flowering plants, and you get incidentally, just accidentally, feature of life, you get the heavier quote unquote indica highs on those shorter flowering things. But I think with enough selection, you can pick the ones that have the heady highs and flower in shorter times, because in 100 seeds, you always have something that flowers longer, something that flowers less. If you pop enough seeds, you can get both that plant. That's a better version of what I was talking about earlier, where I was trying to say the 11 out of 10 and this and that, the other thing, bullshit. If you want a heady, flavorful and short finishing plant, now you might have to grow 1,000 plants or 1,000 seeds of a particular cultivar. For example, that Laotian that I was talking about, actually I can't remember if Laotians are the ones that grow super long, but regardless, whatever grows super long time, we'll just say for sake of argument, we'll say the Laotians. Let's say you have these 16-week plants, you're like, fuck off, that no one's ever going to buy that, no one's ever going to want that. I don't want that, right? I don't want to spend like a few months of the year, 4 months of the year, basically flowering something. That's ridiculous. So I would have to spend 4 months flowering, 4 plus, because, out of 100 seeds or something, there would be some that would even flower longer probably. But basically I would, in my selection process, I would plant 100 seeds or plant 1,000 seeds or however much space I have. And I would look for the best plants that flowered in the shortest amount of time. And then I would, if I had a chance, obviously I would breed those two together. I would essentially create a filial generation now, and then cross those basically and find shorter finishing and shorter finishing and shorter finishing. And I just about guarantee you that you can get that same crazy, even super paranoia high that from those super long flowering sativas in something that flowers in 8 or 9 weeks if you want. And famously, Vortex is not very far from that. I'm always kind of embarrassed for people when they forget that stuff like that exists already. Like Vortex is basically a super heady, short flowering sativa. Jack the Ripper is basically a short flowering lemon haze, essentially, like a 8 to 9 week, because there's 8-week Jack the Ripper phenotypes, 8 to 9 week haze. You get that haze effect. You get a lot of the same haze genetics. You get the skunk. Most of Subcool genetics, one of the reasons why it's so good and people like it is that it's like literally like 75% skunk, because there's a bunch of skunk on both sides. Florinugs in the chat is one of the people that was pointing that out for me, that when you search Space Queen and of course Jack the Ripper and so forth, all the progeny, they're fucking just packed with skunk. Where was I going to with that? Now I lost my train of thought, but I said most
heady, short-term flowering sativa.
that was it.
So
well, it's basically, go ahead.
I think that there's some truth to that 100%, but I do believe that there is, the more psychoactive, more fucking heady is found in the long-term long flowering. Why?
No, I agree with you, but I think it's just it's not accidental, because it's part of the selection process.
Trade-offs,
but I don't think those traits are linked. I don't think I guess that's a better way to describe it. Those traits appear at the same time, but I don't think they're linked traits. I think you can basically separate those traits.
So what I'm saying here, and I get what you're saying, because now we're like taking a great strain that could be the one we remember from way back when. Now we're dissecting it for us, our needs and whatever, instead of letting the plant be the plant for what it is. So basically what I'm thinking here, my thought process is, when we stop breeding for time necessarily, because like I said, why are we even thinking about time? Because now we're the finishing times. When can it be done? When can it be flipped? Well, when we take the dollar amount away from it, which that's why we
Well, it's not
produced a
just the
lot of
dollar amount,
cannabis.
Eagle. I'll stop you there. A lot of people, and probably more people in the future, will grow outdoors than indoors. I'm an indoor grower primarily, but even this door, fortunately, this year, sorry, I'm going to fortunately be able to grow outdoors a few plants, not a ton, but it looks like I am going to be able to grow a few plants. What's the word I'm looking for? Most people, honestly, that grow weed. What just happened? Oh, my recorder thing did a thing. Most people that grow weed grow outdoors, and they grow once a year, and they have to have it finished before the rains come if they live in a rainy place. So, for example, in Oregon, if you have something that flowers too long, just fuck off. You basically are wasting yours and everyone else's time. It's not going to finish. It's going to rot on the vine. And stuff that grows 12 weeks, 13 weeks, 14 weeks, 15 weeks, doesn't matter how good the high is, you're never going to smoke it. Stuff in Oregon has to finish before late October, honestly, sometimes before early October. Some stuff can go until November. This last year was a crazy anomaly where we basically had light sprinkles maybe twice until November. And I remember thinking, fuck, this is going to be a banner year for all the outdoor growers, because it was crazy. You could just wait to ripen as long as you wanted. Probably going to be a spectacular year for wine, because all the wines, they could just wait until the peak of freaking sweetness on those grapes until they were falling off the vine before they harvested, because there was no rain, no nothing. Most of the time, though, in Oregon, fuck, the rains are pouring already by late October. If you're still ripening, you're just going to rot on the vine. That's it. So
I
for
think
us, it's a very serious thing. And honestly, most growers don't live in Southern California, where you can harvest any the fuck time you want, right?
I get that, but it what you're saying, any strain can be bred out to that point. You just take it a native
With enough
strain
work,
that
yeah.
doesn't work initially, and through time, it will adapt. You know, the cannabis brand is super resilient, and that just brings us to a whole nother subject that you kind of uh, recently touched on earlier in the conversation, and that's like weakening cannabis out. You know, I think, in my humble opinion, I think indoor breeding will at some point take us to like a banana incident, to where like some kind of virus it can threaten a lot of the work we put out there, because we're not necessarily packing every every seed with the possibility of survival. Just like anything else, land race, the same thing we're talking about right now, taking a seed out of its environment, putting it in another environment. In time, said strain, if you were to let it go, would flower and finish in that geographical area in time, because each one that, well, you know how selection goes, it would work its way out there, but only through our selection are we hindering it. So indoor breeding is, we're not putting out that full outdoor environment. So outdoor breeding, every time it hits, it's kind of next year's toolbox is already telling it, well, this year was kind of fucking droughty. You might want to sink your roots a little bit deeper. There's a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of tools being put into that next year's seed for proper survival, because it wants to survive. But when we take that plant indoor and we're now greedily selecting for the traits that we want, those aren't being passed on. Those tools aren't being passed on from seed to seed, because now it's already in a controlled room. You're telling it every generation it's going to be 80 degrees, and these things are always going to be consistent. Don't worry about other. I don't think that's. I think indoor breeding will fucking weaken the strains in long term, unless they're occasionally bred outdoors, or we just go back to outdoor breeding. To where every time a seed's bred out, it has a super rich survival toolbox. Just like the DNA that we think we have is junk, I believe that's like tools that are available to us that we haven't come across that problem yet, for that part of our DNA to be unlocked or
There's a
unleashed.
lot there. I should be taking notes to answer. Uh, The junk DNA is an interesting one. They say the majority of our genome is basically kind of uh genetic graffiti, you could almost say, from old viruses and you name it, and you can actually see it. Like the power plants of basically all of our cells are mitochondria. That was, I think, some kind of a protobacterium that basically was at some point enveloped by one of our ancestors' single cell organisms. That's how far back it was. And ever since then, we basically carried around this kind of symbiont basically in each one of our cells. It's a really kind of a weird thought. It has its own DNA and everything else. Um, that I don't necessarily think that, because I don't believe in a higher power or anything like that. So I don't believe that there's a plan for the universe. I think that evolution basically works pretty much by blind accident, and it works out when it works out, because it doesn't always work out basically by sheer fucking numbers. It's really like ludicrous amounts of time and numbers. um I guess backing up a step though, I think a lot of people misunderstand what a land race is. And I think a lot of people forget that, for example, no, I'm not smoking Durban poison right at the moment. I'm smoking Talimon, but one of my favorite strains, and it also happens to be a land race, is Durban poison. And Durban poison is from South Africa, that also people forget is actually a very temperate place. It's in South Africa, not North Africa or Central Africa or coastal Africa. Africa is actually, I think, second biggest continent. It's fucking enormous. It's just smaller than Asia. It's way bigger than North America. Huge amounts of variety and everything else. And in Durban, South Africa, it's fairly temperate. It's actually not even that different from Portland, Oregon. But also a landrace is not an endemic varietal. First of all, cannabis in very rare circumstances is endemic. It's only really endemic in like Central Asia, like Tibet, Western China, stuff like that is apparently where cannabis actually came from, Nepal even. But outside of those regions, Thailand, Costa Rica, wherever you find cannabis, even if you find it grown on the side of the road, it's not an endemic. It didn't evolve there. It was dropped there at some point by a person, or someone that interacted with a person, maybe a bird or something. But basically, at some point, like in North and South America, cannabis came from predominantly, apparently, from slaves that basically got shipped against their will across the ocean. And they, fortunately for them, I guess, brought cannabis that they planted in the New World. And all those strains then basically became essentially land races through human selection. And so that's, I guess, where I was going with land races. They're not endemic, they were selected. So Durban poison was basically selected by people. And so, for example, it is probably closely related to the weed that grows in and around. I've heard, I've never been to Durban, South Africa. I'd like to go there one day, but I've heard that it grows on the hills there. So, I mean, I guess that's plausible, especially if it's been like a selected varietal, but it probably came from weed that came, originally way back when from Central Asia. And then it was bred basically by people to be suitable for Durban. And then basically was bred probably with itself. People didn't know a whole lot about how to breed cannabis. It was also illegal for a lot of years. So they probably just kind of let it do its thing basically on mountaintops, and then just did a little bit of human intervention to keep it as a drug varietal. Because I guess I'm kind of babbling a little bit. I should mention that when you let cannabis kind of go feral, we sometimes have this perception like, oh, it's going to end up doing better because it knows what it's supposed to do. I mean, yes and no. Like, yeah, it'll basically run with it. It'll run with the genetics, just like the earth. Like we always thought, oh, we're killing the earth.
Oh, it's gonna dumb
Yes and
itself
no.
back down.
The
What
earth
it'll
will
do.
survive, but everything we love about it will die, right? That's one of the things that we kind of say. So cannabis, for example, cannabis will live, but everything we like about it will basically die. It'll
Yeah.
become like a hemp plant essentially on its own. So it's only with human intervention that we basically keep it essentially as that drug varietal, basically.
I know that. I'm just talking about as like survival traits for that region.
Oh, the indoor shit, right. It's fair to question if indoor breeding affects outdoor growing. That's perfectly fair, because you don't have the outdoor stresses. You don't have the heat stresses or rain. You just never have rain indoors. You never really have, I don't even know. One of my regulars on my show had a farm next door that was basically harvesting wheat like during flowering season. And he had no way to predict that when he planted the seeds, because I think he just moved into that house. You don't have shit like that. That's a major adversity. You have basically like laboratory conditions, right? I mean, there's pluses and minuses, right? Outdoors, famously, you don't really get spider mites. Spider mites are just dead meat to all the predators outdoors. But outdoors, you're much more likely to get mold and mildew and all that kind of stuff, right? Than indoors. I can't remember. Oh, every once in a while I have bud, maybe on one bud or something, or a bud rot on one bud, especially if I'm trying new strains. But I can't remember the last time a whole plant rotted, or I don't even, maybe I lost a half an ounce to a grow. Fuck off. No, since my first couple of grows, like that was a long time ago. But outdoors, fuck. Name me an outdoor grower that doesn't lose half a pound to bud rot in one way or another, or powdery mildew or whatever else, right? It's a very normal thing. Where am I going to with that? I guess basically just this, that I've always said, or I've often said, it's a poor craft, or 'tis a poor craftsman, I guess they say, but it's a poor craftsman that blames their tools. And I try to remind myself that too, that I tell myself, oh, organic this, organic that. Fucking a real expert could basically grow with a tin can, some fucking salt water, and a prayer, right? You know what I mean? Like and everyone's met, basically. You've probably met master carpenters that like they shouldn't be able to do what they're doing, but give them some string and a coffee can and whatever else, and they can build you a house if they have to, right? Long story short, what am I trying to say? I lost my train of thought. You were talking about. I'm trying to say that the outdoor versus indoor breeding. There we go. That if you, for example, and of course, this is me saying that, so I guess of course I would say this, but in my opinion, I can breed indoors because I primarily breed indoors. Hopefully I'll be able to do a little bit outdoors this year, but that's still tentative, of course. And of course, nothing's ever guaranteed, right? And so outdoors it might fucking rain and whatever else. So, my plans might all be for shit outdoors. When I do breed indoors, I breed with the mentality that all of this weed is going to have to go outside at some point. So all of not all of my genetic stock now, not all of my genetic stock, but until recently, all of my genetic stock actually came from weed that was bred outdoors. So for example, the Ruby Jack was bred outdoors. Even the Cuvée and everything else actually came from outdoors. A few other things that I was working on, I don't have to list every fucking thing that I have, actually came from outdoors. And in my mind, in my kind of breeding style, or my breeding plan, I guess is a better word for it, I was taking stuff that was habituated for example, this local climate, like that Ruby Jack and so forth, from outdoors, bringing it indoors, working with it for a little bit, and then basically, for example, sending it to testers outdoors again to see if it would work. And sure enough, actually, Morgana worked really well outdoors. Lime River Rose worked pretty well, but Lime River Rose had some PM issues. So, of course, something to work on for future editions is the PM versions, right? And of course, I tried to work on that with the V2 that I was talking about earlier. I ended up not releasing with basically the Black Prince Ruby that has quite a bit of PM resistance. So I thought that would be one thing of the father, with the new father, that will add some PM resistance to that Lime River Rose that had some PM problems in the first edition. Where am I going to with that? That basically you have to have some, and I would argue this is really for anything in life, but especially for breeding, you have to have some kind of intention to your breeding program. And if you have some intention and at least some degree of skill, you have to have at least some amount to do this. It should be possible to breed both indoors and outdoors. I mean, you could say the same thing about outdoors. Oh, you're never going to be able to create that good indoor bud with outdoor breeding. No, I don't think there's any truth to that, honestly. And I don't think there's any truth to the indoor thing either. I think that as long as you are following the right metrics and not going too far down a rabbit hole before you do any testing, like you might, if you were kind of super cocky, you'd be like, oh, I know everything about weed. I'm going to breed to F5 indoors and never test it. Well, as soon as you take it outdoors, you might discover, like I discovered, oh, Lime River, oh shit, great against spider mites, great against other mites, kind of poor against PM. Wouldn't have fucking known. Would have spent all that goddamn time and wouldn't have known. So you have to basically, test, have intention, have a plan, be willing to abandon your plan if it goes poorly. if one of your strains just does really badly, instead of doubling down, and you'd be surprised how many people double down in life and breeding and everything else, how many people throw good money after bad. It's actually a very common thing in life. You have to be willing in fucking poker or anything else to just fold. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of times. I've already had to. There will be plenty of times in the future. I don't want to admit it, but plenty of times in the future that I'll have to fold on hands that I may have invested tons in, right? Maybe even years of breeding. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Some breeders push through, and you'll end up seeing it in the quality of their results. It won't have such and such, or it won't have such and such. You'll end up seeing like it's not the total package. And I hear it. I hear, oh, so and so's signature strain, great, but doesn't taste like much, doesn't get you high. I'm like, oh, that's not very well made. Anyway.
Sure.
When I talk for that long, I have to wonder to myself, did I get down one of my like stone rabbit holes and talk about like every goddamn thing, or did I actually make any sense? I don't know if I want to watch this episode after this. I don't know. I'm scared to watch it. Yeah. A friend of mine was like, oh, I want to watch your interview. And I was like, what if I come off as a dumbass? Yeah, we'll see. Because we're both stoned right now. So we're like, yeah, I'm vibing to it. But if we watch this sober, I wonder. Well, we'll see.
I would greatly respect your opinion, and I'm not gonna ever take that away from anybody. And I think, in the end, I think I can see a lot of what you're saying, and I can still stand by a lot of what you've disproven. Not too many things for me. I think it's just a difference in opinion, 100%, and I respect yours. And I still, in a lot of ways, don't think necessarily some of the things that I've put out there were too far-fetched or, disproven in any kind of way. As far as like the outdoor brooding, I think, again, I'll get right back to that. Say you've put out an PM as a common problem. Through that exterior breeding or outdoor breeding, you could actually, if that were the problem that year, without a doubt, you could walk through that field and go, okay, that one was resistant, that one resistant. I want to take cuts of those and breed with them again next year. And I guarantee that strain next year, because of the outdoor pressures of the PM, next year's round would be less likely to endure that PM. And it's only through natural pressures that outdoors can throw at you unintended that
you can get PM indoors
happen.
too, though.
But you indoors, if you're really doing that, you're fucking out.
But then at the same time, you can take those cultivars. That's why I was saying it's a poor craftsman that blames their tools.
And again,
you can take those cultivars. You can take that selection process.
Good strains that were outbred outdoors and brought them indoors. Now,
Exactly.
What I am referring to is strains that are constantly worked years indoors. I'm going to take this indoor strain, I want to cross it with that one 10 years from now. None of them, as you pointed out, have been outdoors. Now I'm going to take it outdoors. Wow, now this strain, because it's never seen wind pressures, mold pressures, or whatever, doesn't do shit outdoors because 20 years of breeding, and now it's susceptible to PM, or it's susceptible to this virus because it's never seen that pressure. It's never been in the toolbox for the next generation. I think, at some point, yes, an indoor breeding in time will weaken the genetics from pressures. We've done that with other things that you've talked about. The banana is the perfect example. We bred it to what, three are standing now, and because of selection and cloning process.
The fruit, the banana.
One. Yeah. Now,
they're all literal clones. Yeah, I mean, bananas actually exist as like a viable species, and there are actually other varietals of bananas, but the commercial market is literally all one clone. It's the Cavendish, I think now. and it's like arguably the most inferior banana. I've actually had the Gros Michel, I guess they call it, because they still grow them in some places. You can get them, I guess, in Costa Rica and other places. But every once in a while, you'll find like a teeny tiny farm around the country that still has like the
Well,
Gros
we've
Michel or
lost the
other ones,
good ones
and
to disease
those are
and
way
shit like
sweeter.
that.
Yeah,
Oh.
to fusarium, to actually to fucking to root rot, basically, to fusarium rot. Yeah, can you believe it? And you can actually treat it. You can actually like uh, uh, I don't really want to get into who told me this, but a guy that used to come on my show told me all about KNF basically used for bananas. And I ended up going down a little rabbit hole where I was Googling this. Apparently it was true. It wasn't bullshit. Evidently, if you use ferments, essentially, kind of the power of, lactobacillus and all the kind of, the ferment juju on bananas, it can actually fight fusarium to the point that you actually have a viable crop. Kind of similar to plants, similar to cannabis plants, I guess to say. Like I was talking about fusarium, like I have fusarium living in my soil, but it's never an issue because I have basically a healthy ecosystem. I have healthy plants, and I also have kind of a healthy ecosystem there. So fusarium apparently does something beneficial. Every once in a while, a weak plant will basically rot out, and you get that like fuzzy bottom and stuff. I just let those fuckers die. That's part of the selection process, but the rest of them do fine. And that's what's the word I'm looking for? I guess I'm kind of trying to say two things. That's kind of part of not a healthy breakfast, but like a healthy soil. You actually want to have all those different organisms coexisting. Some of the bad guys are important there for some reason. We don't really necessarily know all the different reasons for them. I'm fucking babbling too much now, aren't I?
Looking for
I'm getting
some
self-conscious now. I'm
smoke.
like, oh shit, I'm fucking babbling.
Don't get self-conscious, Fumi. We're almost there. We're literally 3 minutes from the mark.
Is the home
You,
stretch.
you can't get fucking self-conscious now. It's been a good episode, for real. I hope you do go back and watch it.
I appreciate it.
You've come off very knowledgeable and
It's all
given a good basis why people do watch over the years.
This
or
entire
have
episode was I've been reading this whole time. I've just been prompting Chat GPT to give me answers. And I've just been reading it the whole time.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. So have you had fun tonight? I mean, we've put this off for forever, it seems like.
True.
But you had no problem going the distance. I think at one point that was some of the draw. You were like, I can't talk
That's true.
For fucking 5 hours. Right? I tried to tell you that. I'm like, you don't have to go the whole 5 hours. God damn it. We can do two. I'm glad you did, though. I'm glad you finally accepted my invitation.
I appreciate being on. There's Koski right there. I just read that apparently Koski's always complaining about Massachusetts, but apparently he lives in one of the, what was it called today? Highest, not growth factor, growth standard, something or other. Anyway, apparently the Massachusetts area is like the fourth best place to live in the entire world in terms of income, life expectancy, overall health, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, the trip. There's only like 3 other places that are better, like Switzerland, a couple of Sweden, some fucking place. Anyway, that has nothing to do with this episode at all. That's just the Fumi fact right there.
Total. See what Chad does. See what Chad does during the interview episode. Totally off topic, and did Chad. So perfect time.
That's like the cherry on top. Right there, that's
happy 420, my friend. Happy you did 420. Make it to the end. Woo. There. So basically, I got to go over a few things with you at this point. Thank you for making the whole episode. It has been a fun one. I was wondering if you'd go the distance, but I secretly
I wasn't sure. I have to be honest. My butt is tired. I have to get up. I might be asleep already.
I know I'd already done 2 hours of fucking Weed Nerd World prior to this. I've got some stretching to do myself.
We need standing desks. That's what we need. I like treadmills.
Thought about that. It might be a thing. Yeah. But so from now on, I appreciate you taking the time to come hang out. The the Zoom link that I sent you this evening is the Zoom link for the Weed Nerd World. You have now earned your rights to come hang out in the Weed Nerd World anytime you feel like it. We'd like to have some Fumi interaction. If you would like to come hang out, it's now open.
Is there a jacket, kind of like the Saturday Night Live hosts get? Like, do you get a special jacket when you're in there?
There is a mythical gift basket.
Yeah.
Some have claimed to receive it. Some have just keep it going. But no, just the link. It's just the link. You can
joint keep going out. It's crazy.
Metaphorically make it into a jacket if you'd like. But
nice.
But it will always be good to you. Anytime you see Weed Nerd World in the title, you'll be more than welcome. The Weed Nerd Worlds, the early ones are Monday and Thursday. I did kind of take over the EAO slot. You know, I did watch that last episode with Tanasi there, and it was a heart-wrenching thing to see a tradition come to the end.
Right.
You know, it evolved over the years.
Everything comes and goes, though. You know, you have to remember that. I drove by what for me was a famous place. I grew up knowing forgetting the fucking name. The guide shop. It was a guide shop basically on the Wilson River on the way to the coast, on the way to the Oregon coast. And the Wilson River is a famous salmon and steelhead river, basically. Not really, I mean, it has trout, but it's primarily really fished for, well, I guess wild and hatchery salmon and steelhead, which are magnificent game fish if you've never fished for those things. And steelhead are quite elusive. Anyway, it's a beautiful, like a rainforest, basically. It's this incredibly verdant, forested, green, whatever. Anyway, the guide shop was this establishment there, man. I mean, like literally, if you went anywhere on the Wilson River, you would pass, and it was about halfway down the river. So everybody stopped there, literally everybody. I mean, just to pick up bait or to pick up new hooks or to stop for lunch. They had, you know, it was like a golf clubhouse or something for fishermen. Well, they closed down. I want to say maybe in like, I'm getting this wrong probably, but like 2008. The fucking building is gone now. All you can tell is that it's grown over completely. All you can tell is that there's a sign that's fucked up and about to fall over, and it says the guide shop. And you'd never know. Like driving by there's nothing. There's just trees. There's just, I mean, it's as if nothing ever happened except for that one fucking sign. And it was a reminder to me. I was like, that place was a fucking establishment. And at some point they just gave up the ghost, and then that was it. Everything has an end. Right?
It's depressing, and it comes all.
But it's also
fast.
Part of life.
The grass grows over way too fast, and you know that, and I know that. But at least for a moment, we can think we've.
That's why I find it so bizarre that breeders do not want people to breed with their stuff, because think about how that business is gone. But imagine having the idea of that business persist forever. Here I'm talking about it. That's giving a little bit of immortality. They say that you truly die when the last person says your name for the last time, right? Imagine that your genetics, basically that you ran, persist. What if 1,000 years from now, Jack the Ripper is still being used in something? Or maybe there's a seed finder and it's not seedfinder.eu, but it's seedfinder. Fucking whatever, Mars or something, and they're literally growing some shit in the future, and someone is researching all the way back in the lineage, and they're like, the fuck, who the hell was Subcool? You know,
I can jam with that in 100%, and mine will be in the stuff that I build. And again, kind of back to the quality stuff. That table you said that hopefully someday, well, I believe that it could be, if it's been passed down and taken care of.
There's a bunch of American furniture from the 1700s, 1800s.
The pieces that I've built, I have 100% built out of solid wood. I have built them to the toppest notch of quality, and I have built them to last eternity if they're appreciated. And that's why I think quality is such a top notch for me, because I want my stuff to transcend me. I want my kids to take the furniture I've built, and I want them to heirloom that shit forever. You buy a piece from me, one of my chessboards, I hope it's an heirloom piece in your family, because it's built to be that way. And I when it comes down to my pieces, my stuff, I don't risk that in anybody else's hands. I would rather build his, at 28, 28's the number. I'll build 28 pieces. I'll sign my name to every fucking one of them, and that will be it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let anybody else's hand get in there. And that's kind of hindered me in the long run. You know, people have really gotten over me. I've built a lot of really nice furniture, and they should be, oh, yeah, you should be selling this online. I've always been afraid of that cat getting out of the bag and quality spinning out of control. That moment that I decide to take that real wood and fucking cheapen it up with some fucking plywood for production, because now I can't keep up and I can't laminate shit together anymore to make that beautiful solid wood tabletop. Now I've fucking cut corners. I'm afraid
Or
of
maybe
that.
you do like, now granted this is a YouTube fairy tale, but maybe you do like black-tailed studio. What's his fucking name? Blacktail Designs, Blacktail Studios. I'm embarrassed now that I fucked up his name. Anyway, huge channel here in Portland area. He does primarily epoxy live slab, well, not live slab, but he does a slab tabletops, and basically epoxy fills them. It's not the only thing he does, but that's kind of what he's known for. And he started just doing it as a kind of a hobby, just enjoyed basically doing the tables himself, then started selling them for a little bit over cost. You know what I mean? I mean, the slabs cost $1,500, $2,000 sometimes. So he'd sell them for $3,000 or $4,000. Well, now he's got 2 million subscribers, and he sells to fucking people in Italy and wherever else for $35,000 a table. And takes only the customers that he wants, takes the projects that he wants. You know, there's that too. There's always the kind of I don't know. When you talk about breeders being that tight-fisted, I know that in every single field people can be that way, and sometimes you don't. I'm not saying that you're not doing this, but I'm saying sometimes people don't see the forest for the trees. And that again, he's a fairy tale obviously success, but I mean, in his case, he didn't degrade his quality. He upgraded his quality to the point that he only works on the projects he wants to work on and charges as much as he wants to charge. He raises his prices constantly because honestly the market will bear it, and why not? I mean, that's capitalism. And there are plenty of customers that apparently have the money, so it's again like a fairy tale success for him. I'm going to be talking to Gage Green on Wednesday, who arguably kind of does something similar in cannabis. He calls himself a genetic designer. He even has the Instagram handle genetic designer. And he sees himself as like the Gucci of weed. Interesting perspective, right? He's not the only one. Aficionado also sees himself very much that way, like the luxury of cannabis. Interesting. We'll see. You know, if there's an established market in cannabis, there will probably be a luxury market in cannabis. So those guys are not full of shit. You know what I mean? Like in everything else, you get leather jackets, you get luxury leather jackets, right? You get cars, you get luxury cars. Every fucking thing has something like that. There's a lot of rich people that have lots of money. Anyway, we'll be talking to Gage Green and babbling.
Thanks, an awesome dude. This should be a good interview.
Yeah, man.
And that's going to be on the Fumidoro channel.
That's going to be on the hilariously small channel. This is an opportunity for you guys to come and subscribe. Go take a look at Fumidoro, kind of like
that link is
if
in
I
the
move my head over.
description.
If you literally go like that, oh no, wait, no, Fumidoro. There we go. Without the .com. Look at that on YouTube. That's my little channel. It's got like 80 subscribers or whatever. We're going to do the high noon safety meeting on that channel for now, because I think I have to build that channel up. And the regular show, I guess, is on until I get another strike, which will probably be, you know, like, I don't know. I don't want to be a cynical person, but it makes me think that it'll probably be not too long from now. Anyway, hopefully not. But Fumidoro and the Flavors is the regular channel. Normally I like to have guests on Tuesday evenings, but I'm kind of taking a break at the moment because I'm my own show booker. So I'm trying to do guests every Wednesday right now, Wednesday morning or Wednesday noon, I guess. But hopefully eventually I'll get back to having, I'd also like to have debates too. So that's something I've been tossing around, the idea of having like a couple breeders, couple different, cannabis personalities debating, for example, organic versus synthetic or flavors or whatever the shit. Hopefully we could do that, for example, on Tuesday evenings. And then maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do debates on Tuesday evenings. And then, for example, guests on Wednesday noon Pacific, and then Wednesday evenings we do most of the time game nights. So if you guys are new to my channel, come join us. We basically end up kind of talking over the game, but we play I have to be honest, we play 95% of the time we play all bad cards, which is basically a Cards Against Humanity clone, like a knockoff, but it's a good one and it's fun. So come join us, we have a good time. Oh, and then Saturdays D does his takeovers. So yeah.
And I got to give you a lot of credit for keeping that going over the years. You know, you powered. I've even come on your channel and given you this credit. You know, keep going throughout the bullshit, the hate, the strikes. It can be, you know, hard to, you know, lift yourself up after, you know, it does. It takes.
It's annoying because it's
soul
almost
into this.
never, one of the worst parts about it is that it is almost never in these kinds of circumstances someone you don't know. It's very much like domestic crime. It's which is not a funny thing. I don't know why I laughed, but it literally is pretty much people you know. And so the frustrating thing is if you are attentive, and I'm attentive if that hasn't been clear before, if you're attentive, you can figure out in many cases who these people are. And sure enough, I pretty much know who a couple of these people are. And it's kind of frustrating because I let them on my channel, didn't ever, to my knowledge, I mean, I'm sure they perceived it a different way, but to my knowledge, I was never rude to them or impolite to them or any, you know, like I basically welcomed them into my fucking house, essentially, or welcomed them into my virtual cannabis pub, I guess you could say. And then they took that invitation and spit it right back at me and fuck up my channel by reporting it and getting it like shut down and talking shit about it. One of the guys was going around on the internet calling me Hermidoro, blah, 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 like using a fake picture of me and all this different stuff.
Yeah. I actually come into my chat under the Hermidoro banner, trying to stir the pot, if you will. So.
And couldn't get anywhere because wouldn't you fucking know it, anyone who's grown by genetics doesn't get herms. So it's one of those things.
So with that being said, man, I do really appreciate having you on. I look forward, and I do have a lot of respect for you, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Just like even the other day, I had no problem like flipping the link for the new/old channel to let them know. You know what I mean? So keep up what you do, my friend. One last thing before you go, and I'm actually going to polish this one up and set it on my mantle, basically my virtual mantle, because it's been so sought after and a little bit elusive. And that is what I'm looking for, my friend, is the sound bite. My version thereof would be, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 810. You can say whatever the fuck you want before or after that, as long as that's somewhere in there. I'll be using this as a commercial for your episode at some point. I am ready right now, my friend.
That's a lot of pressure. Let me see if I can remember. All right, this is Fumidoro, and I'm chatting with Eagle on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. We're on episode 810. And so far, I think I'm doing it all right. It's been a great episode, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have to say anything else? I don't think that was it. Was it? I think that was it. Woo! It's been fun. I don't know. It was a lot less painful than I probably expected it to be, I guess. And I don't know. Hopefully, I made a little bit of sense. I know I meandered and babbled quite a bit, got a little bit high, but talked a little bit of shit about dispensary weed, but I stand by it. I hate to say it. Anybody who's a real weed nerd, I don't think would disagree. I honestly, yeah. You know, like when you think about like dispensary weed, you don't think like, oh, that's the best weed I've ever smoked. I don't think I've ever heard really anyone say that. So like that's enough, you know. Yeah, I don't think I'm being an asshole.
You were fair. You were fair on the dispo.
Right? Harsh but fair, maybe. I aim to please.
Totally fair. Totally fair. With that being said, thank you guys for tuning in. Been a good watch tonight, man. They've come out to see you. Nice. That's for sure.
Right on.
With that being said, you guys do not forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. With that being said, one last thank you, Fumi, for coming to hang out. I look forward to seeing you